Am I wrong for buying my biological daughter a car, but not my stepdaughter? Before my daughter Christina, currently 19 female, started high school, I made her a deal that if she kept above a 3.9 GPA for her freshman through junior year, I would buy her a car up to $20,000 to have for her senior year, on the condition that if her GPA dipped below 3.9, I would take it away. She kept a 4.0 throughout high school, so I let her pick out a car before senior year. During her sophomore year, I met my now wife, Jenny, now 40 female, and her daughter, Emily, 17 female. Emily started her senior year a couple of weeks ago, and a few days ago, she texted me asking me when I was going to take her to go look at cars. This took me by surprise, as I didn't realize she expected a car. She has a 2.7 GPA and spends more time curating her Instagram than doing her homework. I explained to her that Christina received her car as a reward for good grades, not as a given. I later felt bad because I guess I didn't give her the same incentive that I gave Christina, and I told her that if she could get a 3.9 GPA with her senior year grades and get into an accredited college or university, I would let her pick a car upon graduation. I thought this was a fair deal, or even unfair towards Christina, since I made her keep a 3.9 GPA for all 4 years of high school. But Jenny pulled me aside after Emily went to school and told me that I was being unfair since Emily had different circumstances than Christina. For background, Jenny's ex-husband and Emily's bio dad was a very wealthy man who spoiled the crap out of her. Everything she wanted, all she had to do was ask for the first 12 years of her life. She didn't try in school because her dad promised her he would get her into any college that she wanted and give her a job at his company afterwards. Then, when Emily was 12, her dad was arrested for serious tax fraud. Essentially, he is in prison now, and Jenny has some money on her own, but nothing compared to the life of luxury that they were both used to. I think Emily is very hurt by what happened, and she hasn't had the chance to develop a work ethic. I told Jenny that I think my only wrongdoing was to not help Emily develop a work ethic sooner, and that my hope is that she rises to the occasion, cleans up her act, and gets a car. I also said I would do everything I could to help Emily research colleges and perfect her application, but Jenny wasn't having it. She and Emily have both been giving me the cold shoulder the past couple of days and still think I'm treating Emily unfairly. I really don't know what to do. I want to give Emily a goal that is challenging but attainable, but at the same time, I don't want to put the strain on my relationship with my family.
This week's secret comes from listener Amy. To put it simply, my secret is I think my partner Caleb might be a psychopath.
Oh, God. What an opening line.
Yeah.
I've always noticed odd things Caleb does and says, but it wasn't until I started my university course where we explored psychopathic traits and tendencies that it clicked. Caleb's approach to life constitutes that of a psychopath. One day after class, I had him complete an online psychology quiz, and it returned a result that fell firmly within the psychopath territory.
Do we trust online quizzes? Continue.
When I showed him his results, he simply laughed them off.
Oh, that's psychopath.
And that's on psychopath.
In all my years with Caleb, I've barely seen him express emotion. I've never once seen him cry. He also cannot comprehend why certain things make other people upset. If I am hurt by something that happened at work or with my friends, he is at a loss as to why it's affecting me. Caleb is also extremely impulsive. He'll do random things without any forethought and can sometimes make huge decisions, like quitting a job or making an expensive purchase, without any consideration of the consequences. On top of this, Caleb hates rules and rails against authority whenever he can. He totally disregards basic everyday rules like speed limits and seatbelts. If there's a rule, his first instinct is to violate it. This makes me uncomfortable because I hate rule breaking with a passion. He also lacks a moral and ethical compass, or at least cares very little for things like climate change and social justice. When I question his apathy, he simply replies, "I just don't care about those things." Above all, though, I've witnessed a manipulative streak in him that's becoming difficult to ignore. He works from home, so I hear him talking with colleagues all day long, and the way he can turn his charm on and off is unlike anyone else I know. He can go from being completely warm to one coworker to utterly ice cold to the next. I describe it like watching two completely different people within one body. I've also witnessed firsthand how comfortable Caleb is with lying. He lies all the time about little things. On one phone call, he'll say something that contradicts what he says in the next call. often, it's stuff that doesn't even need to be lied about. So much of it is completely pointless. I think it's bizarre, but then I think a lot of people are like that. In the more serious circumstances, I have seen him lie about things to manipulate the person he's talking to. This will also sound terrible, but he's very nonchalant about stepping on people to get exactly what he wants at work. If he needs to push someone down to get a pay rise or a promotion, he'll do it in a heartbeat. In that way, he's extremely self-interested and entitled. He truly believes that he is more deserving of certain privileges and feels no remorse for doing what is necessary to claim them. Despite all of this, though, Caleb is a wonderful partner to me. He's very loving and funny. He's very goal-driven, and we're in a very happy, normal relationship. He's never cheated on me. He's not violent at all, which I know can come with psychopathy. And while he lies all the time to others, I am very confident that he is truthful and honest with me. I love Caleb immensely, and I've never once felt unsafe at all in our relationship. We've been together for 4 years, and I have every intention of staying with him. A lot of these tendencies are not directed at me, and if they were, I wouldn't be in a relationship with him.
Am I the asshole for describing my wife as fat to our young children?
Yes, 100%. Yes, you don't have to read anything else. Woo!
You wouldn't have to read. We could just go. Like,
My wife, 41, and myself, 44 male, both work in education and believe in properly explaining things to our children. 4 female, 5 male. We have agreed to never use, quote, because I said so, reasoning with them. My wife is unfortunately around 3 stones overweight. Her weight has crept up gradually since having the kids, and I don't think she has even been aware of this gain until I gently raised the subject with her last year. She agreed she needs to remedy this. Since then, we have worked together to shift the excess weight, and I'm proud to say she's lost around 10 pounds. But she still has a lot of work to do to reach her target weight. She is best at sticking to her diet if there is no temptation around. So for Easter, I got her flowers instead of an egg. She seemed happy with this. Then, yesterday, my children were arguing over a missing Easter egg, each accusing the other of eating it. I knew instantly what had happened. I asked my wife to tell the children where the egg, which was quite big, had recently gone, and she admitted she had eaten it. My son, whose egg it was very upset and confused and asked his mom why she had eaten it. My wife replied that she would replace it, which would be impossible as it's now after Easter.
because kids
It's on
care.
clearance.
Kids care.
No,
Kids
it's on
care.
clearance. It'll be even cheaper.
I pointed out that she has not answered the question our son had asked. He was very upset and kept asking why she had stolen his egg. I felt it was unfair she hadn't properly answered this, as he was getting more distressed. My wife completely threw me under the bus here and said, quote, because I wanted a chocolate, but daddy didn't get me an egg. They already know the importance of healthy eating, so I explained that Mummy was not wanting to eat too much sugar. Several, but why, questions down the line, and I finally said, quote, because Mummy is fat, and she needs to work on this by not eating sweeties.
Oh my God.
I used the word fat because my sister is fat and always says it is not a shameful thing and she prefers to be described this way. She says to not use the word implies there's something wrong with being fat. I probably was an asshole to presume my wife would feel the same way about this term, and I wonder if I should have said overweight instead. My wife hasn't spoken to me since this and has seemed very upset. I feel terrible for upsetting her, but I think she was wrong to have taken our little boy's Easter egg without asking, and wrong to have blamed me for her actions. I regret upsetting her and possibly using the wrong terminology, but I had run out of ways to explain to the children why I hadn't bought my wife an egg. But I do feel I might be an asshole for upsetting my wife.
Oh, you are,
an
bro.
asshole. Oh,
How about, you know what? I forgot.
How
It's
about-
my fault.
I thought your mom would really love flowers more.
Or I forgot. What?
Because he didn't want to be, he didn't want to take any responsibility.
No,
he wanted
he-
to be on her. She was responsible for eating the egg. Your mom's fat. She shouldn't have eaten your fucking egg.
Am I the asshole for refusing to help my partner financially? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 43 female, have been with my partner, 50 male, for 6 years now. We have been living together for 5 of them. We're not married and we don't plan to marry in the future. I have a son, 19 male, that is currently a high school senior. My partner has a daughter, 21 female, who is going to college. When I met my partner, I was a widow of 3 years. I'm lucky enough to have a business and some family money. Also, my late husband left an estate, including the house we live in. The house is a family house, so it passed on to my son. My partner also makes good money. While I and my late husband made sure not to spoil our son, my current partner and his ex-wife spoiled their daughter rotten. Due to an incident when we first moved in together and after some family therapy, we agreed that she would be treated like a guest by me. She will have to follow house rules, and that's the extent of our relationship. The problem is I didn't know the extent to which my partner spends money on her. He pays some money as rent, and I put that into my son's college fund, and we split the common bills in half. Everything else is our own responsibility, so we don't know much about each other's finances. My son is planning to do a tour of East Asia during the summer, and I was happy to give him the money to do so. When my stepdaughter heard, she asked her dad to pay for a tour of Europe. He agreed because he never says no, but he came to me asking me to lend him $30,000 because he can't afford the trip on his own. I'm not even giving that much money to my son, and his plane tickets are more expensive, so I refused. I said since this wasn't an emergency that he can save and send her on a trip after she graduates college. He said that I'm choosing favorites and I'm putting money over his happiness and his relationship with his daughter. I have no relationship with his daughter, so I don't know how that is even true. I can easily afford to lend him the full amount, I just don't want to because his reasons aren't convincing enough. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to have my tattoo removed even if it makes my future husband uncomfortable and insecure? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I was a widow for 3 years before I met my fiancé, Julius. I lost my husband and 4-year-old son on a boating accident. When I got back on my feet after losing them, I had their names tattooed on my chest. It was nothing big, just their names in cursive and 2 hearts. When I met Julius, I told him about my past, including my depression and how I had to move back to my parents and depended on them for years. He was very understanding, and after over a year of dating, he proposed. Yesterday, while I was getting out the shower, Julius wanted to know when I plan on having my tattoo removed. He said he knows someone who's really good and he could give us a discount. This was the first time he mentioned something like this to me, so I wasn't sure how to respond. I just told him I had no plans on having my tattoo removed. This was the first time he mentioned something like this to me, so I wasn't sure how to respond. I just told him I have no plans of having my tattoo removed. Later that day during dinner, he asked me again and I told him the same thing. He said we're about to get married and it's time for me to move on. I told him I already have moved on. He said it's hardly moving on when I still have their names on my chest that he can see every time we're intimate. He said it makes him uncomfortable and insecure of my love for him because it looks like I can't let go of my past. He's been giving me the cold shoulder ever since. I told my mom about what happened and she told me she understands how he feels.
Am I the asshole for telling my bridesmaids my requests for the wedding? Let's see. Hey there, I'm having a destination wedding in July 2022. I've done some planning on where it will be, and I've picked a venue as well. So I asked some of my friends to be on the bridal party, and all of them accepted happily, and were excited to be a part of my planning. My sister will be the maid of honor, and I told her to make a group chat with all the bridesmaids and pass down my request to them. My requests seemed reasonable at first, but then my bridesmaids started backing down one after the other. Some of my requests were that since it's a destination wedding, they'll pay for their own rooms in the same resort hotel my husband, I, and our families will stay. They're also required to buy their own dresses and find their own hairstylist and makeup artist, and their hair and makeup should be all the same. My maid of honor also told them that how she's planning the bachelorette party, which will be a weekend getaway, and how everyone covers their own costs. I also suggested that if any of them wants to go on a diet, I'll appreciate it, but they're not forced to, of course. I'm not strict on that request. It's just a suggestion. That shit, what the hell? After my requests were made clear, I've had a couple of my bridesmaids, and there's 6 in total, saying that they're sadly going to have to step down because they cannot afford all of this. They said that the dresses that I showed them are all too expensive, and I said that I offer 2 choices for that reason so that they can pick whichever one that they can afford. Both dresses were the same color, just different cuts. They said that both choices were still too expensive and that there's no way they can afford both a destination wedding and a destination bachelorette party. They told me that if they could pick a cheaper hotel to stay at because they can't afford the one that they picked, and I said that's not really a good idea because I want my bridal party at the same place as me at all times. They said they'll step down, and the next day I met with the rest of the 4 bridesmaids who remained and cried about the 2 of them stepping down. One of them told me that my requests are not possible to fulfill for everyone, so I shouldn't take it personally, because you shouldn't. Hell. I said those are regular requests that any bride makes for her wedding, and I'm not allowed. Why am I not allowed to? And she said I need to grow up and realize that not everyone can afford it, and it's not my business to argue about it. And she said unless I can't get my shit together, she'll drop out too, because I don't seem to be understanding that I'll be a nightmare to work with. The rest of the bridesmaids comforted me and said that those who dropped out are not true supportive friends, and my sister also told me to ignore them and move on, but I'm very hurt that my bridal party started off with drama because of my request. Am I the asshole? Yes. 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 I actually personally have been in a situation like this, but I had a great bride friend that I was a bridesmaid for. You are not being reasonable. You're taking this way too personally. It's just doing too much for me. Anyway, what y'all think in the comments? Because, child.
Story time when I got essayed by my 11-year-old friend. So when I was about 6 to 7 years old, I got essayed by my own friend. I went to my dad's cousin's house where I met a girl named Alexis. She was my second cousin's cousin. At first, I thought she was a boy because of the way her parents raised her, and she would dress like a boy. I asked her why she would dress like a boy, and she told me her parents wanted a son and not a daughter. So she told me her age, and she was 10 to 11 years old. Me and her became very close. Found out that we went to the same school. One day, she asked me if I can sleep over at her house, and my parents said yes. We were having a great time, playing hide and seek and other games, until it was late and her mom told us to go to bed. We really didn't want to go to sleep, so we stayed up all night just talking to each other. She asked me if I have ever had a boyfriend or had my first kiss. I said no, I have never kissed anyone. And then this is where it started to get weird. My best friend asked me if she could be my first kiss. I said no, and then she kept trying to talk me into it. Eventually, I let her kiss me, and then after, I was very uncomfortable. I fell asleep after a while and woke up to her touching my private parts. I asked her what she was doing, and she just told me to be quiet, and I let her do it. I didn't know what to do since I was so young, and I didn't understand what was happening, so I continued to let her do it. About a while later, her mom wakes up and walks into the room. I got scared because I was without clothes under the covers in her bed. The mom didn't suspect anything. She didn't notice anything since I was covered with the blankets. The mom left and I got dressed quickly and I ended up crashing out. When I woke up again, I immediately went home and the next day I acted like nothing happened. But I never wanted to go back again and I never did. I continued to go to school with my friend and hang out with her until the end of my school year. I ended up moving to a private school. Finally, I had gotten away from her for making me feel uncomfortable that one night. I never told anyone about this, and sometimes my friend would want to get touchy with me and give me compliments and still try to kiss me. When I left the school, I never spoke to her again and never contacted her.
Am I the asshole for my petty response to my boyfriend's purposeful incompetence about chores? My boyfriend has started pretending to be bad at basic life shit, like dishes and laundry. Like he can't do it, so I do it. I felt pretty frustrated with that and told him straight up that I know he didn't forget how to clean since he moved in with me. He was always very competent living alone, and I don't appreciate him forgetting how to do chores. I said that when I asked him to do dishes and he refused and refused until he finally did them wrong, that I was not stupid. He said that he was trying his best and I was wrong for saying he was trying to manipulate me, and that from his perspective, I asked him to do something and he did it the best he could, and I kept at him because it wasn't up to my impossibly high standards, so he couldn't win. And he wanted me to believe him when he says he is trying. Anyways, this might be petty, but I decided to give believing him a try. So, he had bleach stained my favorite little black dress. Instead of getting mad, next time he had a family event, I put it on. He asked me if I was really going to wear that. It looked messy. I said that I loved that dress and understand accidents happen, so I wasn't mad or upset. It had bleach spots actually. I thought it looked kind of cool. He said he really thought it looked bad, and I said if he wants, he could Sharpie on the white spots real quick in the Uber. It ended up looking even worse.
He did it. Wow. Why did he just have a Sharpie in the Uber?
Another time we were having dinner and he had done the dishes, but put some of the cups and bowls in the dishwasher upside down, so they filled with dirty dishwater.
Oh my gosh, that is a pet peeve of mine,
It's so
actually.
disgusting.
Yeah.
I took those cups and bowls, dumped them out in the sink, but didn't wash them further, and served his food in them. He said that it was dirty, and I was like, quote, they just came out of the dishwasher. It's just water. It's fine. He said that no, it was disgusting. And I said it was really no biggie. I was getting over my impossibly high cleanliness standards, and I really didn't think it was that gross. The last time I had cooked for a work party of his. After cooking, the dish needed to cool for about 30 minutes, then be refrigerated. I had plans with my friends that night, and I asked him to put the dish away after it cooled. He forgot. The next morning, he noticed the dish was never refrigerated. I said it was fine, it was just a mistake, and it would probably be fine to eat. There wasn't a lot of meat in it anyways. He got frustrated and said that you can't serve meat left out overnight, even if it is only a little. And I said, oh, I think it should be okay. Stuff happens. He stopped being so lazy about chores after he realized I seemed totally okay with leaving stuff done badly and that he'll be living with it. But I feel a little petty for having been dishonest about it. Am I the asshole for being petty?
Justified asshole. If you are going to insist that you don't know how to do something, what would you do if I wasn't here?
Yeah, what did you do before me?
What did you do before me?
My girlfriend's parents said straight to our faces that I could do better and that their daughter got lucky. Damn. Girlfriend and I have been together for 7 months. She's 20 and I'm 21. We're both in college. She's an international student and I'm from here. So she speaks to her parents in their native language and I don't speak a lick of English. I'm from the same race, but I speak a different dialect, so I have no clue what they're saying. I've talked to them with girlfriend translating a couple of times for short conversations. A couple weeks ago, we'd planned our first video call with them so her parents could see me. So we had our call, and one of her parents said, mind you, this is my girlfriend's translation. Wow, you're very good looking and have a great career ahead of you. Why did you settle on my daughter? She's very lucky to be dating up. Ow. I knew that hurt my girlfriend, and for the rest of the conversation was very awkward. Since then, I've been doing everything I can to make my girlfriend feel loved and wanted. I've tried complimenting her more, doing extra things for her. I've tried to make more time for her. Most importantly, I do not ever bring up that conversation we had with her parents. But I guess this isn't enough, or I'm not doing enough of a good job, because today I told her that she looked really good in a sweater, and she snapped at me and said, I'm fine, okay? I don't need your pity. Is there anything more I could have done or I could do? Is it okay to let things go back to normal and pretend that the whole incident with her parents never happened at all? What do y'all think in the comments, bro? Because what? I think he was very sweet for trying, but like after she snapped, just leave her alone, baby. Just leave her alone. And when she's ready, she'll be ready to talk to you, you know, like if she want to talk about it. And sometimes not everything need to be talked about. So that's what I think. What did you think?
I'm going to divorce my husband of 10 years. My husband and I met when I was 18. It had always been just me and my best friend, but when my husband came along, we became an inseparable trio. For me, it was love at first sight. I had the biggest crush on him, but didn't want to ruin the friendship thing we had, so I kept it to myself until he confessed to me when we were 20. Things went fast, and we got married when we were 22. My best friend got married too, and we have all remained close. We had invited my best friend and her husband around for dinner, and we were joking about the things we got up to. And my husband brought up how he had always had a crush on my best friend, but then she got a boyfriend, so he settled for me instead. When I tell you my whole world just came crashing down, I realized my marriage of 10 years was him settling for second best, that I was never his first option. After that, everything he did just started to annoy me. He just stopped being attractive to me anymore. We haven't in 6 months because I feel so disgusted. I just want out. I feel like I've wasted my life. I'm disappointed in him and myself for believing I was the one he liked. Edit, I tried to talk it out for 6 months. Husband knows about the divorce. I told my best friend and she told my husband. So I come home to a don't leave him intervention where they all wanted to work it out. I have never been so confused because for the past 6 months, I've been trying to ask him what he feels and what he meant by his comment and to answer my questions, like literally to see the point. I have screamed it in his face to just tell me, and he's been saying nothing. And she has been encouraging me to talk to him, but keeping her distance. I thought it was because she didn't like him. Apparently, she just thinks we are perfect together, and he doesn't want to lose what we have. What do we have? We are basically roommates who have at this point. I think I won't update this because I'm a bit miffed and angry. I'm going to stay at my mom's or something. So this story is very interesting.
It gets more.
Yeah. So not only do I have an update, I also have a post from him.
Okay.
So for her update, okay, so pretty major update that I said I wouldn't do, but I am not someone of my word and never said I was. Today, I got a message from my best friend's husband asking where she was, and I had no idea because I'm at my mother's house. Can we guess where she is?
She's having an affair with the husband.
She is at my fucking house with my fucking husband. What weird fucking universe am I living in? Anyways, yeah, so I'm leaving and taking all of my stuff with me. My mom will have to put up with me for a while. Divorce is definitely happening. I'm going to get therapy. This is the husband's post.
Okay.
It is titled, I destroyed my marriage with a stupid comment and a one-night stand. So I found my wife's post, quote, I'm going to divorce my husband of 10 years. Someone made a video about it, and that video got back to me. I would like to tell my side. When I met my wife, I didn't really think much of her. She was funny, kind, and a good friend, but I had no other interest. Her friend, Sarah, was gorgeous. She had long red hair and these soft freckles and long eyelashes. She was my dream girl, but she was not interested in me. I noticed my wife, Amber, was hanging out with me more, laughing at my jokes, listening to me, and it made me consider having more of a relationship with her. Sarah got a boyfriend about a year into us being friends, and her interest in our friendship group dwindled. She hung out with us less and spent more time with her boyfriend, which left me and Amber alone a lot. I ended up giving up on Sarah and focusing on Amber. We started dating and got married. We kept our friendship with Sarah, but we focused on each other. In the back of my mind, though, it always felt like I had missed out on something. My marriage was boring. Amber and I were basically friends, and I was working hard to save for a house, and she was working hard to save her future kids. So we were existing alongside each other, not actually together. So one day when we were at dinner, I got jealous of Sarah and her husband, who seemed happy and made the comment about settling for Amber. Amber shut down after that. She kept repeating the same questions over and over, and it would make me so angry that I didn't want to answer. So I didn't. I guess that was my first bad move. Sarah messaged me after the dinner to check if I was okay, and we kept messaging. She was just reassuring me that I did nothing wrong and it would work out. Then I got a text saying Amber was planning to divorce me. So Sarah came over and we tried to stop her from leaving me, but it seemed to only make things worse. Sarah saw how distraught I was and stayed to comfort me, and we drank, and in a drunk, stupid mistake, we ended up. Sarah confessed to her husband, and her husband told Amber. Now, both our marriages are ruined. I regret it so much, and I just wish I could take it all back.
Would I be in the wrong for not changing my son's name, even though this may cause him to lose inheritance money? I'm 24 and I got pregnant whilst I was travelling when I was 19, and at the time the dad was 23. He lost interest in me pretty quickly, but I decided I wanted to keep the baby, so I went home and had the baby by myself. I made sure to get child support even though he tried to fight it, and this is how his parents found out about the pregnancy. They are very well off and they have asked to meet my son. They seem like they truly love him. They do spend quite a bit of time with him. They always provide gifts for him for Christmas and his birthdays. They've taken me and my son on family holidays, and they've also even paid for my university so that I didn't have to get into debt. They really aren't my biggest fans, but we're civil with one another and they just do anything so that they can spend time with him. 3 months ago, my son's father passed away whilst he was drunk at a bachelor party. Not going to go into detail about this, but we did attend his funeral and stayed the week in his city so that his parents could spend time with my son. Whilst I was there, they told me that they had an offer for me and said that they have no other children, and so my son was going to be their only grandchild. They asked if I would consider changing my son's surname to theirs instead of mine, and this would make him the primary heir of the family. Honestly thought this was disgusting and sounded as though they were going to deprive him of inheritance just because he didn't have their son's surname. Said I'd consider it to be polite, but I didn't want to do this, and I vented to my family as soon as I got home. My family, however, think I'm in the wrong for giving up this kind of money for my son, as it could provide him with a much better life in the future. Yes, it would be really nice for him to have this to look forward to, but do I want him to have the surname of someone who didn't love or even want to see him? My family are and always have been very supportive, and I know my son won't go without, but I can't help but feel really bad about this. I'm thinking about telling his grandparents that they can approach my son when he's 16 and ask him themselves if he wants to make this change. Let me know what you think.
My best friend always projects her insecurities onto me. Should I break up with her? My best friend and I have known each other for exactly 2 years. We met in college and hit it off right away. We're both Latinas and we come from really big families. I have 2 other sisters and we get along really well. We always hype each other up and have each other's backs. A few months after I started my friendship with my best friend, let's call her Lucia. Lucia started showing some really toxic qualities. Sometimes I think I'm just reading too much into it or overreacting. So you let me know. First of all, she would start talking bad about my sisters in front of me. She would make comments like, wow, your sister's gained weight, or wow, your sister has cellulite. When she first did this, I would just defend my sisters, but then I realized that that just made her want to keep talking more trash. So if she ever said anything about my sisters, I wouldn't say anything. At the time our friendship started, I had a really big crush on this guy. He and I went to the same gym and I never had the courage to speak to him, not until my sister convinced me to. I finally spoke to him at the gym and we actually hit it off. We would work out together every now and then, and he finally asked me out on a date. The day of our date, my best friend came over to my house, and while I was getting ready, she started saying really weird things. At first, she told me that I should wash my hair because it looked oily. I told her my hair was freshly washed. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I could see her reflection and she just rolled her eyes at me. This is when things started clicking. Part 2 is up. My best friend projects her insecurities on me. Should I break up with her? I could see through the mirror that she had rolled her eyes at me. Then she started making other comments about my appearance. Mind you, I'm getting ready for a date. When I showed her the outfit that I was gonna wear, she said it was too revealing and that I would probably scare him off. Wasn't even revealing, it just showed my legs. It was a cute sundress with the cardigan on top. I told her I thought I looked cute. And then she said, "Allá tú, amiga." As I'm finishing up my hair and my makeup, she says, "Wow, you're gonna wear that much makeup?" But the way she said it was so aggressive, I actually took off the lipstick I was wearing. Instead, I just put on lip balm. I looked at her and she had a smile on her face. It was like she was happy she finally got to me. The date went really well, and he actually turned into my boyfriend a few weeks later. And guess what? My best friend started judging everything about him. The first time she met him, she started saying, "Wow, I think he's balding," which he isn't. And even if he was, I wouldn't care. She also started making comments about him staring at other girls, something I never even noticed that he did, and I would know I'm with him all the time. It's like she was trying to plant all these insecurities in my head. One day, Lucia and my boyfriend and I are in his car. We were heading to the movie theaters when Lucia says, "Wow, you put on way too much perfume. It's giving me a headache." That's when my boyfriend told her that if it bothered her that much, she should just go home. And out of nowhere, Lucia swung her fist at him. She actually tried to attack him. Part 3 is up. My best friend always projects her insecurities on me. Should I break up with her? That's when she started swinging at my boyfriend. Luckily, I yelled at her and she stopped. It's like she was upset at me for yelling at her for trying to hit my boyfriend. That's when my boyfriend kicked her out of the car and I asked him to calm down. I got out of the car with Lucia and asked her to calm down. That's when she told me that I needed to break up with him and that he was clearly abusive. I told her he was just defending me. Then she said, "He doesn't need to defend you. I'm only saying this because I care about you." Then she called herself an Uber and left. My boyfriend and I went to the movie theaters and we had a really nice night. Here's some more examples of her projecting on me. While we were getting ready for a friend's birthday party, she started pointing out some stuff on my body. She said, "Your elbows are really dark. You need to fix that." Another time I decided to get some highlights and she said they looked horrible on me. She said I looked like a JLo wannabe. Luckily I didn't care and I just kept the highlights. Mind you, 2 months later she got the exact same highlights. Now, I know that she cares about me because she does have my back. She'll help me with anything I need, honestly. And I wonder if I'm overreacting, but I don't think so. I just don't know how to tell her that she's toxic. She makes me feel bad. What should I do?
Story time about the time I called out my friend for trying to talk to my boyfriend and my other friends' boyfriends. This is not my story. I am a 27-year-old and I'm currently in a big university. I am studying agriculture. There has been at least 2 times where I had to drop out due to not having money. And I don't have my 2 parents. I'm actually adopted. I was living with a friend and working at the same time, but this university was too expensive and it was either rent or school. So I decided to just work full time to pay my rent and work and rent and work and rent for at least 2 times. I ended up getting a boyfriend and I told him my situation and he ended up letting me go to university while he would pay for my rent. The second time that I went back to school, my friends were very happy to see me. I told them that I would officially stay and all of my friends were happy for me. I continued going to classes, having more friends, studying with the same people, and sometimes my boyfriend would go study with me. Well, in this agriculture class, specifically agriculture, I had this classmate who entered chubby into the school, but during the years she joined the gym and she ended up losing a lot of weight. Due to the gym, she also ended up having a bigger butt. All of my friends were happy for her. All of my friends loved her, including me. We never saw her as a show-off or anything, and all of my friends were all skinny due to none of us having money. We were her genuine friends, who she was always able to study with and get good grades. One afternoon, when me and my boyfriend were hanging out, my phone died, so I went on his phone, went on Google and tried to put my email in, and this is when I see my friend's name on the Facebook messaging app, and this is when I saw her constantly trying to talk to my boyfriend. My boyfriend kept leaving her on red, and he even told her that if she had any questions to ask me. I screenshotted all of these messages, and it looks like she had been trying to contact my boyfriend about a month ago. I was happy that my boyfriend didn't try to talk to her, kept it short, so I sent the screenshots to my phone, made a separate group chat, not including that friend, and I sent it to the other girls. I told them that the girl was sending it to my boyfriend and they were in disbelief. We all found out during break. The girls ended up wanting to meet me at a Starbucks, and this is when we all found out that our friend has been trying to message all of our boyfriends. Once we came back to our school, all of my friends were scared to confront this girl. She came walking to us, and this is when I confronted her. And after I told her that everyone knew what she was doing, she started crying and shaking. Am I the asshole?
My sister's stupidity destroyed my family. My sister let her boyfriend drive my parents' car. She took it when they were out. She only had a learner's permit, so she was supposed to have a licensed adult with her. She let her boyfriend, who was a year too young to have a learner's permit, drive, and he crashed. He died. My sister was seriously injured. They think one or both of her feet were on the dashboard. She is paralyzed from the chin down. My parents' insurance isn't covering them since my sister took the car illegally, and her boyfriend's family are suing my parents. My parents tried to sue them back since he was driving, but it was thrown out when they tried. We had to move into an apartment because my parents couldn't afford our house. I see them cry every day. I heard my mom say that going bankrupt doesn't get rid of the lawsuit debt, and their lawyers told them to try and settle before it goes to court because they will probably lose. My sister has to be in a home forever because she needs help and care 24/7, 365 days a year. She remembers everything, and her brain is not affected at all. Her medical bills and nursing home bills are so much money. My grandparents are all trying to help, but they are all in retirement homes and don't have much. I've seen them cry too. I know she is getting punished already because she's paralyzed almost completely, but I still can't even look at her because she destroyed our entire family.
I think when you have a bad choice, which seems rather simple and probably at that age seems pretty harmless when you make that decision, it's just like, oh, everyone drives. Like, it's not going to be a big deal. You don't have the mental capacity to understand the dangers of that and the riskiness of having someone who's maybe never driven drive the car. So we all understand it's a terrible decision. She now has to live with that consequence the rest of her life.
Yeah.
A physical consequence.
A physical, but also an emotional and a mental. Her boyfriend died.
She's going to go through it forever. The other thing that then adds to that is now it affects other people very greatly. There's a family that literally lost their son, and then her parents are now going through.
They lost their home. I mean, it's not their whole life.
Yes, they innocently lost a lot. They aren't paralyzed. They'll be able to figure things out over time, and I don't know if they'll heal from it, but I think monetarily they could, it's a big setback, but I'm sure like over time you can recover from something like that.
Yeah.
It's just crazy because of how it went down, there's no insurance. There's now all these crazy lawsuits because I'm sure on some level they should have been responsible for the car not being taken by their kid.
someone actually sent me a story of their experience
Yes.
post.
Yes.
Where they had someone like call and they're like, hey, we want to make a reservation for 11 people. And they're like, hey, we actually like don't do reservations and we're actually pretty full right now. Like, it's for tonight. You can't
For
really
tonight.
reserve
11
for
people
tonight.
for tonight.
Right. It's like you're gonna be on about an hour and a half wait.
Yeah.
And the person on the phone was like, no, like, we're on our way. We'll be there in 30 minutes.
No.
We want
No.
a table now. And they're like...
Say no to that.
Right. They're like, we don't have a table.
Yeah.
And then the person on the phone is like, do you know who I am? Like,
Stop.
did you check your caller ID?
Stop.
My dad is the vice president of Citibank. And the host is like, okay. Citibank doesn't own this restaurant. No, but I have connections in this city, and I could have your job tomorrow. And the host goes, you promise? Like, I don't want to be here that bad. You can have my job.
Caught my husband making out with another man on our honeymoon, and I'm refusing to give him a divorce. My husband and I met on a blind date. Friends had set us up, and they made him sound like a Greek god. And he kind of is. He's super tall, attractive, Greek, tan. His dream is to become a politician, and he owns several businesses. I own my own marketing agency, and we're both addicted to work. We're literal workaholics. When we went on our first date, I was so surprised to see how much we had in common. Both super work-driven. We also found a lot of the same things funny. This was such a relief to me because I'd never been on a blind date before. And we talked about a lot of stuff, including our sexy preferences. He told me he only liked women, and I was like, okay, cool. And I told him, of course, I only liked men. We actually ended up going on a total of 15 dates before he asked me to be his girlfriend. Everything just felt so amazing and right. We had amazing chemistry, he made me laugh, and we had a lot of fun in the bedroom. After a few months, he asked me to be his wife, and I was so happy I said yes. He hired the best wedding planner in our city, and we got to planning. We were both really involved in everything. The wedding was spectacular. We got married in the winter, so it was snowing outside. It was beautiful. We had an orchestra, amazing catering, so I was really happy. The day after that, we went on our honeymoon. Planned to go to several Greek islands. Our first stop was Santorini. I actually got in really good shape for the honeymoon. I had abs. I wanted to look as sexy as I could for him. A few days into our stay, we found this really cute cafe, and the server at the cafe was actually really handsome. Him and my husband got along really well. So well that I caught them making out at our hotel. Part 2 is up. I caught my husband kissing another man on our honeymoon, and I'm refusing to give him a divorce. As I walked into the hotel, I could see 2 men kissing in a corner. Obviously, I didn't know it was my hubby, so I turned away. I went straight up to our bedroom, and I couldn't find him. I called his cell phone, but there was no answer, so I went right back down to the lobby. And this is when I look again at the 2 guys kissing in the corner. I could only see one of the guys' backs, and obviously I didn't recognize it as my husband. Not until I see my husband's hand creeping up on the back of this guy's neck. And immediately I recognize his hand and the ring. I thought it was a joke at first, until I could see they were passionately making out. I yelled my husband's name, and they both turned to look at me. That's when I saw it was the server from the damn cafe that my husband and I had been going to almost every single morning. The same guy my husband was talking to almost every single day. The server ran out of the hotel. He obviously was not looking to confront me. That's when my husband grabs my arm and takes me to the pool area. That's when he confessed that he thought he was bi and that he was just experimenting. And he also said that the server basically forced him to kiss him. I told him he should have been honest with me from the beginning about being attracted to guys, and that the least he could have done was not make out with this guy in the hotel of our lobby. He started to apologize, but I couldn't even talk to him. I still wanted to enjoy the trip, so I got my own hotel room. That very same night, my husband tells me that we should consider a divorce, and that he thinks he might have really serious feelings for the server. I said no. I would be so embarrassed if I go home right now and tell my entire family and friends that my husband left me for another man. Not to mention the fact that he totally wasted my time. I asked him if we could just work this out, and he's asking for an open relationship now. And of course, I'm totally in love with him. We just got married. I'm just so confused. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for pushing my boyfriend to tell me what happened when he was younger? I currently need advice, but I'm just wondering if I happen to be the asshole, since I can't share this with my family. My boyfriend is 18 years old and I am also 18, and he is the best man I've ever met in my life, but he's extremely insecure when it comes to his appearance. We've been together for 6 months, and we have a lot of history because we dated back when we were 15 years old. When me and my boyfriend were 15 years old, I didn't remember him being extremely insecure. He was a regular guy, loved video games, loved hanging out with his younger brother, would ride a bike around his neighborhood and the park, and would get a haircut, and was a little bit into fashion, and took better care of himself and had better hygiene. When I turned 16, I found out that he cheated on me. It was extremely hard to leave him alone, but it didn't take long for me to block him and actually move on. Even though I had moved on, there was not a single day I didn't think of him. But my love was real and true. I couldn't forgive his betrayal. And I always wished him the best, and I was never petty. I just moved on. 2 years later go by, and I didn't know anything about him. I never wanted to know what happened with his life, and if he actually got with the person he cheated on me with. And the thing is, we lived very close to each other, but I just never wanted to know. The reason why it was also so hard to cut ties with my ex-boyfriend was because he was alone. He was neglected by both of his fathers, and both of his fathers were drug addicts. His maternal grandparents never loved him or his siblings. And when he got together with me, he met a true family, and all of my family received him with open arms and loved my ex-boyfriend. I did find out though that he had dropped out of school, and I was very heartbroken, and I kinda wanted to reach out, but I never did. I ended up graduating from high school, and on the day of my graduation, I saw him again, and all of that love that I felt for him kept rushing in. We saw each other again, and the rest was history. We decided to catch up, but when I saw him, I saw that his eyes were yellow, he had some black shorts, and ripped shoes. I was completely thrown off, and I asked him if he was okay. He said yes, that he was going through some family issues. He brushed it off and just asked me if I was seeing anyone. I told him no. We decided to go out and check a view, and ever since that night we were inseparable. We started dating again. I started working and I moved in his house. It was completely scary and new since I've never moved out my house. But I was still very close to my parents' house. When I moved in with my boyfriend, I noticed that his room was very trashy, and my boyfriend would wear the same shorts almost every day. One time when he was in the shower, I decided to grab his shorts and put them in the washer, and this is when my boyfriend broke down. He locked himself in the bathroom and started crying. And I also started crying and asked him what happened. He kept telling me to bring his shorts back, or else he was gonna take his own life, and he was never gonna come out of the restroom. I started panicking. I grabbed his shorts. I put them quickly on the dryer and told him to give me 20 minutes. The shorts were all dried up. He opened the door. I gave it to him, and then a couple minutes later he came out. I sat down with him, and he started sobbing like crazy. I told him to take his time, and whenever he was ready, he can talk to me. I felt like a complete asshole, and I knew I was a terrible girlfriend, but I was seriously panicking. It turns out that his mother's dad, his grandpa, wanted to essay him a couple months ago. I'm completely heartbroken because I didn't know where this anxiety was coming from. I'm glad my boyfriend is safe, but I feel like an asshole for invading his privacy.
I told my boyfriend it would be weird if he gets a massage from his cousin, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, my boyfriend and I are 27 years old, and his cousin is visiting from another country. She owns and runs her own spa and is a registered masseuse. Yesterday he told me that he's arranged to have a massage from her, and I've told him that this is really weird, and if the roles were reversed, I would be really uncomfortable getting a massage from a male cousin. I told him that I appreciate that this is her job, but it still just doesn't sit right with me. He said I'm being ridiculous and that I'm weird for even thinking of it that way, but I don't know if it's just a difference in cultures and maybe I'm just a little bit more conservative than he is, but like I said, it just doesn't sit right with me. Anyway, out of frustration, I said to him that I'm going to go and find a massage place and get a massage from a guy, and he said that I'm being over the top and dramatic, and that if it was a family member, he genuinely wouldn't care about this. I'm not willing to change my stance on this because it's making me really uncomfortable, and I just need to know if I'm in the wrong for this.
Am I the bad apple for the prank I did on my roommate? I, 25 female, did a not so funny prank, I guess, on my 25-year-old male roommate. My roommate, let's call him Luca, has been wearing his underwear all throughout the house. Completely unsanitary, right? I found an underwear on the counter where I cook. That's where I drew the line. I talked about it to my 25-year-old boyfriend, Aaron, and he asked if I was on my period. Coincidentally, I was. He said that I should go grab a dirty pad and put it where he slept, just, as a funny prank. So, while my roommate was talking and playing games on Discord with his friends, and when he was supposed to be doing chores, I slipped into his room and put a dirty period pad under his blanket.
Story time about the worst experience with this girl. This is not my story. I was 24 and I was at a kickback. I was at my friend's house and there was a lot of girls and a lot of guys. A lot of guys were my male friends. We were all chilling, smoking and drinking. I saw 2 girls that I was interested in. Both of them looked familiar and I decided to chop it up with them. One by one, I went with the brunette girl. She was on the thin side and the other girl was super thick. The thin girl had some big boobs and she had a pretty smile. We were chopping it up and she said that she went to the same high school but she was a couple years older than me. She was over 18 though. My private part gets hard as soon as I hear that she's only been with one guy and that it was only for 3 months. She started complimenting my looks and saying that I had cute eyes. So we went to the corner and we started making out. The other girl that I had my eyes on, she decided to mess with my friend. So we kept making out and she smelled so good, which got me harder. Her big boobs pressed against my chest were making me extremely hard. So we're cornered up and she decided to place her hands in my private part. And it turns out that all of my friends were on their way to get more beer, so it was just gonna be me and this girl. They take a few minutes to leave, and I had 2 condoms with me. We're left alone, and as soon as I tell this girl to take off her pants, I get this very bad fish smell. My pee-pee ended up going down, and I swear to God I've never got this soft so fast. She kept asking me if it was in, but I told this girl that I needed to run to get more beers with my friends. She said that she's been drinking all day. Is this what I get for being so thirsty? I ran to the liquor store and grabbed 2 water bottles for this girl. My friend's about to go back to his house and I'm afraid of the smell. I've been traumatized ever since.
Am I the bad apple for not wanting my husband's mother at our child's birthday? I didn't come to meet his mother until our firstborn child was 3 months old. Many things have happened with her to convince me that I don't want to be around her. From not keeping personal boundaries to abusing my animals, every time this woman has come over, I've needed to self-medicate. My husband makes comments about me overreacting, but I tell him, listen, I either self-medicate or I put his mother in his place or just flat out kick her out of our house. He's agreed that self-medicating would be the better option because he just wants everyone to get along and just coexist. However, is that really the option? Should I have to self-medicate just so that she can be breathing the same air as me? So tomorrow's our daughter's birthday. The reason I don't want her here is because she drives my anxiety to a whole new level.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to help my wife with Halloween costumes?
Ooh.
Context. My wife, 29 female, always makes the kids Halloween costumes. We have 3 kids, 5 female, 7 male, and 9 male. She did not have an amazing childhood, so I think she is constantly trying to make sure our kids do. She homemakes every birthday cake, DIYs the birthday decorations, makes pajamas for every holiday, and always home makes the Halloween costume.
That's nice.
She also does these themed monthly movie nights where she creates this whole scene. For example, this month was Coraline. She did custom dolls for each kid, welcome home cake, and the whole food spread.
That's nice. This all seems like a lot of work, yeah. So,
I understand. This is all great, but the problem is she expects me to help. All of our kids are in activities. We both have full-time careers, and I believe she stretches herself thin trying to do all of this. And expects me to. We have money to just go out and buy stuff, so I don't get why we have to do so much. She says these are the things our kids will remember.
That is true, yeah. You're trying to give your kids a nice childhood, yeah.
Okay. This is where the left turn happens. Anyways, this all came to a head as I've been out of town most of the month for work, so she's had to shoulder the full responsibility of the kids.
Oh my gosh.
It's gone for a month.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
This caused her to be behind on making the costumes as she's stressed. She was asking me if I'd be able to create one of the costumes for her. She has the supplies and can walk me through it. The problem is, I just don't feel like it.
Oh, okay. Well, come on. Okay. Real quick, there is a compromise here. I can already see it. Just do more of the chores for her if you really want to. If she needs help, just help her out somewhere else if we really don't want to make a costume.
Yeah.
But okay,
But of course that's not happening.
Yeah.
The problem is I just don't feel like it. I told her we can go get a cheap costume, it's not a big deal. Well, She refused and was up all night finishing these costumes. I told her this morning that they looked awesome, and she just rolled her eyes. She was making coffee, and I asked if she'd make me a cup. She replied, "Go buy one." She's been distant and cold. I was talking to my coworker, and he called me out, saying my wife is right. My kids will remember the effort my wife put in, and they'll also remember how hard I made it for her.
That is true. Yeah, the lack of effort on your end. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm feeling off like maybe I am the asshole, but at the same time I usually do help a bit. I was thinking this one time wouldn't be a big deal since we were both tired.
I hooked up with my dad's best friend and now I'm pregnant. Should I tell my dad? I met my dad's best friend when I was 15 years old. Growing up, he would come to my house every now and then. A few years ago, my dad became a really big fan of the gym. Him and his best friend started going and they actually got really, really fit. Around this time, I turned 21 years old and I would start going out with my friends a lot. My dad would always make an effort to pick me up after I would go party with my friends. So anytime I went to a club or a bar, my dad would pretty much go pick me up without fail. But sometimes he couldn't and he would send his best friend instead. A little backstory on my dad's best friend. After he and my dad got in shape, he turned into a fitness model. Models for clothing brands and a lot of sports gear. He actually never got married himself. Instead, he dates a lot of women. And before you all go crazy, most of them are his age. I'm sure you're all wondering he's 39 years old. So like I said, my dad would sometimes send him to pick me up from clubs and stuff. The first time he went to pick me up, I actually didn't even recognize him. He had just finished going on a date and he looked amazing. When I got in his Tesla with him, I just couldn't stop staring at him. He asked me what was wrong and I said, "Wow, you look so handsome." Then he laughed and said, "Oh, I clean up well." After that, he picked me up a few more times. On the 5th night that he picked me up, I was totally wasted. When I got in his car, I was telling him that I really wanted to hook up with somebody. I grabbed his thigh and he told me that I needed to find somebody my own age. Part 2 is up. I hooked up with my dad's best friend and now I'm pregnant. Should I tell my dad? When I grabbed his thigh, he told me that I needed to look for somebody my own age. I started to laugh and asked why. That's when he said that he would never want to do anything to jeopardize his relationship with my dad and that I was way too young for him. I told him my dad had nothing to do with it and that we were both consenting adults. Then all he said was, "Nice try." Of course, I felt rejected, but I knew that he was attracted to me too. So I knew that all I had to do was wait. A few weeks later, my dad had a get together with some of his friends. And of course, his best friend was there too. And this time he looked so good. So I decided to make another move. While my dad was in the backyard with all his friends, I asked his best friend to come with me to the kitchen. As soon as we stepped into the kitchen, he grabbed my hand and told me that I needed to calm down. I told him there was nothing wrong with us liking each other. And then he kissed me. And oh my god, he's such a good kisser. But the kiss only lasted like 3 seconds. He went back outside and didn't talk to me for the rest of the night. I was hooked at that point. A few weeks later, I went out with some friends and told my dad that I needed him to pick me up. But of course, I knew my dad was on a business trip. So guess who he sends? His best friend. But when he came to pick me up, I decided to act like nothing had happened. When I got in the car, we didn't say a word to each other. He just started driving me home. Once we were a block away from my house, he parked his car. Suddenly, he starts kissing me and it was so amazing. And we ended up hooking up in his car that night. Part 3 is up. I hooked up with my dad's best friend and now I'm pregnant. Should I tell my dad? After the night we hooked up in his car, we didn't speak for about 2 weeks. But of course, I played it cool. I just pretended like I didn't care. My mom and dad's anniversary was a few days at this point, so my siblings and I decided to have a party for them. And of course, we invited my dad's best friend, Purr. I knew I had to look absolutely drop dead gorgeous. I wore a beautiful lavender silk dress, which fit like a glove. The festivities were amazing and my parents had a great time. And the entire night, my dad's best friend just kept staring at me. But like I said, I was playing hard to get. We had a live band and catering for the whole event, so everyone was out on the dance floor. Seeing as everyone was distracted, I decided to go to the kitchen because I knew that he would follow me. And he did. Once he came into the kitchen, he started kissing me. Then we went inside the pantry and hooked up again. Before we went back to the party, he told me he had really serious feelings for me. And I told him I did too. That's when he told me that we should be honest with my parents and tell them the truth. Because he really wanted a relationship with me. A few days later, we told my parents while at dinner. My dad absolutely lost it. I managed to calm him down and we all talked. It's been a few weeks now and he's come to accept it a little more. But now I've missed my period. The test came out positive and I haven't told anybody. I'm so scared. What should I do? Storytime about how my girlfriend is addicted to lip filler, so now she looks ugly and I want to break up with her, but I don't know how. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I sent me on Instagram. My girlfriend and I have been together for 2 years. During that time, she's been obsessed with having bigger and bigger lips. When we first met, her lips weren't that thin, but she started watching the Kardashians and pretty much wanted to look like all the models she followed on Instagram. She asked me what I thought about her getting lip filler and I told her she could do whatever she wants, as long as it didn't change her face. She asked her whole family, but her sisters didn't want her to get the lip filler. They had a feeling that she would get addicted to it, so they told her not to. I thought they were just overreacting, but I was wrong. Last year, she went on a work trip to New York, and while she was there, she secretly got lip filler without telling me or her entire family. She sent me a picture of her new lips, and they actually looked pretty good. It wasn't too exaggerated, they just looked a little bit more plump. But after a few days, she decided to go back and get more lip filler. She said they didn't look big enough and that she just wanted a little bit more. I asked her to wait and not get the second injection, but she ended up doing it anyway. After her second injection, I asked her to send me pictures, but she wouldn't. She said she wanted to surprise me in person. I went to pick her up at the airport and her lips looked really big. She told me that the swelling would go down and that they would look a little bit more normal. Up until this point, I thought she looked really good. They were plump and it was actually really nice to kiss her. A few months later, she brought up the topic again. She told me she needed to even them out on one side, so she found another clinic to go to. They injected her with a lot more than she was expecting, so her lips looked really big. When she turned to the side, she looked like a duck. I started not wanting to kiss her and she noticed. I felt really bad for not wanting to kiss her, but every time I did, I could just feel the filler. It felt fake on my lips. After a few months, she mentioned the lip filler again. I begged her not to get any more and she said she wouldn't. Around Christmas time, I had a holiday party at my office. When my coworkers and my boss saw her, they were stunned. They asked me if that was the same girl that they had met before. I was embarrassed and made up an excuse to go home. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how my girlfriend is addicted to lip filler. Now she looks ugly and I want to break up with her, but I don't know how. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. After my coworkers and boss noticed how ugly she looked, I was so embarrassed I decided to leave the party. When we got to the car, I decided to be honest with her and I told her the truth. I told her I hated how big her lips were and how they changed her face and that I was no longer attracted to her. Her reaction surprised me. She acted like she didn't care and told me that she was going to continue doing whatever she wanted to her face. Part of me had to respect the fact that she was doing what she wanted, but it couldn't be healthy to have lips that big. I asked her if we could at least compromise and if she could not get any more filler. That's when she told me that she had already scheduled another lip appointment. She told me she just wanted to change the shape of her lips to make them look more natural. I thought this was maybe going to help her look like her natural self again, but boy was I wrong. We didn't speak for about a week, so the next time I saw her, her lips were doubled the size. It was literally impossible for me not to stare at them. I felt embarrassed being seen with her. Now don't get me wrong, I didn't want to just break up with her because I did love her. I knew I needed to do something. After I saw my girlfriend, I decided to go to her house. I spoke to her parents and her sisters and they all agreed with me that we needed to have an intervention. When she finally arrived home, we showed her pictures of her before and her after. We told her that we loved her face how it was before, and her dad basically begged her not to get any more lip filler. But she took it as a joke and told us that we were overreacting, that nothing was wrong with her face and that she loved the way she looked. And she told me I could use some lip filler myself. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how my girlfriend is addicted to lip filler and now she looks ugly and I want to break up with her, but I don't know how. Disclaimer, this is not my story time and send me an Instagram. After her family and I begged her to stop, she told us we were all overreacting and that I should be the one to get lip filler because my lips were thin. I knew she was probably joking, but I was so angry that she wouldn't take us seriously. I stormed out of her house and didn't speak to her for 2 weeks. She called me every single day, but I wouldn't answer. I finally gave in because I really missed her and we saw each other. I tried to look past her Donald Duck lips, but I couldn't. It's like her whole face is being swallowed by 2 pillows. She swore to her family and I that she wouldn't get lip filler anymore. But now she says she wants to get cheek filler. And I know that this is going to lead her to wanting more and more. When I kiss her, they feel so fake and rubbery. I even have nightmares about her new face. A few months ago, I decided to break up with her. But when I talked to her, I just didn't have the heart to do it. I feel like she's going to convince me to stay with her. So I've basically been avoiding her for the past months. Anytime she wants to hang out, I just make excuses. Her sister called me and told me that my girlfriend thinks I'm cheating on her. But I told her I was no longer attracted to her with her big ass lips. Her sister told me that she understood, but that I needed to break up with her face to face. I've written a letter basically saying that I love her, but I can no longer see her the same, but I can't bring myself to giving it to her, much less saying it to her face. I'm hoping you guys can help me out and give me some advice. She wants us to go on a couples trip together, but I'm afraid I'm just gonna stare at her lips all day. I told her I couldn't go on the trip because of work, but that's not true. I feel like maybe starting to act like a bad boyfriend is gonna make her leave me, which will be easier on me. But who knows how long that will take. I've always been such a loyal boyfriend, but I can't take this anymore. I signed up to Bumble and I've been talking to other girls. I'm tempted to go on dates, but I can't bring myself to doing it. Not until I break up with her. But maybe the easier option will be to make her believe that I am cheating on her so that she can break up with me. I feel like such an asshole for saying this, but am I the asshole? Should I stay with her no matter what? Or should I leave her? What should I do?
When you go to a restaurant, the people that are like, how many? Oh, 4? Right this way. That's a host.
Yeah.
That's
the
so hosts have to sit there at the front. They have to man the phones. They have to take care of to-go orders, and they seat everyone at their tables. And it's not that easy, okay? Like, you have an entire map of all the tables on your little whiteboard in front of you, and every shift, the GM, the general manager, will come over and he will write in his expo marker, like, all the little lines separating all the sections for all the servers, and you have to do one at a time. Like, when I worked, Misty gets one, Amy gets one, like, they all...
And if you mess that order up...
wow!
When it's slow,
Yes, if someone gets double sat, like, let's say I were to double sit Susie, and Jimmy's like, why do they get 2 tables? Well, because I don't have a table big enough in your section
oh my
for that
god,
family.
They'll be like, why didn't you sit those 6 people at my 4 top?
It's like, there's not enough space.
There's not enough space.
Am I in the wrong for publicly humiliating my friend who confessed that she had feelings for my husband? For context, my husband and I are 34 and have been married for 8 years with a 3-year-old son. My friend Sarah and I have been friends since we were in uni, and she is the godmother of our son. We've never fallen out, and I've always thought of her as a sweet, down-to-earth girl until today when my husband said he needs to talk to me. He told me that he feels really uneasy around Sarah and has noticed that she subtly puts me down to him whenever they're talking without me. He then said that his suspicions were confirmed when she sent him a revealing picture of herself yesterday, confessing that she's liked him ever since the two of us got engaged. I was obviously furious and I asked him to block her, and he showed me he already has. Quickly took a screenshot of their conversation and posted it on social media, tagging all of mine and her friends and family, cautioning them to be aware of the ones that prey on married men. Anyway, Sarah's been bombing my phone with calls and texts, calling me every profanity under the sun. Most of my friends have taken my side, and my husband thinks it's amusing, but some of my friends have said this doesn't belong on social media and could even potentially ruin her life. So, am I in the wrong for this?
My associate principal just told me the most disheartening thing. This is an anonymous story. I had to report a student this past week for talking about a mass shooting and tragedy being funny and comments of that likeness. My associate principal just showed up at my door and pulled me in the hall. He mentioned every big thing that has happened this year has my name attached to it. The big things he mentioned: a student of mine 3 weeks into the school year unalived himself. I'm involved in a sense that I was one of his teachers, but what did I actually have to do with that? I had reported a coworker a few years ago for harassment. He kept his job. He had an appropriate relationship with the student this year, and my report file came up while he was being fired. Again, how is this my fault? A student confided in me that another teacher was watching and liking all of her Instagram stories, and she was super uncomfortable. Again, reported it to the proper people and moved on. Now this student, I feel like I'm just doing my job as a mandate reporter. I'm not starting drama or problems for fun. I literally feel sick every time I have to speak up about something. He told me I will learn over time to be able to separate emotion from reaction, as if there were situations I shouldn't have reported. I'm in my mid-20s female. Kids find me approachable, and I know I care about them. Something about that conversation just made me want to leave and never come back. It's just disheartening.
Scary story time about how my stalker of 5 years ended up being somebody very close to me, and they also essayed me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's sending me on Instagram. I'm now in my late 30s, married and pregnant. This all started happening when I graduated from college. My senior year of college was super traumatizing. I started receiving threatening, scary messages on Facebook. I told the dean of the school and my teachers, and they tried to help me but couldn't find the person. In the messages, they would say that if they ever saw me walking by myself, that I needed to be careful, and that they would hurt me if they ever saw me with other men. This made me become isolated. I was afraid to go anywhere but class. When my parents found out, they insisted I move back home but finish college. After I moved back home, everything calmed down. I stopped getting the messages and it was an instant relief. While I was in college, I had made several friends. They all worried about me and constantly looked after me. The boys in my friend group would walk me to and from class. Anytime I went to the library or run errands, my girlfriends would come with me. So after I moved back home, they would all come to visit me. My parents were super grateful to them for taking care of me and giving me their time. After finally graduating college, I thought the nightmare was over, but it was far from over. Around 2012, I decided to open an Instagram account. This is when the threatening messages started up again. They would leave comments under my pictures saying that they were watching me. This person was threatening to kidnap me in messages. They threatened to slash my tires, and they even threatened to hurt my parents if I ever decided to date anyone. When I showed my parents the messages, they decided to hire a private detective. After investigating for 2 months, they basically found nothing. All they could say was that the person who owned the account lived in the US. A few weeks after that, I found a note on my windshield. When I opened the note, it had really graphic drawings on it, and I on the other side there was a poem written for me. The poem talked about how beautiful I was and how beautiful I would look on my wedding day. At the end of the poem, it was signed by someone named Paul. The handwriting was really specific. I decided to give it to the personal investigator to see if he could find anything out. But again, nothing came of it. Once again, I isolated myself from the outside world. My parents would bring me home food. I was even able to get a job working from home. One day while I was home alone, I noticed an open window in the kitchen. But as I got closer, I could see a man's hand resting on the windowsill. Part 2 is up. Scary story time about how my stalker of 5 years turned out to be somebody very close to me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, send me on Instagram. When I see the open window, I try not to freak out, but that's when I spot a man's hand resting on the windowsill. It's as if he was trying to climb in. I screamed so loud and pressed the panic button on our alarm. The panic button would instantly inform my parents that I was in danger. It would also let the cops know that I was in danger. I could see the man's head by the window, so I told him that the cops were already on their way. He then slammed the window shut and ran away. When the cops came, they could see that he had cut the wire to the window so the alarm wouldn't sound. The cops tried to get fingerprints from the window but couldn't get any. I told them that I'd had a stalker and that I was sure it was them. That's when the cops told me that there was nothing they can do because this person didn't actually hurt me. After that, we installed cameras around the perimeter of the house. I started going shooting to learn how to use a weapon, and I even started training in kickboxing. Everything calmed down for the next year. I was finally able to feel normal and safe in my own home. This is when I decided to have a social life again. I started going out with friends and even went on a few dates. On one occasion, my friends and I all went to a party. Unfortunately, I got pretty wasted. It was the first time I ever felt safe at a party and was actually having fun. I passed out on a bed, and when I woke up, my shirt was open. I told one of my friends, but we couldn't be sure what had actually happened. I didn't feel any pain, but I definitely knew someone had opened my shirt. My group of friends took me home and I tried to just forget about it. But literally the following day, I get a message again on Instagram, and it's from the same exact person. Even though I had blocked them a million times, they kept making accounts to get in contact with me. But this time they told me that they had so much fun with me last night. And that's when I came to the realization. The person who opened my shirt last night was the same person sending the messages. I mean, how could they know that any of this happened? Then he sent me the scariest picture. It was me at the party, passed out on my bed. Part 3 is up. Story time about how my stalker of 5 years turned out to be somebody very close to me. It's not my story time, send me on Instagram. After they sent me the picture of me passed out on the bed with my shirt open, I realized that I must have known this person, and that they had been hiding underneath my nose the entire time. When I asked my friends if they saw anything weird at the party, they all said no, and there was no way to find out where the picture came from. After I blocked the person once again, I didn't get messages for a few months. During that time, 2 of my friends got married. They had been boyfriend and girlfriend throughout all our time in college, and they were the ones that would take care of me along with our other friends. I was one of the bridesmaids and it was actually really fun. I was able to get my mind off of things while I helped plan the wedding. I decided to bring a cute notebook and have everyone sign it that day. At the end of the day, I would give it to the bride and the groom. After the wedding, we all went to the reception. That's when I passed the notebook around and had everyone sign it and leave a note. I also gave it to the bride to sign and the groom. Before I gave it to them at the end of the night, I decided to look through the pages and see what everyone wrote. When I finally got to the last pages, I checked the groom's signature, and it looked almost exactly the same as the one from the poem all those years ago. My stomach dropped and I knew instantly that it was him. It made so much sense. He was always around during college. He knew my schedule really well because he and the other guys would walk me to and from class. He also knew the safety measures my family and I took. I felt extremely violated. I considered him one of my best friends who had my best interest. And this whole time, he was the one stalking me for years. But I had to do something before they left on their honeymoon that night. I quickly ran home and grabbed the note to compare the signatures. When I got back to the wedding, I showed the bride both the signatures. She was shocked because they were exactly the same. We both confronted him, but he denied it. My best friend got the marriage annulled. He still denies everything. Our friend group doesn't talk to him, and he even moved a state away. But since then, I haven't gotten any messages, and it's been years now. We all know it's him, but he doesn't admit it. I'm not sure how to prove that he was a stalker and possibly essayed me. What should I do?
My 30 female husband, 43 male, got me a Homer Simpson sweatshirt from Primark for my 30th birthday.
Good husband, yeah. I'm assuming you're a fan of The Simpsons. No, okay.
That's the best part. I turned 30 last Friday. All my family and friends are in a different country, and I moved here permanently after marrying my husband, so special days always feel a little bit lonely to me.
Oh.
That sucks. I also just had my first child at the end of July, so life has been chaos. I've been with my husband for 4 years, married for nearly 2. I've never been the type to make a big fuss about birthdays or holidays, but I suppose I felt like my 30th birthday was sort of a big one.
That's fair, yeah. Any of the 10s, you know,
It is a big deal. Money is tight, so I was never expecting some grandiose gift, but he literally only got me a Homer Simpson sweatshirt from Primark. It wasn't even wrapped or in a bag. He just sort of handed it to me.
Wait, not even...
Imagine.
No courtesy, just straight up like, here you go. In the bag with the receipt within it.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You know, feel less chaotic and less lonely? Homer Simpson.
Dude, I would be so confused if I've never really liked Homer Simpson and my partner was just like, here you go. And it's like, what is this even about? Oh, I forgot. It's my birthday.
Hey, Sarah, I know that, like, you know, listen, 27's a big number for you.
Yeah.
And I know you really love television. So here's a Sons of Anarchy jacket.
I've never watched in my life.
I've never fucking watched.
I heard it's good.
But who knows? I don't know. Maybe you're not going to like it, though. That's
exactly. Okay. He just sort of handed it to me. There's no significance to the shirt either. No inside joke or anything like that. We didn't do anything. There was no cake.
Wow.
Or anything special at all. I guess it just really hurt my feelings. His mom and stepdad's birthdays were both earlier the same month, and we did more, financially and otherwise, for both of them than was done for me.
I think you just found out who's a priority and who isn't.
Yeah. And it's not like I did the whole say I don't want anything while secretly hoping for something thing. I feel like, especially with my daughter having just arrived, a thoughtful gift would have been really simple this year. A printed out and framed photo of her and I or something like that. It just felt so thoughtless. It even would have been nice if he'd just suggest we go out for a picnic. I let him know it really hurt my feelings and that the whole thing felt like an afterthought. He seemed to feel bad about it, and I told him he could have a redo. It's been over a week now, though, and nothing has happened. I don't think it will. My feelings are still really hurt, and I feel resentful. How do I move past this? I feel like I have communicated my feelings about the situation several times. At this point, I don't want to keep hounding him about it, because frankly, the moment is kind of past now. Too long didn't read. I turned 30, and all my husband got me was a Homer Simpson sweatshirt.
I told my wife that my son will always come before her, and she's made me feel terrible. For context, my wife lives with my son and I, and she is a great stepmom to him. We do have some financial problems at the moment. I work full-time and she doesn't work, but she does everything around the house. She's raised these financial issues with me and I've told her that my situation isn't going to change anytime soon. I'm happy in my job and I just want to know what she wants to do about it. She has suggested that as soon as my son turns 18, we are to start charging him rent. I've completely shut down this idea and said we'll have to think of something else because there's no way I'm charging my son to live with us. This has always been in his home and he is in full-time college. This has caused many arguments between us, but she said she doesn't think this is unreasonable since I've paid for most of his college tuition. I've suggested to her that we stop eating out so much as it's costing between $50 to $100 per time, but she didn't like that idea. I've also suggested various other things that we could cut out, but she's just not having it and I won't have my son as a source of income. She's told me that I should think more of her than my son, and this made me so mad, and I told her that my son will always come before her. She hasn't spoken to me since, and now I'm worried about our relationship. Did I overstep the line?
Story time when I got essayed by my uncle and my family made me get an abortion. This is not my story. I repeat, this is not my story. It was sent to me through email. Okay, so I come from a Hispanic background. And believe it or not, I stayed in a household with at least 15 people. Growing up, I was told that I was gonna be a model because I was very beautiful. My aunties were beautiful, my mother was beautiful, my dad was very handsome, and I had very handsome cousins and uncles. Alright, so growing up, I remember having a crush on my uncles because they were very handsome. And they would always goof around with me. They would say that I would break so many hearts and I would have so many boyfriends. So I thought I had the perfect family because I had my grandparents, my dad, I was the only child, my cousins, and my uncles. I was never scared. The only time I was scared was when they shared stories about ghosts with me. I remember my aunties, my grandma, and my mother telling me not to wear shorts because there was a lot of men in the house. And now that I am older, I realized that this was a red flag. But this was not just once, it was literally every freaking day. And I heard this for years. They would tell me not to wear underwears for pajamas, not to wear mini shorts or mini skirts, and my chest to be covered at all times.
I found this completely super weird. I did not know where this came from, but at such a young age, I didn't know what they meant by that. I had this uncle that was always babysitting me, and he just loved hanging out with me. I didn't find it weird because he would play with me at all times. He would play Barbies with me, and he would place me on his lap so many times, if you know what I mean. He would always babysit me so much that my uncles even told him to go play with the guy cousins. They called his attention so many times. Till one day I remember I was playing in my uncle's lap and my other uncle walked in on us and immediately started yelling at my other uncle who would play with me so much. I started crying because I literally didn't know what was wrong. After that, my uncle, who was a couple years older than me, not so much, stopped hanging around with me. He didn't play Barbies with me no more, and every time we were near each other, my mom and my aunties would separate us. I seriously did not understand why. I remember crying because I couldn't hang out with my uncle no more. And it was so weird because we literally lived in the same house. A couple of weeks go by and they let me and my uncle play again. Looking back, I don't even know why they let him play with me. With so many red flags, go to part 2. Part 2, when I got essayed by my uncle and my family made me get an abortion. Okay, so me and my younger uncle started playing again. And ever since that moment, I don't remember sitting on his lap again. Mind you, I was 6-7 years old. All I remember was getting yelled at because I was sitting on his lap. Since I was so young, I didn't know the meaning behind it. It doesn't get any better, it actually gets worse. My mother and auntie still remind me not to wear shorts, dresses, or mini skirts. Me and my uncle started playing again, but we started playing outside our neighborhood. Since the house was crowded because there was 10 to 15 people in the house, and we lived in apartments, my uncle would take me all the way to the back of the apartments where there was only a parking lot, the laundromat, and staircases that went one floor down to an underground parking lot. My uncle would always take me to the underground parking lot, and he always wanted to play the game husband and wife. That's what he used to call it. Basically, we would just start off by holding hands and hugging each other. My uncle was very smart because he knew to make sure that it was not just me and him being seen going to the underground. He made sure that other neighborhood kids would be around too, so it wouldn't look suspicious. Whenever my other cousins try to come with us, he would tell them no, that we are just kids, to leave us alone. I don't think my other uncles knew what was going on because, like I said, the other neighborhood kids would play with us. Majority of the time, it was just me and my uncle who would end up in the underground parking lot playing husband and wife. I remember him just giving me kisses, little pecks in the mouth. I had no idea what was going on. We didn't do this very often. It was only when our parents would let us play. So growing up after this, my uncle stopped playing this game because he realized that I was getting older and I knew what it meant. Because we would watch telenovelas together, and that's when I realized what a kiss was. I honestly never told my mom or dad or my uncles what was going on. So the years go by and I'm finally 15. My family ends up throwing me a big quinceañera, which is a 15-year-old party. There was around 600 people. It was the best time of my life. I was only able to bring a few classmates. Remind you, I had a father and uncles. They were very jealous. At the very end of my quinceañera, that one specific uncle asked me to go pick up my present with him. I ended up telling my mom that I was going to go with my uncle to pick up a present that he got me at the mall. Mom said no because my uncle had been drinking a lot. And I was kind of tipsy too. Because it was a family party, they let me drink. My uncle kept insisting and insisting. It was a big lie. We did not end up going to the mall. Go to part 3. Part 3, when I got essayed by my uncle and I ended up getting an abortion. Okay, so my uncle insisted and insisted to my uncles and aunties that we were okay to go. He had 3 expensive presents at the mall waiting for me. Being completely tipsy, I rush over to the car. We're driving and we are nowhere near the mall. I noticed that my uncle has a serious face. I asked him if he was okay and he said that he was paranoid just due to the police. And that's where he confessed that he wasn't drunk at all. So me being tipsy, I closed my eyes for 3 seconds. And when I wake up, I realize that we are nowhere at the mall. We are at a park. He wakes me up and he tells me that the gifts are in the back. That basically he already picked them up for the mall, that I fell asleep. So me being completely dumb and still tipsy, I went to the back and my uncle follows me. 2 seconds, my uncle drags me into the car by my hair. He closes the door so hard that he almost broke my foot. That was the moment he completely took advantage of me. He threatened me by saying if I said anything that he was gonna murder me. We get back to the party like everything is fine. And a month later, I realized that I'm pregnant. Confessed to my uncle,
And I swear to God, a week later, he ends up leaving to another state for quote-unquote job. My aunties actually ended up finding out that it was my uncle who had taken advantage of me. Basically, went on the run. They took me to the nearby clinic to get an abortion.
Story time about how my boyfriend controls everything I do, including the way I dress and even my makeup. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's not me on Instagram. My boyfriend and I have been together on and off for a year. From the beginning of the relationship, he started controlling the way that I dressed. He didn't like me wearing any tight clothes, short skirts or crop tops, anything that showed cleavage. He didn't even like me wearing any bathing suits or bikinis to the beach. I had to cover myself with a towel the entire time. This would obviously enrage me, and we would get into really severe fights because of it. I told him I needed a break because I didn't like being controlled. Of course, he got upset and told me that we should just break up. 2 months later, he messaged me on Instagram and we started seeing each other again. But of course, this time I told him that things were going to be different. At first, he agreed that he wouldn't control the way that I dressed, but instead he started controlling things like my hair and my makeup. He didn't want me to wear any makeup, like zero. Anytime we would hang out, he would automatically tell me to take off my lipstick. He said it called too much attention to my face, and he threatened to break up with me because obviously I was wanting attention from other men. That's when I calmly explained to him that I wore makeup for myself and not for anyone else, not even for him. Then he did the unthinkable. He grabbed a handful of my makeup and threw it into the toilet. Part 2 is up. That's when he grabbed a handful of my expensive makeup and threw it into the toilet. Disclaimers in my story time. Then he basically told me that he forbade me from ever wearing makeup again. That's when he also told me that he wanted me to close down my Instagram and that there were too many men commenting on my pictures telling me how beautiful I was. He told me I needed to grow up and become more mature instead of looking for men online. I told him that he was being jealous and insecure. That's when he got really mad. He told me the only person that I should want to look good for is him. Then he went around my bedroom looking for my makeup. He was in such a rage that I was afraid he was going to do something to me. Then he found my curling and straightening iron. He started trying to break them against my desk. That's when I told him I needed him to leave and that if he didn't leave, I would call the cops. He started laughing at me and told me that no cop would take me seriously. But he did end up leaving. We didn't speak for 3 weeks until he called me apologizing. I told him that there was no way I could accept him back into my life because he was too controlling. Then he asked me out for dinner, telling me he wanted to apologize to me. At this point, I still had feelings for him, so I said yes. And guess what? We ended up getting back together. But things only got worse. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how my boyfriend controls everything I do, including the way that I dress. I made the mistake of taking him back for a second time. For the first few weeks, he was on his best behavior. We would go out to dinners and I would dress really cute and do my makeup and hair. Obviously, I could tell that it bothered him, but he was making an effort not to say anything or cause any fights. Here's when things get worse. My best friend had planned a whole party for my birthday. She even got a band and catering. I decided I wanted to buy a beautiful outfit. So my best friend and I go shopping. My boyfriend asked me if he could tag along and I had no choice but to say yes. As we were shopping, he started making little comments about dresses that I picked. He would say things like, wow, that's really short. Obviously, I didn't want to make a scene in front of my best friend, so I just ignored his comments. I finally chose a backless dress. It was so beautiful and I loved it so much. When I tried it on, my best friend complimented me, but all my boyfriend said was, you look like a slut. That's when all hell broke loose. My best friend got right up in his face and told him that he couldn't come to the party. Of course, he got right up in her face too. He started attacking her with words. He told her she was a wannabe Kardashian, but that she would never be as beautiful. This all happened in like 10 seconds. I told my boyfriend to leave and he did. I asked him not to come to my birthday party, but he did anyway. As soon as he saw me, he pulled me aside and told me to change. And he even brought me this horrible dress to put on. That's when I had security kick him out. I called his mother and told her everything. And she's furious because she loves me. How should I break up with him?
I told my sister-in-law that she can spend Christmas elsewhere if she's scared of my dog, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, my partner and I are 30 and my brother and his partner are 34. We were all supposed to be going to my parents for Christmas, but unfortunately, due to a problem with their house, everyone is now coming to mine. My brother's partner, let's call her Sarah, is really freaking out about this because she has a really big fear of dogs. Complete fairness to her, she does have trauma from her childhood with large dogs. My dog is a very large rescue dog. We've been working on training and socialising him, and so far we've seen no problems with him around people. We have told Sarah this to try and put her mind at ease, but unfortunately it's not worked. We've even said that her and my brother can just come over for Christmas dinner and we will keep the dog in another room so that she can have Christmas dinner with all of us in the kitchen and the dog will be somewhere else. She said that this won't work because she'll still know the dog is there and any howling, barking or noise coming from him will just be triggering for her. She suggested that we send him away to boarding kennels for the whole holidays so that she can stay with us. This is my dog's home, and especially being a rescue, I don't want to cause that kind of stress to him, and he shouldn't have to pay for something that's her issue. Anyway, the family is completely split on this, and we've been arguing in the group chat, and Sarah is basically saying that as her family, we should accommodate for her. I have a responsibility for my dog and not for my sister-in-law, and I'm not willing to change my point of view on this. So, am I in the wrong for this?
Story time about how my fiance cheated on me with my niece who's 18 years old. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I sent me on Instagram. My fiance and I have been together a total of 3 years. We got engaged exactly 1 year ago. When we first met, he was totally obsessed with me. He begged me to go out on dates with him, but I never said yes. We met through friends and my friends ended up giving him my address. So this man would send me gifts every single week. Started out with flowers, then he would send me champagne, then he started sending me designer bags. When I told my parents all of this, they were really impressed by his wealth. And ultimately, they convinced me to call him and thank him for the gifts. And when I did that, he begged me to go on a date with him. I was scared of being impolite, so I said yes. But looking back, I should have listened to my instinct and not gone on the date. We went on a total of 3 dates. And after that, he started talking about marriage. I told him it was way too soon and that I didn't even know if I had feelings for him. But of course, he insisted for months. My parents really pressured me into saying yes to being his girlfriend, so I did. After 6 months, I was finally starting to feel something for him. Here are a few reasons why I never really liked him. He was rude to all of the waiters and servers at restaurants. He talked bad about his mom and his friends to me all the time, and he would constantly talk down to other women. But like I said, finally, I was starting to like him a little bit. He asked me to marry him and everything was fine, up until he met my 17-year-old niece. He started buying her designer bags and cell phones. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how my fiance cheated on me with my niece. Disclaimer, it's not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. When my fiance first met my niece, he would compliment her so much about her looks. He told her in front of my entire family that she was so beautiful and womanly for being so young. This made my family and I really uncomfortable. But my niece was super flattered. And before I knew it, he was buying her gifts. He went behind my back and bought her the latest iPhone. And then he gifted it to her at our next family event. My sister, who is my niece's mom, said no. She didn't want to accept the gift, but my niece begged her. The following weekend was my niece's birthday. That day, he gave her a Gucci purse. Once again, my sister said she couldn't accept that, but my fiance insisted. That's when he told me and my sister that he always wanted a daughter like my niece, and that he was so proud of her for doing so well in school. Obviously, he was lying. After my niece's birthday, I told my fiance to stop buying her gifts. I told him that it was incredibly inappropriate and that he needed to take them back. That's when he told me that he could do whatever he wanted and he didn't need my permission to give my niece gifts. By this point, I was falling out of love with him. This is when he started inviting my niece over to our house for dinners. He would cook lavish meals for my niece and I. This is also when he started taking her to the mall for shopping trips. And the only reason I found out was because I tracked his phone. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how my fiance cheated on me with my young niece. When I tracked his phone, I saw that he was at the mall. I called him 5 times and he wouldn't answer his cell phone. Finally, I called my sister and I asked her if my niece is home. That's when she tells me my niece had left the house with her friends 4 hours ago. And that's exactly the amount of time that my fiance had been out of the house. I told my sister I was really concerned about the relationship between them and that we needed to look for them right away. By the way, how stupid is he not to realize that I could track him? My sister and I finally reached the mall, but they weren't inside. And we looked everywhere. We started looking through the parking garage and we finally found them. They were in his car full on making out. That's right, my 18-year-old niece and my 36-year-old fiance. My sister pulled my niece out of the car. My fiance jumped out of the car and started defending himself right away. That's when he said that my niece came on to him and that he was trying to stop her from kissing him. That's when my niece spills all the beans. She told us that for 2 weeks he had been taking her everywhere and buying her gifts. That he had even taken her to a hotel room for you know what. My sister called the cops, but the cops said they couldn't do anything about it because she was already 18. But her and I have a feeling that this all started before that. But my niece says no. My fiance, like the coward he is, he grabbed all of his stuff from our apartment that same night and left. And no, I haven't heard from him since. But I took all the money we had in our joint account. Over $200,000. Bye.
The payment for Caitlin's makeup had clearly come from Sandra's Venmo account. It was at this point that I realized I think this man has 2 girlfriends. Normally, I would stay out of people's personal business as much as possible, but in this case, it was involving other people's money and I felt really bad for Sandra. I asked her if the name of the guy who had DM'd me was also her boyfriend, and she said yes. And then I asked if I could follow her Instagram to make sure that she wasn't Caitlin. And she wasn't. She explained to me that her boyfriend had asked to use her phone a couple of days before that appointment, and she didn't realize that he probably logged into her Venmo account and paid for his other girlfriend to get her makeup done by me. This sounded absolutely crazy, and I felt so bad for her, I went ahead and sent her back the money. I tried to get into contact with Caitlin and the boyfriend for the next couple of days, but neither one of them returned any of my messages. I was just about to let it go, and then I saw a post from Sandra's Instagram account. Sandra posted this picture that had her, the boyfriend, Caitlin, and another guy tagged as Caitlin's boyfriend all on a trip together. Then I went to Sandra's page and went back a little bit and saw that they had been friends for a long time. I messaged Sandra telling her that I saw that she actually knows the girl whose makeup I did and could they please send me some money to pay for the service that I actually did. She blocked me right after that, and then I realized that this whole thing was a big scheme to get me to do her friend's makeup for free. I ended up finding Sandra's Facebook account and Caitlin's and the boyfriends and the other boyfriends, and I put them all in a group message asking for them to return the refund. I don't think that I was overreacting because it was so obvious that this was a huge lie and they were clearly friends. I even saw the picture of Caitlin and her boyfriend wearing the makeup that I had done for her that day on their anniversary. Sandra and the other guy weren't involved at all. So, am I the asshole for asking my client to return the refund I gave her after she lied about what was going on?
Am I the asshole for telling my dad's daughters the same thing they told me years ago? I kept trying to reach out to my father, and I never got a call back or a text. The way I found out my father was actually receiving my calls and texts is because a couple weeks went by, and on Facebook I received a message request. It was a brand new profile and it had my last name. The message said, "Stop calling my dad because he's not going to send you money. Instead, use your little hands and your feet to work. Do not call or bother my dad anymore." I was completely disappointed at my father. I wasn't too mad at the girl because she had no idea what was going on. I didn't care about the girl's message, I just saved it, and I still kept trying to call my father. My mother was still getting sick, and I ended up getting a job at Jack in the Box. I put in a lot of overtime, and I became the shift leader of Jack in the Box in my neighborhood. It was hard to get a job just because I didn't have money to get some proper pants, some clean shoes, and a couple of clean clothes. My father left behind some clothes at my mother's house, so I ended up using his shirts. He had some long sleeve white shirts and I ended up using those for work, even though I was a female. When I had my 30-minute break, I would go check up on my mother, bring her some food, and I still managed to take care of her, even though I was busy at work. Since I was putting in a lot of hours, my mom was able to go to some physical therapy classes in our neighborhood. She met her current partner, and they've now been together for 5 years. Me, on the other hand, I worked and did part-time community college, and I also did a little trade school. I got my diploma and I got a better job. 3 years later, I was in my early 20s and I had a stable job. My mom ended up marrying a new man, and throughout these years, I never got a phone call from my father. My older siblings ended up telling me that my father wasn't doing too good and he was doing other substances. I also heard that he never disciplined his younger kids. He ended up having 3 more other kids with a new lady, and I heard that those kids behaved very bad. I was really shocked by these news because my father really physically and emotionally abused us growing up. So I just thought it wasn't fair, but I didn't care anymore. My older siblings kept visiting my mom and kept telling her that my father wasn't doing too good, that he was getting robbed all the time, including in his house, that he owed a lot of people money, and that he was being looked for in the streets. A couple months go by and things never got better for my father. He's already in his 60s, and for some reason my older siblings just kept coming more frequently. One afternoon, out of the nowhere, my brother comes in with 2 girls I've never seen before. They introduced themselves to me and I recognized the name. Guess who it was? The same girl that had messaged me years ago. The girl kept begging me to go see my father, as for my mom, that he was doing bad and that he was actually on life support, and that they couldn't afford his bills. I told them that they could use their little hands and their little feet to go for a job and go provide for my father. That not 1 ounce in me cared about his health status. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for having alcohol around my pregnant wife? My wife, 29 female, is 4 months pregnant and cannot stand the smell of alcohol. Even the smallest whiff from your breath or clothes will send her spewing. I, 31 male, love whiskey in the evening time. I would drink a glass, proceed to brush and use mouthwash so my wife doesn't barf on me when she sees me. Yet she runs away from me whenever I'm even a meter away because she claims she can still smell it from a mile away.
In your blood, buddy. It's in your blood.
We haven't even kissed at night due to this, and I have tried everything to eliminate the whiskey smell. Yet, she still believes she can smell the faint whiskey, which makes her lose it completely. A couple of days ago, I changed my clothes, showered after it, and told her that I promise the smell is gone. She proceeds to hug me and quickly runs to the bathroom to vomit. She comes back to tell me that she isn't coming near me at night until this baby comes out. Proceeds to tell me that she was, quote, right, and that, quote, I am being inconsiderate to her introduction to motherhood, even though I think I am being overly considerate and trying my best to get rid of this whiskey scent that she can apparently smell from a mile away. She has proceeded to move into our guest bedroom until the foreseeable future. I told her she is overreacting and that it is quite disrespectful of her.
What an asshole.
She told me that she isn't trying to be any of those things. She just can't stand the smell of alcohol. Am I the asshole?
No, you are not. She is not. No, she's not the asshole. He is.
Yeah, so he is the asshole.
He is the asshole.
You scared me for a second.
No. I mean, I truly get it. I mean, I have been with people that they drink. I'm not a real drinker. I mean, I will occasionally have a glass of wine. I may go out to a party. I may occasionally partake in, but I don't need my nightly drinks. That's just not me. And I know that when I'm with somebody that does drink 1, 2, 3 glasses of wine, and all of a sudden I go to kiss them, and the oxygen that comes from their bloodstream back through and it's pure, and they discharge it, it is loaded with alcohol, and I hate it. I find it the biggest turnoff in the world, and if I was pregnant or had that ability, I guarantee you I would be puking up all over them.
Yeah.
So I feel for her, and I find he is very disrespectful. Absolutely a prick to not... No, I'm serious. I mean, he's got to realize this woman, the last thing she wants to do is heave. Who likes to go literally be pregnant and of all your stomach contractions to go discharge what's in your stomach because the person you're with who apparently loves you and put you in that position with a little assistance of some fun doesn't respect you enough not to even drink. Give it up, dude. It's not that important, at least for this period of time.
The one positive he gets is that he did try.
He tried what?
Because I feel like a lot of people in this situation would be like, nah, you're crazy, and not even try. He tried to cover up the smell, but the difference is here.
It's in your blood.
Yes, but when it doesn't work and she still has the same reaction, you then can compromise and stop. You try, right? At least you try. But now stop and be a team player. That doesn't make sense to you?
I don't even think he tried. I think he tried to see if it would work, but it doesn't work. Trying is giving up the fucking alcohol. This is not a trick question for me.
Am I the bad apple for yelling at my wife when she was desperate for support during her cancer treatments? My wife is currently battling cancer, and one of the things she's told me she's struggling with the most is losing her hair. She's been given near a 100% chance of survival since we caught it very early, so that's great, but chemotherapy has still destroyed her hair anyways. She ended up having to shave what was left of it off a couple weeks ago. Not long after that, she suggested we attempt to get our 17-year-old daughter, Anna, to do the same. Anna told me that no, she didn't want to cut her hair off. And yesterday, the two of them came home from a girls' shopping trip. Anna had a buzz cut. She told me that my wife said she would never forgive Anna if she didn't show her support by buzzing her head. She hated how her hair looked. While we were going to bed, I brought it up with my wife, and she said,
"Look, it was Anna's choice to or not, okay? I just told her how I'd see the situation if she didn't want to support me."
My brother-in-law keeps trying to hook up with me. Should I tell my husband? My husband is a very, very jealous man. He can't stand it when I get hit on or even stared at. The few times that I've gotten hit on in front of him, he actually started a fight with the guy. So I basically live in fear of anybody hitting on me in front of him. He's also very jealous with our friends. We have a really big group of friends and a lot of them are males. He's outright told our male friends to not touch me or ever even hug me or kiss me when they see me. By the way, a lot of these guys are already married and in relationships. So the fact that my husband does that is just ridiculous. It's obviously humiliating to me. The only person my husband is not jealous of is his own brother. And at first I thought this was a good thing. His brother offered to move in with us while we were renovating our house. My husband and him basically work all day on the house. I get to work from home, so I'm usually in my own office. A few weeks ago, my brother-in-law started coming into my office. First he would just talk to me, and then it turned into flirting. Then he started insinuating how good looking I was, how lucky my husband is. Part 2 is up. My brother-in-law keeps trying to hook up with me. Should I tell my jealous husband? That's when he started coming into my office to flirt with me. He would compliment everything about me. He would tell me that I had a great body, that I had a beautiful face. I know that he could visibly see how uncomfortable it made me, but he kept going. Of course, it never occurred to me to tell my husband because of how violent he gets when he's jealous. And he knew that, which is why he kept pushing it. One day, my husband and him went to a local bar after finishing up work at home. When they came home, my husband was completely wasted. My brother-in-law put my husband in our bed and told me that I should get him some water. I went down to the kitchen to grab my husband a bottle of water, but my brother brother-in-law followed me into the kitchen, cornered me up against the fridge, and tried to kiss me. By the way, I could smell the alcohol on him, so I knew he was drunk. Pushed him away and told him not to touch me. That's when he started apologizing. He said, "I thought you wanted it." As I started walking away, he grabbed my arm and kissed me. But the truth is, part of me liked it. Truthfully, I always found my brother-in-law very attractive. By the way, it's not like I just let him kiss me. I was trying to fight him off. When he let me go, I slapped him and I ran upstairs. Of course, I avoided him after that. A few days later, I was having dinner with my friends when my brother-in-law shows up at the restaurant and sits at a table right across from us. Proceeded to just stare at me the whole time. Finally got up to the bathroom and he followed me. That's when he grabbed me and kissed me again. Part 3 is up. My brother-in-law keeps trying to hook up with me. Should I tell my jealous husband? And I saw him at the restaurant. I got up to go to the bathroom. He followed me, grabbed me, and kissed me again. Part of me really liked it. The other part of me knew this was totally wrong. Told him to leave the restaurant and he did. When I got back home from the restaurant, my husband wasn't home. That's when my brother-in-law confesses that he thinks my husband is having an affair. And that's why he thinks that he and I should just do whatever we want because my husband is already cheating on me. Now here's the thing. I have caught my husband cheating on me twice in the past. He told me that he'd never do it again and I believed him. So we began kissing. But I came to my senses when I realized what this could mean. Now I just want to say, what I feel for my brother-in-law is passion, but what I feel for my husband is love and passion. My husband has always fulfilled me in every single possible way, and I'm not about to leave my husband or ruin what we have for his brother. But this has now been happening for months. Brother-in-law continues to get me alone and kiss me. To be honest, it's kind of fun. Part of me has come to accept that my husband might be cheating on me. I haven't found concrete proof, but I feel like I will soon. But part of me doesn't care. I'm super attracted to my husband, but I'm also attracted to his brother. But I love my husband. I don't know what to do. Help me.
Am I the asshole for asking my client to give back her refund? A couple of months ago, I got a message from a man on Instagram. He said he wanted to set up an appointment for his girlfriend to get her makeup done. He had a surprise date planned for her coming up and he was going to Venmo me beforehand so that it was all paid and taken care of when she got there. I said of course, we set up the appointment and next week his girlfriend showed up at my place to get her makeup done. He had already paid me just like he said he would. When she got there, she introduced herself as Caitlin. We sat down, did her makeup, and I got her all fixed up to go, and then she left. Flash forward a couple of days, I get a DM from a woman named Sandra. Sandra sends me a screenshot of her Venmo account where it says she had paid me $55 for a service on the same day I did Caitlin's makeup. Comments of the payment literally said anniversary makeup. She told me that she did not get her makeup done by me, nor did she even know who I was, and that her anniversary with her boyfriend wasn't for another 2 months. But it obviously showed that the payment came from her account. Go to part 2. The payment for Caitlin's makeup had clearly come from Sandra's Venmo account. It was at this point that I realized I think this man has 2 girlfriends. Normally, I would stay out of people's personal business as much as possible, but in this case, it was involving other people's money and I felt really bad for Sandra. I asked her if the name of the guy who had DM'd me was also her boyfriend, and she said yes. And then I asked if I could follow her Instagram to make sure that she wasn't Caitlin. And she wasn't. She explained to me that her boyfriend had asked to use her phone a couple of days before that appointment, and she didn't realize that he probably logged into her Venmo account and paid for his other girlfriend to get her makeup done by me. This sounded absolutely crazy, and I felt so bad for her, I went ahead and sent her back the money. I tried to get into contact with Caitlin and the boyfriend for the next couple of days, but neither one of them returned any of my messages. I was just about to let it go, and then I saw a post from Sandra's Instagram account. Sandra posted this picture that had her, the boyfriend, Caitlin, and another guy tagged as Caitlin's boyfriend all on a trip together. Then I went to Sandra's page and went back a little bit and saw that they had been friends for a long time. I messaged Sandra telling her that I saw that she actually knows the girl whose makeup I did and could they please send me some money to pay for the service that I actually did. She blocked me right after that, and then I realized that this whole thing was a big scheme to get me to do her friend's makeup for free. I ended up finding Sandra's Facebook account and Caitlin's and the boyfriend's and the other boyfriend's, and I put them all in a group message asking for them to return the refund. I don't think that I was overreacting because it was so obvious that this was a huge lie and they were clearly friends. I even saw the picture of Caitlin and her boyfriend wearing the makeup that I had done for her that day on their anniversary. Sandra and the other guy weren't involved at all. So, am I the asshole for asking my client to return the refund I gave her after she lied about what was going on?
The amount of times that I hear, oh, you don't know, like random life fact, you're a teacher. Just because I was a teacher doesn't mean, first of all, that I know everything in the world.
Yeah.
But just because I taught for 4 or 5 years doesn't mean that I'm an expert in teaching.
Yeah.
Like, that would be so disrespectful to, like, veteran teachers to say, like, oh, yeah, I know everything there is to know. You're far. Like, I wasn't even in for a full cycle of my license.
My husband would choose his girl best friend over me any day. I, 29 female, got married a year ago yesterday. My husband and I have been together for 5 years in total. My husband has been best friends with Sasha, 30 female, since they were in diapers. I knew that I never really had a problem with their friendship until my husband and I officially started dating. Sasha would always try and get between us, and every single date we went on, she was there coincidentally, which was relatively annoying because my husband would let her stay with us on all of those dates. Now, yesterday was my wedding anniversary, and my husband forgot since he had a road trip with Sasha. I didn't know about this trip until he said he was leaving. I didn't bother telling him it was our anniversary since he didn't remember, and he would probably still spend the day with Sasha, even if he did know. I didn't bother telling him bye. I just walked out and decided I was going to go shopping and do something for myself. I did that, but then his mother called me during the day wishing me a happy anniversary and asked where my husband was because he wasn't answering his phone. I told her the truth about his whereabouts, and he didn't remember our anniversary. She was shocked and told me that she didn't think Sasha and my husband still had feelings for each other. I asked, what did she mean? She said that they did date in high school, but my husband told me that he never did like Sasha romantically. Everything started becoming more clear now. Maybe he did remember our anniversary, but chose not to say anything because he loved Sasha. If he loved her, he could have told me before we got married. I would have been hurt, but I understand feelings, and I know you can't control them. I don't know how to comprehend anything right now. I'm numb, and I don't get it. All I know is that my husband doesn't even love me.
I personally wouldn't be in that marriage.
I'd be done.
Yeah.
You don't remember our first anniversary?
That's enough for me.
I'm surprised. And, everyone has their own relationships, but it really sounds like Sasha has been the third wheel from the beginning. Like, she would coincidentally show up on every date. I wouldn't have gotten past the dating stage.
I agree.
I don't want to have to compete with someone for my partner.
Yeah.
Call me old-fashioned.
I think that's enough for me. Like, on your anniversary, not only he forgot, but he's spending his anniversary with not you.
Why aren't they dating? And I get like having close friends of the opposite sex or just different, friends. But if you're spending a lot of time with your friend and you're willing to throw important dates with your partner out the window, why aren't you just with your friend?
Storytime about how my boyfriend pretended to be in love with me to get close to my mom. My boyfriend and I had been dating for 2 months. It started with anonymous emails. He started sending me love letters, I guess. Me being a love-deprived teenager, I fell into it. Started writing back to him asking who he was, and he told me he was my secret admirer. To be honest with you guys, this was totally thrilling to me. It was the first time ever I was getting attention from a guy. Whenever I had a crush on a guy, they would never ever talk to me. Like, they wouldn't even know I existed. Mostly because I'm super shy and I never talk to guys. But I'm also just not very confident and I have very low self-esteem. Clearly, he took advantage of that. After a month of us writing to each other, I finally asked him if he wanted to meet with me. Keep in mind, he did not ask to meet me. I'm the idiot that asked him to meet me. I asked him to meet me out in a mall because obviously I thought it was safer to meet in a public place. When we first met, he was totally charming and really cute. He gave me my first kiss and I was totally in love with him. Like, literally, right then and there, I was in love. And he even asked me to be his girlfriend that very same day. And of course, I said yes. But here's the thing. He asked me to keep the relationship a secret from my parents. I asked him why and he said that they probably wouldn't like that he was a little bit older than me. I was 17 and he was 22. So I had a secret relationship now. Part 2 is up. Storytime about how my boyfriend used me to get close to my mom. After he told me not to tell my parents about our relationship, I got really upset. I told him I didn't feel comfortable with that. But of course, he managed to convince me. So I had a boyfriend at 17 and he was 22. And it was a secret. A few weeks after our relationship, he started sneaking into my house. He would come up to my bedroom and we would only kiss. But here's where it gets scary. One time my parents were out and he wanted to go into my parents' bedroom. And when we did, he went straight to my mom's underwear drawer. He even started looking through her closet. And he opened up all of her drawers and looked through everything. I kept telling him we needed to get out of my parents' room in case if they came home, but he wouldn't. And he went into my parents' bathroom and started looking through everything. And when he thought I wasn't looking, he sprayed some of my mom's perfume on him. At the time, I thought he was just playing around. A few days later, my mom started asking me if I had seen some of her underwear. I told her I didn't, but I knew what had happened. My boyfriend stole 2 pairs of my mom's underwear. I was so scared and disgusted. I asked him to come over to my house again, and he did. He snuck up through my window, and as soon as he did, I asked him about my mom's underwear. That's when he got really angry at me and started telling me that I was crazy. He even called me a pervert. Part 3 is up. Storytime about how my boyfriend used me to get close to my mom. After my mom told me that her underwear had disappeared, I confronted my boyfriend. I knew that he had stolen them. But when I confronted him, he denied it and called me a pervert. Finally, a few days later, my parents came to me and told me that my mom had a stalker and that he must have been the one that stole my mom's underwear. That's when I confessed everything to them. I told them I'd had a secret boyfriend who was a little bit older than me and that he came into our house and that I let him go into my parents' bedroom and search my mom's closet and bathroom. My mom started to cry and my dad was really angry. They called the cops right away. Come to find out that my boyfriend had been stalking my mom for 6 months. He apparently met her at the gym and he couldn't get over her, and that he started talking to me because he wanted to get close to her. My mom finally got a restraining order, and he told the police that I was an easy target, and that he only started talking to me because he wanted to get into our house. But get this, he had snuck into our house several times before, when I was home by myself. He even took a nap in my parents' bed. He had stolen over 40 things from my mom, and he had a shrine of her in his house. I'm totally traumatized and will never trust a man again. What should I do?
I've refused to change my wedding for my sister's unexpected trip, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, my fiance and I have been planning our wedding for over a year and it's set for next month. I need some outside perspective for this because I'm really not sure if I'm being unreasonable or whether my sister is. My fiance and I have put in a lot of effort and time and money for this wedding, and we can't wait for it to happen. Like, it's getting so close now. I've always been extremely close to my sister, and obviously she's going to be a bridesmaid and at the wedding, but she has just won an all expenses paid trip of a lifetime. This is obviously a massive opportunity for her, but unfortunately the dates clash with the wedding and there's no ability for her to change these dates. She's asked if I would postpone the wedding because she really doesn't want to miss out on either events, but I have just flat out said no. I literally cannot change the date because we have non-refundable bookings and also have guests travelling from afar who have already paid for travel and expenses. My sister's really upset about this and saying that I'm not being flexible or taking into consideration how she's feeling. What's worse is that my parents also say that I should be accommodating her as family is the most important thing. Fiance and friends, however, are of the view that we should just continue with the wedding, and to be honest, I agree with them. I'm really torn because I want her at my wedding, but at this point it seems almost impossible to make the changes. Am I in the wrong for this?
Am I the asshole for waiting so long to tell my husband's mistress that we have an STD? My husband and I have been together for 13 years and married for 9 years. Since we've been together, my life has been a roller coaster of regrets and heartaches. My husband has had multiple emotional and physical affairs with women who were all aware that we were married. This last affair has been going on for at least 2 years with the woman whom he claims is his best friend. I've seen numerous of conversations between them that were either sexually suggested or heated conversations about his inability to be with her. Every time I confronted my husband with the evidence, he would attempt to gaslight me and claim that he either never seen the message, was unaware why she would write the message, or sent the message as a typo. About 6 months ago, I saw my gynecologist and requested a full STD screening. Everything came out good, but later my blood results arrived showing that I'm HIV negative, but HSV1 and 2 positive. Oddly enough, the last time I did a full STD panel was the same results, came back negative, which means my husband contracted it within the last 9 years. This was a very difficult thing for me to deal with. I shut down and fell deep into a depression. Once I told him, he showed great remorse, but it was just too hard to forgive him in that moment. We are physically separated, but we have agreed to try to work on our marriage. I know a lot of people will consider me dumb for staying, but what options do I have now? I'm not the type of person that would put myself out there in the dating world knowing I carry this virus. Currently, I am considering divorcing him and just living the rest of my life happy and alone. But I fear being lonely, and I blame myself for staying when I could have left years ago. Back to his affair, we get into a very heated argument about her. He's on his normal plow to try to make me feel crazy. While I'm sitting there, she calls him and I answer. She's surprised, but she doesn't hang up, so I started questioning her about the messages I've previously seen. And guess what she does? She started gaslighting me too, telling me that they play like this as friends, and that she didn't know why certain conversations between them were so heated. Then she called me insecure because I didn't believe her, and it ended there. Well, after that, of course, my husband and I argued more. He thought his actions were justified because his mistress backed him up, but I didn't fold. Later that night, after everything settled, I called her and she answered. I told her that if they were having an affair, I hope he at least is honest with her about his status, and that she should get tested, and I hanged up. She texted me asking why I waited so long to tell her. And I replied, if y'all are not having an affair, it was none of your business. But if you were, it is his responsibility to tell you. She is now on a raging rampage. and taking her frustrations out on me and accusing me of being irresponsible and a part of his recklessness. Am I the asshole for not letting her know sooner?
Am I the asshole for telling my husband his job as a stay-at-home dad is only easy because I help out? Let's see where this is gonna go. I am writing this from the guest bedroom because my husband and I had a fight. So the thing is, my husband is a stay-at-home dad. 3 years ago, he wanted to quit his job and take care of the house and children, 6 female and 2 male. I worked a decent job and earned most of the money. My husband takes pride in being a stay-at-home dad. He always brags about how it is the easiest job in the world and women are just complaining for no reason. This irks my soul because not all kids are the same. Just because you are blessed with easy kids doesn't mean everybody else has easy kids. But the truth is, I help him with the chores as much as I can. In the morning, I wake up and fix the breakfast for them. My husband gets our daughter ready for school. I also do meal preps for lunch. All he has to do is assemble them and cook it. I pack mine and my daughter's lunch. When I'm at work, he does the cleaning and spends time with our son or does his thing. Later, when I come home, I cook the dinner, give my son a bath, help my daughter with her schoolwork, or I play with them for some time until he goes to bed. What? We're gonna keep going. Besides that, whenever we do laundry, I fold the clothes that he washes and put them away. And during deep cleaning of our house, we split the tasks 50-50. I also handle all of the doctor's appointments. I don't understand. Like, I see why he finds it so easy. He gets a lot of help from his wife. That is why it's so easy. I mean, low-key, I kind of wish my husband would just put away the clothes because I feel like I can wash them, I can fold them. It just takes like 10 to 14 business days for me to get the energy to put away the clothes. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys don't understand. I just hate putting away clothes. But damn, this guy is getting so much help from his wife and he's not giving her any credit, and that's what I'm not liking. This system really works well, but I hate that he thinks my contribution is not enough. I would hate that too. Honestly, that would irk my soul. That he does all the chores and I do not lift a finger. Moreover, he has a blog and TikTok where he films his days. He also makes posts about how easy it is to be a stay-at-home dad, and women just complain and are full of it. Your husband's an asshole, like right away. It is the easiest job in the world. I'm glad he likes it, but I hate he thinks he's superior to everyone and invalidating their experience. That's not okay. I grew up in a house where my dad didn't even lift a finger and my mom did literally everything around the house. He was the fun dad doing the bare minimum. So I do not want that to happen to my husband. Also, it is my house too. I believe if both parents do chores, the stress becomes less. Also, I know many of my friends who struggle with doing chores as a stay-at-home mom. I also know women who work and still do the majority of chores, and his comment makes me irritated. It would irritate my whole soul too. I just think he's like a shitty person for doing that and then trying to take all of the credit. Like, that's what I'm not liking. So yesterday my friend Ashley came to visit, and she is a mother of 2. Her son probably has ADHD and is very much active. She has trouble handling her son and getting no help from her husband. I hate dads who don't help. Like, we didn't create these kids ourselves. Even if you are a stay-at-home mom, you still need help because a stay-at-home mom's job doesn't end. Her son breaks a cup in our house. Ashley was saying sorry. My husband cleaned it up and she was complaining how exhausted she is. My husband scoffed and told her, "You must be doing this parenting thing wrong because I'm a stay-at-home parent too, but I've never had a problem." My whole soul. You must be doing the parenting thing wrong because I'm a stay-at-home parent too, and I've never had this problem. My wife barely does anything around the house, and it's so easy. Maybe I should give you a lesson or two. If I were the wife, I'd quit doing everything. I would quit waking up in the morning. I would literally quit doing everything so that he can see how much you really do. I can see Ashley was upset. I understand why. Later that day, I told him what he said to Ashley was very rude. No, I would have said something to my husband in front of my friend. She's probably going to take that to heart. You don't know. If her husband's not helping out, then he's probably one of those that, oh, you don't complain. And now she's hearing that somebody else has it easier, and she's going to take that even harder. Like, what am I doing wrong? When parenting is different for everybody. I pointed out that he doesn't do all of the chores. I help him with at least 40%. That's why he thinks it's easy. He again argued that those chores are not significant compared to what he does. I told him he is being mean to everyone. We got lucky that our kids are easy and not active. Exactly. Not everybody gets easy kids. Most of the kids are hard to handle. He again scoffed and said, "How hard can it be?" We argued about this and he told me I'm being ungrateful because no man would ever sacrifice like he did. I'm upset and gave him some space. Edit. I just want to point out that I have no issues with him being a stay-at-home dad. I just don't like his attitude towards it and the way he thinks that it's the easiest job in the world. Because to me and most people, it is still a job that has no vacation days. He argued that your chores are not significant compared to what he does. What is he really doing? Realistically, he's driving a kid to school, he's picking them up. Like, what is he really doing that's contributing? I don't know. It really irked me that he said that to her friend because she might have been having like such a bad day, and for you to tell her she's doing it wrong, like live a day in her life and then tell her that she's doing it wrong. Okay, so I saw someone comment that there was an update, so I had to like run and go check, and there is one. So I ran and come back and film one. So let's get into it. Update. Am I the asshole for telling my husband his job as a stay-at-home dad is only easy because I help out? Okay, I took everyone's advice and stopped working my part of the chores. I did tell him beforehand, since he thinks my contribution to the household work is nothing, then I'll stop doing everything altogether. I told him since he thinks being a stay-at-home dad is easy, then he should have the full experience of it. My friend's husband doesn't lift a finger around the house, so I wouldn't too. He was obviously upset. He wanted to argue I cannot do this to him. He even tried to pull the incompetence card. I told him I am not going to do my portion of the job at home. I also gave the typical excuse, I work all day at my office, so we can survive on one income. It is selfish for him to expect me to do housework. That is what I did. I didn't do any housework. I didn't wake up in the morning and make breakfast. My husband had to do it. It wasn't hard for him, but I can see he was moody. I asked him to prepare my lunch because that is also my job. He refused at first, but then I told him he said he will do the household chores too. That includes my lunch as well. He only packed me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I didn't do meal prep for lunch. It was his to figure out. At night, when I would come home, I didn't make dinner. I asked him to do it. He was shocked, but did it anyways. I didn't give my son a bath. He is fussy, which pissed my husband off. I only helped my daughter with her homework. I didn't help him with the laundry. The first few days he didn't say a word, but after a week it was showing that he was getting more exhausted. He was getting more and more angry at small stuff, and usually cleaning would cool him off. But whenever he sees a mess, he throws a tantrum. In the weekend, I went to my mother's house to relax. That weekend, we were supposed to clean our bathrooms. He did it all by himself. As the days progressed, I could see him being really angry at me. Even I admit it had affected our intimacy a lot. At last 2 weeks, he told me, basically yelled, that I proved my point. Things are back to normal, but I can still see he is very distant with me. Last night I asked him to talk to me. He said he knew what game I was playing, but he did not appreciate me treating him like garbage and not considering his feelings. I told him in his words that being a stay-at-home dad is easy. I just gave him the full experience of it. He kept denying that I should have been more supportive. All of these weeks, he felt like nobody and so underappreciated, he felt invisible. He started to hate me for not giving a fuck and dumping everything on him. He is still not talking to me. We booked a couples therapy session next week. Let's see if our relationship sustains or not. Good. He got what he deserved. He got what he deserved. And now he sees being a stay-at-home parent is not as easy as it looks. And that's what he fucking gets.
Am I the arsehole for refusing to tell my husband the gender of our baby because he skipped the doctor's appointment? Story time. Me and my husband Steve are expecting our first baby and we are so excited. Everything's going really well with me, but the only problem is that Steve refuses to come to our doctor's appointments. His excuses aren't even valid. He'll miss an appointment because his favourite football team are playing that day, or that he's going for drinks with friends. And my favourite one, the fact he had a board game to go and play. And his reasoning is that he's not the one carrying the baby, so he doesn't need to be at the appointment. But last week was the final straw for me. It was the appointment where we were finding out the gender, and I was so excited. But last minute, I get a text from Steve telling me that he can't attend because he's got a fish and chips meal with his best friend. Fish and chips. I was pretty livid about this, as you can tell, but I didn't make a fuss. I just took my mum with me instead, and the whole moment was just magical. He texted me just after the appointment and asked what the gender was, and I was like, babe, I'm not telling you. If you wanted to know that bad, you should have been here. He then started blowing up my phone, calling me, and he was like, what, so I'm just not going to find out the baby till the day that it's born? And I was like, yeah, If you wanted to know that bad, babe, you should have come to the appointment. I was prepared to die on this hill. He then called me immature and spiteful for punishing him this way. He said, I am the father. I deserve to know. I said, I am the mother of your baby. I deserve to have your support. He then told me I was dramatic because I wasn't on my own at the appointment. Obviously, my mum was with me. He's obviously really upset and has told his family all about it. And now they are pressuring me to tell him. So Steve decided he was going to take measures into his own hands, or should I say his mum's hands. Apparently he rang up the hospital and demanded to know the gender of the baby. They wouldn't tell him because it wasn't actually him that made the call, it was his mum.
I think I met my long-lost sister. Growing up, I was told by my adoptive parents that I was adopted at 10 months old. They're always open about it. They framed up a picture of me and my parents and placed it in my room so I would always remember them. They even tracked down their grave and take me there once every 2 years. We'll have a little picnic and they will ask me to share my achievements with my biological parents. They didn't change my last name to theirs and allowed me to decide whether I want to change it, which I did in my teens. I am now 27, a nurse, and I live on my own with my cat, just a few hours away from my adoptive parents. I have a neighbor, let's call her Anna. She's a marine biologist, married, and has 3 kids. We often chat when we bump into each other in the hallway, or her kids will come over to my place to play with my cat. 4 days ago, I got a knock on my door and it was Anna. Turns out her nanny went MIA on her at the last minute and it was already late for a close friend's wedding and was wondering if I can watch the kids for a couple of hours while they're gone. She asked me if I can watch them at her apartment instead since her youngest is sleeping. I grabbed my stuff and went over next door. We played dolls, played pretend, and ordered food and watched a movie after that. So I told the kids to keep their toys before the food arrived, and while we were at it, I saw something that made my heart drop. I saw a picture of my parents. They looked so much younger and it was a different picture from what I had. I asked Anna's kids if they knew who these people were. They told me that they had no idea who it was. My curiosity grew more and more. I texted my adoptive parents if they knew if I had any siblings. They told me that they were not too certain, but in the adoption profile, it stated that I'm alone and without any siblings. A few hours later, Anna got home. I was inquisitive to know and I couldn't wait any longer. I asked Anna who this young couple was. Anna told me it was her parents and they died when she was 6. She was then raised by her aunt. I was shocked. I feel like throwing up. This can't be real. I have a sister. I went home and did some social engineering. I went on Facebook and Instagram to see what I could find. I found the profile of an old lady I believe is the one that raised Anna. I see that she refers to Anna as her daughter, and I was looking at pictures and I found a rather similar picture to what my adoptive parents gave me, just without me in it. I called my adoptive parents, crying, telling them what I found. They drove for hours to come to me when I showed them, and the 3 of us cried together. They told me that I should let her know. I don't know if I should because it seems like she doesn't know that I exist.
Wait! That's it? There's no more? We don't know if she tells her?
I went digging to find an update for this because there's no way we can end up on this without knowing if she told her sister that that's her sister. And we found one. I gathered myself and yes, I spoke to Anna. I invited her to my apartment away from her kids so the both of us can sit down and talk about it. I showed her the picture that I have. She's as confused as I am. I told her that we might be sisters. I could see the tears building up at the edge of her eyes. She told me she wants to be excused. She left my apartment and I thought that was it. For a while, there's so much of what ifs. What if she's my cousin? What if the baby in the photo is not me? What if there was a mix-up at the adoption home? A few minutes later, she knocked on my apartment door. She brought her laptop, a photo of her parents, and her phone. We compared our pictures, and yes, they're the same person. I showed my birth certificate and how I changed my last name during my teens, as well as my adoption papers. I told her that I have a birthmark on the left side of my butt cheek, and yes, she remembered. We looked at each other and we started sobbing. She came to hug me and told me that at times she couldn't believe that I'm gone because she loves me so much. She told me how she thought I was dead and that broke her. She video called her aunt, the one that raised her. Let's call her Lucy. When Anna introduced me to Aunt Lucy, she looked horrified. She even asked if Anna got mixed up because she was pretty sure I was dead. We showed her my birth certificate and all the adoption documents, and once she saw there was evidence, she started crying and kept on apologizing. Aunt Lucy was hesitating at first, but we told her how we deserved to know the truth. Here goes the side of the story I never knew. Firstly, my parents died in 2 separate accidents. My mom and I met with an accident first. I was fine, but my mom suffered multiple injuries, and when my father got to know, he rushed to the hospital to meet my mom, but he lost control of the car and crashed onto the road divider. Both died at the same hospital, just minutes apart. What the fudge? She was then told that I died too. My sister got sick shortly after my parents' death and couldn't attend my funeral. My dad was a marine biologist, just like Anna, and my mom was a general surgeon. We have an uncle, let's call him John. So apparently, Aunt Lucy and Uncle John needed money. Aunt Lucy had lots of kids, hence she couldn't afford to raise both of us, while Uncle John and his wife were into traveling and could use some money for their adventures. I have no idea, but somehow they managed to get whatever our parents have left us and split it into two. I was given to Uncle John, but he must have placed me at an adoption home and then fled the country. All the while, Aunt Lucy knew about me and how I was placed at an adoption home, but she chooses to keep quiet. A few years later, I was sent to the adoption home. Uncle John and his wife came back to the nursing to get me, but they learned that I was already adopted. It's sad to learn his motives were to receive government reimbursement while I was under their foster care. I felt extremely lucky to be adopted by a family who loved, cared for, and raised me like their own. My adoptive parents were a mature couple when they adopted me. They tried to conceive for so many years, but it failed, and so it resulted in me being adopted, and they told me it was the best decision they'd ever made. Anna is not speaking to Aunt Lucy now, and she told me how she felt betrayed and deceived all these years while denying a sibling love just for her own personal gain. She's even looking into taking legal action against both of them. Me and Anna embraced for a long time. There's a lot to catch up, and I'm excited that I'm an aunt to 3 beautiful kids. The feeling is foreign, but the feeling of being loved by a sibling is beyond words. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Uncle John, what a piece of shit. I cannot believe this sounds like something that comes from like a Hallmark movie. This cannot. How does this happen? Like the greed that money does to people. They separated 2 sisters. Like, I can't imagine not having my sister. Like, that's crazy. And she was deprived of that for her whole life. Imagine, like, at least the younger sister, she was thankfully was able to be placed in a good home and had a good life. But the older sister was always thinking about her. Like, oh, destiny. What are the chances that they would have been neighbors?
Am I the asshole for not wanting to share my daughter's birthday? No, I don't share my kids' birthdays either. So I really don't think I'm the asshole here. Good, because you're probably not. My 29 female sister, 28 female, lately has been taking it upon herself to organize family dinners for quality time. She's newly married, so I don't know if it's nesting thing or what. Saturday is my daughter's birthday, and I organized a party for her. She's turning 4, and I invited everyone. My sister decided to organize a dinner right after the party for Mother's Day, so she doesn't have to, in her own words, drive all that way twice. She lives 30 minutes away. That's not a far drive. Anyways, she made the reservations. She told us. I said, no, sorry. That's my daughter's birthday, and even if her party is over at that time, we're going home and my daughter is going to enjoy her entire birthday. She's 4, so I'm sure she will want to go home and open all of her new toys. And they don't need me there if they want to do their Mother's Day time with our mom that same day. I can see our mom on actual Mother's Day. For some background, they do this a lot. My sister's son, 8 gets the whole family at his soccer games, but no one comes to my daughter's gymnastics. I made big plans for Easter, which included inviting them to an Easter fair specifically for kids with sensory issues. My daughter is autistic. They showed up late, missed the entire hunt, and left after only a few minutes because everyone made plans for the zoo last minute. And then they guilted me for not wanting to go. They treat my daughter like little and autistic means she's incapable of getting her feelings hurt, or that she's not able to see when they're doing this. She has babysat for me literally a handful of times, and her son was little when I watched him constantly while she was out. My in-laws family knew him better than her in-laws because I was always forced to either bring him with me or cancel plans. She left me with him after I said no at my own bridal shower because she had a date with her now husband. This is giving me, she's the favorite. Anyway, it turned into a huge argument with my family. My sister left the family group chat. I got called selfish by literally everyone. It is not selfish. They are being selfish for wanting you to force your child to share her day. It is not okay. And I am so glad you're advocating for your daughter. Apparently my sister was making some kind of announcement at this dinner and her husband was busy on actual Mother's Day. So she's mad because she doesn't get to steal the spotlight from your daughter's day. The entitlement, the everything. She's such a bitch. I said, I don't care. Pick a day that's not my kid's birthday. I'm busy the whole day, not just the length of the party. No one is speaking to me now, and likely no one is coming to my daughter's birthday at all. Oh my god, that makes me so sad. I hate when adults fight and they bring kids into it because it's not the kids' fault.
My half-sister tried to show up to my engagement party in a wedding dress. Story time. Me and my half-sister Amy have never been close, and we're both 24. My dad left my mum for Amy's mum just after I was born, and not only does Amy not like me, her mum's not my biggest fan either. Me and my fiancé Steve got engaged last month, and our engagement party is on Saturday. We didn't want anything too crazy for the dress code, so we just said like nice, casual, but formal. So one day when I was at work, my cousin messaged me and she was like, girl, I have got something to show you. And it was the outfit that Amy was planning on wearing to my party. Just some context, this is what she was planning on wearing. It was basically a wedding dress. And as you can imagine, this made me so mad. And I was like, fuck this, I'm changing the plan of the party. I was changing the dress code from casual formal to fancy dress. And my mum's side of the family is crazy for Halloween, so they were buzzing. I texted my dad and told him to relay the message on to Amy and her mum. And I knew full well he'd forget to do that and he'd tell them last minute. So Saturday rolls around and guests start arriving. And the majority of people were in costumes and it looked great. For those of them that it was too last minute, I'd already arranged for some spare costumes. It was basically just like fun hats and little wigs. I just entered my Rare Beauty on my clip. And I'm just waiting for the moment that my stepfamily are going to arrive. And they walk in an hour late. As soon as Amy walked in, she lost it. She realised everyone was wearing these big, elaborate costumes and that she wasn't going to stand out anymore in a stupid freaking wedding dress. And shocker, Amy ran out crying. My dad and stepmom, wicked witch, told me that I was being so childish and I'd really outdone myself this time. And for those wondering about costumes, I was Barbie and Steve was Ken and my mum and aunt were all ABBA.
Am I the asshole for exposing my sister's husband for who he truly is? My sister, 29 female, got married last year to Larry, 51 male. She recently gave birth to their first child, and he has 2 daughters from his previous relationships. My sister has been fully responsible for taking care of the kids, the cooking, cleaning, everything. Our parents dropped full contact with her because of the relationship. When they first started dating, I thought Larry was a really nice person and he would take good care of my sister. My sister and I, 28 male, recently got together for dinner and she told me that Larry was different from when they first got together. She can't get a job because of the kids and the chores, she lost all of her friends due to the relationship, and our parents cut her off. I feel terrible and offered to let her stay with me. She invited me over to dinner to meet their son, and Larry was not happy to have me there. During dinner, my sister was serving the kids, and they were complaining about the food. Larry looked at my sister and told her to cook them something different. I looked at Larry and said, hey, you do have the capability of cooking your kids something. Larry looks at me and asks if I have something to say. I nod and start yelling at him for everything that he has put my sister through. I stopped when I noticed the kids started crying. Larry gets up from the table and leaves from the house. I stayed at the house to help my sister and offered to let her stay with me. I left in the morning and Larry texted me that I was out of line for what I said and he wants an apology. Am I the asshole for exposing my sister's husband for who he truly is?
Am I the asshole for shutting the door in my sister's face after she gave her daughter the same name as my stillborn daughter? No, I probably would have done the same thing. No. 4 years ago, I, 30 female, lost my daughter Rosie to a stillbirth. It was a huge shock because I went into labor thinking we were going to have a healthy little girl, but at the end, she never even took a breath. My husband and I were reeling from the shock. Nobody was sure why it happened. We'd announced to people that I had gone to give birth and then had to notify the people that she was gone. I don't remember much from the weeks that followed. I got so depressed I spent some time in the hospital after my husband grew so concerned about me. Last year I gave birth to our son, and his arrival was a real turning point for me. I have done all the therapy and healed all I could, but having my son helped me in a way nothing else could. My family were always aware of this. Everyone knew Rosie's name. We'd announce her name at my baby shower and it was engraved on her urn. My sister announced her pregnancy in February and I was so excited for her. When she said she was having a girl, she seemed to take that I might struggle hearing that, but I was honestly so happy for her. She never mentioned the name. I never asked. I've always believed something like that is up to the parents to reveal in their own time. My niece was born 3 weeks ago. My sister posted the announcement of her arrival with her name, Rosemary. Rosie. In her post, she declared that baby Rosie would go by Rosie, but they had given her a substantial name because they cared about their daughter's future and how they did not want to stick her with a juvenile nickname as her given name. I read through the whole post in so much shock I had to read it 2 more times, and I needed to get my husband to read it to see if he read it the same way I did. The post read as being so condescending towards my husband and I, the way she dissed the name Rosie as a full name while also using it, and never even gave me a heads up about it. The post received so much backlash that my sister took it down. Our brother told her that she was a fucking bitch and to get rid of the post before my husband or I saw it. That is disgusting. She's jealous of you. And that is literally all I can say, because in her head, she feels she's won something, and that is absolutely disgusting. She is spitting at your trauma. If I was in your place, I can never see myself going back. At all. I don't think I could ever, in any point in the future, see myself having a relationship with her. I feel like, to me, our relationship would be dead at that point. I did not acknowledge any of this was happening. I did not reach out to my sister, and I did not reply to texts from her. But I did talk to our brother, and I told him I had seen the post, and so had my husband. That we had read it several times between us before it was removed. My sister came by the house on Wednesday. She did not call or text ahead of time. She just showed up and wanted to talk. I told her I had nothing to say to her and shut the door in her face. She rang our doorbell and knocked several times before giving up. She sent me messages afterwards saying I needed to act like an adult and talk to her, and that shutting the door in her face made me a passive-aggressive asshole. Oh my god, a passive-aggressive? She full-on dissed you and your husband and your trauma in her post. And she's saying you guys need to talk like adults? She didn't even have the adult decency to let you know that she was using the name that you used for your dead daughter. You handled this with amazing grace that I would have never been able to have. My anger issues would not let me. Oh my god, this one has me so heated. Am I the asshole for trying to get back into my kid's life? I, 28 female, have 3 kids with my ex, 39. We were never married, but we dated while I was in college. My senior year, I got pregnant and had twins, both boys. He moved me in with him, and we were raising our kids together. 14 months after giving birth to the boys, I had a girl. Immediately after, I had postpartum depression. I wasn't doing well, and I decided to go back home to my parents to try and clear my head. Once home, I saw my old bedroom, my old things, and was kind of reminded of what I always wanted to do. I always wanted to take a gap year to travel, but I had gotten a scholarship to my first choice school, and it seemed silly to pass that up. I decided then this is what I needed to do to get in the right mental state. I called baby daddy and told him I was going to Europe for a couple of months. He was incessant and tried to talk me out of it. I explained this is what I needed to go back to being myself and be a better parent and partner. So I went. He called me the first couple of months and kept asking if I was coming back. Eventually he stopped calling. About 6 months in, my parents told me that he had filed to get full custody of the kids. I was mad. He didn't tell me before doing it, but I thought I'd at least take full advantage and really see the world and get it out of my system. You shouldn't have had kids then. I traveled for a little over 2 years and visited every continent. When I was done, I really wanted to see my kids, but I felt guilty for not being present in their lives, and I didn't want to face my ex. One of my friends I made in my travels offered me a gig as an English teacher in a private school in Thailand. I took the opportunity and spent the next 3 years doing that. This year, I returned stateside and stayed with my parents. They showed me pictures of the kids and told me my ex let them see the kids a couple of times. I got in touch with him, telling him I was ready to be involved in their lives, and he flat out refused. Good. You don't deserve to be in their lives. You don't. I threatened to sue for custody, and he just replied, "Good luck." With that, he sent me pictures of my partying in Europe. They are not flattering. My parents want to see their grandkids more, but they tell me it's all my fault for not being able to see them. Am I the asshole for trying to see them? This whole story rubbed me the absolute wrong way, because my mom left us too, and growing up, I really wanted her in my life, but I realized it was best that she left us alone, because her being mentally unstable was just gonna fuck up our lives. So the dad is not the asshole. The mom is. The mom is absolutely selfish, and it's absolutely disgusting that moms can do this to their kids.
Am I the asshole for checking my husband's dashcam footage without his consent? Story time. I recently went on a hen do and my husband was supposed to be looking after my dog. Keyword, supposed to. On the last day of my trip, I got a phone call from my husband Steve telling me that our dog Ellie had run away. He was absolutely distraught. He was crying that he couldn't find her. He told me that he'd taken her for a walk and that she'd bolted into the bushes. He said that he tried to follow her and stayed for hours trying to find her. Ellie is a really small dog. She's a poodle mix and she's nearly 13 years old. In the whole time I've had Ellie, she has never ever tried to run away before. So as you can imagine, I was a little bit suspicious about all this. But I reassured myself saying, why would Steve lie to me? We came home straight away and Steve was surprisingly okay. Unlike us, might I add, who was absolutely heartbroken. Ever since my husband started working from home, he's always been annoyed at how much attention we gave Ellie. And he often complained about how we disturbed him from work. So a few days later, we ended up getting this random call from an animal shelter. And this place was 50 miles away. And if you haven't guessed, they told us that they had found Ellie. When I ran in to tell Steve, he was literally like, oh, okay, that's great. I was like, babe, I've just found a bloody dog. I even said at the time, I find it so weird how she got so far on her own. And Steve made the point that somebody might have stolen her. He said somebody probably stole her, realised how much of a nightmare she was, and then dumped her somewhere. At this point, my suspicion was growing massively, so I decided to check his dash cam. So he went out drinking one night, so I copied all of the day's footage from when I was away onto my laptop. And that was when I saw it. The day he rang me telling me that she'd gone missing, I caught him loading Ellie up into the car and driving over 50 miles away and ditching Ellie. The dashcam caught him loading Ellie out of the car, throwing her favourite toy into the field and then telling her to fetch. When she ran off to get it, Steve drove away. So when Steve got in that night, I immediately confronted him about it. And when I confronted him, he laughed in my face. He couldn't understand why I'd looked so much into it all. He said he dropped her there so she could find a nice farm and live a better life. Then the next morning when he sobered up a little bit and he realised how I'd found out all this, he told me I was in the wrong for all of this for checking his dash cam without his consent. So what do you think? Am I in the wrong here?
My girlfriend, 24 female, got a tattoo as a tribute to her ex, and I, 26 male, don't know how I feel about it. I think it depends. If she got the tattoo and like they were together when he passed away, then I get it. But if she's getting the tattoo while she's dating someone else and then her ex passes away, then it's like, scared. Me and my girlfriend have been together for about 6 months now, and the first month into our relationship, she gets a call one morning when she stayed over at my house from one of her friends saying that her ex had... This had completely destroyed her, and she's been blaming herself for his death as she was the last person he had spoken to. They were together for like 4 months, but knew each other for like a year. From what she told me, he didn't seem like the greatest guy. He would manipulate her, treat her horribly, and he was an alcoholic who apparently was going through stuff. But despite all of that, she still wanted to help him until she finally left one day. It's been 5 months now since his death. I understand, not that long, but she still blames herself and says she would do anything to have him back as he didn't deserve this. There are days where she feels really depressed and sad, but she would hardly open up to me because she says it upsets me hearing her talk about it, but would happily talk to her ex-best friend every day and would sometimes go hang out with him at his house where the ex used to live too. But in reality, I just want to be there for her and help her get through this. Last week she told me she's getting a tattoo and she showed me a design that she was going to get. She ended up getting that tattoo and sent me another photo saying she got another one, and this tattoo was a heart symbol inside saying "miss you" on her leg where it's visible, and I don't know how I feel about that. Now I know it's her body and she has the right to do whatever she wants, and I've also supported her through her grieving process. It hasn't been easy for me, but I'm still sticking by her side and being there for her, but I feel like this tattoo is the breaking point for me. I just don't understand what to do because it doesn't feel right to me. I understand grief makes people do all sorts of things, and I know she's got no right to even ask if it's alright with me to get a tattoo as a tribute, but I feel like there's other ways of remembering someone like an ex rather than getting a tattoo which is permanent, unless it was a family member. She has a couple of his clothing as a sentimental thing to remember him, which I didn't really mind. I'm just nervous to bring this up because it sparked a few arguments when I tried explaining things to her, as she turns them on me and sometimes makes it the problem of the relationship when I tell her things that make me feel uncomfortable. I could handle her still keeping in touch with her ex's friend. I could handle her spending time with them, as I know that probably helps, but I think with this tattoo, I would not be able to look at it every day, especially if we were in bed or getting intimate. I suggested for her to see a therapist because of what she's going through. It's pretty traumatic, but she brushed it off saying, "I'm not ready to talk or let go of him yet," but she says she still wants this relationship to work. Has anyone had a similar experience to this or knows how to handle the situation? I just, don't hate me for this. I think getting a tattoo of someone or a remembrance of someone that you were dating for only 4 months is wild. Wild. 4 months. You're with this man for 4 months. And you got a tattoo of him. Honestly, I think this just sounds very messy and toxic, and I would get out of it. Dip.
Am I the asshole for not inviting any of my siblings to my wedding?
Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. So I, 23 female, am getting married in a few months, and I have a few significantly older siblings, 34 female, 36 male, 38 male, and 38 male. All of them are now married, and since I was a teen when they got married, they all had child-free weddings. I was not invited to any of their weddings. My oldest sibling had the first child-free wedding, and then the others decided to follow. My oldest brother got married when I was 10. So sure, I kind of get not inviting me, but I was still extremely upset. My oldest brother got married to a woman I really loved, and I can't even witness it. The other brother got married when I was 12. So again, sure, not inviting a 12-year-old, but I was very well-behaved child, and again, his sibling. My sister got married when I was 15. At first, she didn't want a child-free wedding, but all of our family members convinced her because, OMG, it's so refreshing to be in a wedding when children don't bring havoc. So she decided for the cut to be 16. When I asked, can I be the one exception since I'm 15 and your sister? She said no, with a very serious tone. If we make an exception for you, what about other children? It's not fair. I got upset and screamed, what is not fair is not participating in any of my siblings' weddings. My parents got upset with me and grounded me. And lastly, my brother got married when I was 17. At that point, I didn't care. I knew there was going to be a child-free wedding, and that once again, I'm not invited. I didn't ask, beg. My step-cousin who just turned 18 made the cut, and I didn't. Well, as I said, I didn't care. I sent a quick congrats, and that's it. My parents got furious on why I didn't even congratulate them. I just ignored them and spent all of my time in my room with my now soon-to-be husband. Since I'm getting married, I decided none of them are going to be there, since I wasn't allowed to be there too. When they didn't get the invitations, they all came to my house and demanded to know why they didn't get one. I simply explained, you didn't want me at your wedding, I don't want you at mine. I explained how hurt I was that I was not able to see any of my siblings get married, and they should experience the same. They said that the weddings had alcohol, and they didn't want any young, impressionable kids there. And I said all I wanted was to be included in the wedding. I didn't care about the after party. Mom then started screaming again about how unfair I am, and how she wants all of her kids to be together on that beautiful day. Ironic. But I'm not backing down. I firmly believe in not inviting them. Am I wrong for Shazamming a song that someone didn't want to share the name or artist of? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. This happened yesterday. My boyfriend and I were throwing a little kickback for my birthday party. His cousin Alexa, 19, set a timer on her phone because we were baking pastries. Her timer went off and the song caught my attention. We were already done in the kitchen, so we were just sitting down on the couch and I asked, who is this artist? She flat out ignored me. I asked her again, I never heard this song. Can I have the name? That's when she told me if I don't know, then I just don't know, and that I should stick to mainstream. I told her I listen to everything, but she tried to tell me that she knows my music taste, and all I listen to are stupid rappers named Kendrick Lamar as an example. We got into a little debate about King Kenny for a while, and she told me that the song was made by a small artist and trying to decipher his lyrics might hurt my shallow mind. I got fed up and Shazammed the song. It was Mary by Alex G. When she saw me saving it to my playlist, she got up and snatched her phone, then stormed out. I ignored her little tantrum, but then her brother came to me and asked what I did to her because she told everyone I was being argumentative with her, bullied her, and violated her privacy. When I said I don't understand how anything that I said came off as bullying because we were just talking about music and I Shazammed her song, but her brother actually agreed and said that it was invasive and weird for me to do that. They packed some plates and left abruptly, and I was just left feeling so weird about it. Everyone else stayed and enjoyed the rest of the party. This morning, my boyfriend's mom texted me and said I should probably call her niece, aka Alexa, and apologize for going through her phone for a song and using some hacking device. She texted me Alexa's number to apologize, and I texted her, don't get hung up on petty things. Next thing you know, her big brother is calling me. I haven't answered my phone yet, and I have 5 missed calls. Edit, my boyfriend just called his mom and explained the full story, and she started laughing because Alexa completely twisted the entire situation and is trying to tell everyone I hacked her phone just to make fun of her music and tried to force her to listen to gangster rap. My boyfriend called his cousin, Alexa's older brother, and told him not to bring her over anymore, and now she's crying. She sent some paragraphs I am not reading. She's blocked until she apologizes to me. This little girl is a compulsive liar. I can't believe so much drama because of a song. I'm not even gonna let this ruin my birthday weekend though. Update, lol, this was sooner than I thought it would be. But my boyfriend just handed me his phone with her on the line crying and apologizing. She said her behavior was because of PMS, and she's sorry for starting drama on my birthday. I honestly think she just got embarrassed for getting caught in her lie. Everyone knows that she stretches the truth too. And when she got a little backlash, I guess it was too much for her. So, was I wrong for Shazamming the song? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I wrong without him? I feel so miserable when I think about him. I feel guilty. I feel sad. I'm his big bro. I should have protected him. I should have texted him back. I should have at least asked him where he is. And now he's gone. I can't talk with anyone from my family. My mother is heartbroken. My siblings always ask where he is. I have to be strong for them, but it's so hard. I don't know how to keep going. I don't think I have to mention what thoughts are going through my head. I don't want to think about what may have happened to him, and I physically can't even write it down. I just can't and don't want to imagine it. It makes me full of rage and sadness, not even speaking about how I feel about the people who were questioned and I feel suspicious about. Fuck, this sucks. I know it's pointless, but Nick, if for some reason you're reading this, I love you, we all love you. And we miss you. Life hasn't been the same without you. Please come home. My husband cheated on me, and I'm okay with it. On Friday, I, 26 female, caught my husband, 32 male, with his coworker in our bedroom. I didn't feel shocked. I had suspected it for a while, but he waved it away. After the incident, he had been on his best behavior for 4 days and finally wanted to talk to me about it. I told him I was okay with it, and he was shocked. He cried and was angry, asking if I never loved him in the first place because apparently he did. I find it extremely ironic given he was the one who's been cheating on me for over a year. To be clear about the situation, I'm not polygamous/polyamorous or interested in having a three-way in any sense. Our life is nice, we paid off the house, no kids yet, I make enough to support myself in case we get divorced. I just don't want to. I still like him and I don't care if he went on a bus of hookers as long as he didn't bring home an STD. I'm not interested in sleeping with anyone else, sexually or romantically, but I don't mind if he has sex with a dozen other people as long as he comes home at night and sleeps beside me. He has been crying/screaming every time he calls me, but he drove out to the motel after I told him this, saying he hates himself and there is something extremely wrong with me. He's living with his mom, commuting an hour to work, and I've never felt more free.
Am I wrong for getting my coworker investigated and probably fired? I work in an animal ER, and unfortunately, we see a lot of animal death. It's definitely gut-wrenching every time, but it's part of working in the profession. So our hospital has an area set up for owners that is for euthanasia and death and grief. It's a private area that has a separate exit, a couch, a rug, calm lighting, and resources for dealing with pet grief. There's also a peephole in the door of the area that allows staff to see inside if the door is shut. It allows us to check in and see if the owner has left without disturbing them. Well, a few nights ago, I rounded the corner and found a coworker standing pressed against the door. He was staring through the peephole, so I slowed down and noticed he wasn't looking away. He was standing there staring through it and kind of smirking. My stomach dropped and I immediately felt sick. Something about it felt so off. I watched him stare for a minute longer before he glanced over and saw me. I watched him stare and smirk until he finally glanced over and looked at me. He seemed nervous, backed away quickly, and said, "I was just checking if it's occupied," and wandered off. Because of my position, I have access to the security footage in our hospital, and I couldn't shake the feeling I had. So I went in the back office and pulled up the footage. I could see him leading a crying woman into the grief area and then immediately start spying on her the minute the door closed. I went to look over his last few shifts and I found 4 other instances of him staring at people while euthanizing or saying goodbye to their animals. I couldn't get that weird smirk out of my head, so the next morning I went to HR. At first they were a bit confused, wondering why I had concerns until I showed them the footage. He was escorted out pending a misconduct investigation, and that's when I heard they'd seen him do it on the shifts for a while, and also he'd go to the bathroom after. Am I wrong for leaving my menstrual pads in a visible place in the bathroom? Y'all, I don't understand what is the issue with men and periods. Grown-ass men, both of these men. So my husband, 30, and his friend, also 30, and I are currently on vacation. We're sharing a rented apartment that has just 1 bathroom. Yesterday, I got my period and bought some pads. Y'all, that absolutely sucks when you're on vacation and start your period. It just recently happened to me. I bought the pads and left them on the bathroom counter in a semi-sheer bag where they weren't even visible. However, my husband thought it was inappropriate and could make his friend feel uncomfortable. You know, knowing that someone in the apartment is bleeding. I argue that this is a natural process and should not be considered gross or dirty. We shouldn't be ashamed or stigmatized because of it, as this has historically caused women to suffer. My husband didn't respond, but I'm still wondering if I was wrong. Can we get some feedback from the men?
My boyfriend explained why he doesn't like my mom, and it pretty much made me reevaluate my entire childhood. So my 22 female boyfriend, 24 male, of 3 years has never really liked my mom, 43 female, and I never understood why. He gets along with her in person. The other night, he explained it to me in depth. I am the daughter from my mom's first marriage, which didn't last very long. Once we were married 10 years later and had 3 kids, he feels like even though she primarily raised me, I was forced into the background. Like my siblings all have matching first initials that I don't have, and they've always been treated with more patience and kindness than I was. I always kind of attributed that to them being younger, but when I look back, they honestly were given a much better childhood. I'm also on the spectrum and was treated a bit more harshly than my neurotypical siblings simply because I did more annoying things. My mom's marriage to my dad was never healthy, and maybe my little siblings were her second chance. Anyhow, my mom divorced my stepdad a few years ago and now lives secluded in the mountains with her new boyfriend. She only sees my siblings once a month and claims my stepdad keeps them away from her, which I took at face value. But my boyfriend brought up that my stepdad is a level-headed and mature person, and there's possibly a reason for that. Anyways, my mom now lives a free spirit life and is evidently the happiest she's ever been. My boyfriend thinks that's weird considering she doesn't see her kids, all under the age of 12, often. He told me he feels like she abandons her kids to go chase something better, and is irresponsible. Basically, he doesn't like my mom because he doesn't feel like she's a parent and he views her as someone that discarded me and my siblings. I never thought about it this way, because even though I've had a bit of a rocky relationship with my mom in the past, I've always viewed her as a role model and put her on a pedestal. But what my boyfriend said kind of made me view everything in a new light, and I'm feeling sad and confused about it.
Am I the asshole for always being overdressed and making my wife look bad because she doesn't dress up? I work in a corporate setting, which requires me to always be in formal apparel. I've gotten used to wearing formal clothing to the point where I actually prefer to wear it most of the time. Whether I'm picking up my kids from practice, visiting family, or shopping, except for when I go to the gym, I wear tailored pants with a button-up of some sort. I know that I'm overdressed most of the time, but I enjoy being dressed well and it's become my style. My wife, on the other hand, is completely opposite of me. She likes to wear casual and comfortable clothes like sweatpants and hoodies, which is fine. But when we go out, she thinks it makes her look bad. Am I the asshole for always being overdressed and making my wife look bad because she doesn't dress up? My wife says that when we go out together, I make her look like a slob because I'm overdressed, making her look like she doesn't care for herself. A couple of days ago, we were visiting my in-laws and I was wearing my usual type of clothing while my wife was just wearing a hoodie and some sweatpants. My wife's mother made a joke about me looking nice in my clothes and jokingly said people would never assume my wife and I are married, and that I should encourage her to not dress like a slob. I laughed it off and said that my wife just likes being comfortable. But now my wife person and stop making her look bad.
My husband, 33 male, told me he's no longer attracted to me, 27 female. I'm currently pregnant with twins. I don't know what to do, if there's anything I can do. This is basically my last resort before considering divorce. We have been together 7 years and married for 3. This is my very first, planned, very on purpose pregnancy. I've never been with anyone besides my husband. He was my first kiss and everything else. He, on the other hand, not so much. I have a pretty high sex drive and so does he. So going 2 to 5 times a day, if we have time, is pretty normal for us. After I hit around the 12-week mark of my pregnancy, he stopped initiating sex or responding to my sexual advances. It hurt, but he said he was stressed due to things at work, so I stopped making any sexual comments for a few weeks because I didn't want to add any extra pressure to his life. A few weeks passed and I mentioned that this is the longest we've gone without sex, just trying to see where his mind is at, and he said, "Why does it matter? Are you cheating on me?" Which took me for a loop. I don't take cheating accusations lightly and feel like if you say that, you should be ready to stand on it. It's insulting to my character, demeaning, and honestly downright disgusting. I told him those and how it made me feel, and he just got quiet. I told him I would never cheat. I'm not pathetic enough to do that. If I wasn't happy with him, I would just leave him. I have every ability to do so. He got emotional and said he was stressed out about money and some petty debt around $5,000. So after we finished talking, I was thinking of a way to help him be less stressed, so I sent him $7,500 from my savings. I've been working full time for over 10 and something years at this point and started investing a few years ago, so my savings account is comfortable. I told him I sent it to him and he asked why, and I said, "The debts." And he said, "What debts?" I just stared at him and was like, the ones you just cried in my lap about? He says something like, "Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just so off today," and goes to sit on the couch. The whole thing felt so weird, so I went out and asked him details about the debt. After 20 minutes of back and forth, he finally admitted he isn't stressed about debt and isn't having any money problems. He just isn't attracted to me anymore. I asked him what about me has changed since the last time he was attracted to me, because I'm pretty sensitive about my body image and my entire life I have
never shared these insecurities with anyone, not even him. It's something I always kept to myself, but even with my current body, I honestly don't think I look that bad. So far, I've gained only 25 to 30 pounds and I'm still working out and working full time. So now I'm almost done because I didn't get fucking pregnant on my own, and last time I checked, I wasn't the one begging for a kid for the past 2 years. I'm giving him 2 and now he's saying I'm ugly because of my belly, pregnancy hormones and whatnot. I started crying a little, but wiping them away as fast as I could because I was more mad than sad. He said it's not me, it's the pregnancy, and he's concerned about the long-term effects to my body after seeing videos of postpartum bodies and C-section scars. Then told me it wasn't fair that I was upset because he's having a natural male reaction, and I'm manipulating his feelings. He's never said anything like this before either. I asked him to explain what a natural male reaction is, and he said what makes a guy hard and what makes a guy not hard. I asked him to go stay with a friend for a night or two so I can have some space, and he's staying at his sister's, who called me and asked what happened because we never really fight. I don't know what to do, really. I'm exhausted from everything already, and this on top of it is just making me feel even worse. I've been crying all day and don't have anyone to really talk to this about, so any advice would be very helpful. Thank you. Okay, she does have an update. He has already sent the money back and it's showing pending in my account already. I have looked through his laptop that is synced with his phone, our home office, and our financial statements. Unless he picked up an additional job to hide an affair, it would be hard for him to hide since his check direct deposits into my bank account and I control the household finances. I'm much better with money than he is, and both of my parents were accountants, and I distribute the money. What he gets for fun money is not enough to hide an affair in my opinion, but I've already went through everything. I would usually not be willing to do this, but I'm almost at my 3rd trimester and need answers now and not later. He has sent flowers and pregnancy craving foods and notes saying that he loves me and he's sorry, but that's all they say. Not sorry for lying to you for weeks, if not months. Just, I love you always. I'm sorry. Please call me. My sister kept texting me and then she had the nerve to ask if I cheated on him too, so I told her what happened and what he said. She told me she chewed him out and told his parents too. His mom called this morning and said that no matter what, she and her daughter, my sister-in-law, are here for me, and so that helps, I guess. They know my parents both have passed away and I'm not very close to the rest of my family. I haven't bit the bullet and told any of my friends yet, because once I tell them, it becomes a little too real and too embarrassing.
I know big sisters are great, but mine is pure evil. She just hates me for no reason at all. Growing up, she kicked, pushed, and beat me whenever our parents were out of the house, called me ugly, warned me to stay away from her, and she even became best friends with my bully. As a child, I didn't understand why she hated me so much. When I turned thin, I gathered courage and asked her why she hated me so much, and she told me she wished I was never born. She said nobody loves me and nobody will ever love me. She said I meant nothing to her and she wished I would just die. At that age, hearing this from my big sister crushed me entirely. I did everything in my power to get her to like me, but nothing worked. My mom and my dad died in a car accident when I turned 15. My big sister was 22 at the time. Things got worse after my parents died. The house we were living in belonged to my parents, and since she was above 18, she became my legal guardian. My big sister insulted and cursed at me every chance she got. She said it was my fault my parents died. She called me a witch. She told me nothing good will ever come my way. She stopped feeding me and she intentionally cut off the water and electricity in the house. I knew my dad had left some money behind for both of us, but whenever I asked her for food or money for basic things I need, she told me to fuck off. I couldn't take the hunger anymore, so I started begging the next door neighbor for food. She also died 2 months later, and my big sister said it was my fault. She said anyone who gets too close to me will die. I couldn't take it anymore. I knew my dad had a sister in another part of the country. She was not at my parents' funeral, and I didn't even know how she looked like, but I decided to go look for her and stay with her. I packed a few of my clothes, begged for money on the street, for transportation to her place. When I finally got there, she didn't want me there. She was poor and she was living in a kiosk. She sold food in a small container in front of her house. She said she doesn't have enough to take care of both of us. I begged her to allow me to stay with her for a few days. She agreed, but after a few days, she took me back to my sister. When we got there, my sister had already rented out my room and my parents' room, and I had only left her for 5 days. She said there was nothing she could do about the rooms. If I wanted to stay, then I had to sleep in the kitchen. She tried talking to my sister, but she was very rude. After she saw my situation at home, my auntie agreed to let me come stay with her. So I moved in with my auntie, and I didn't hear from my big sister again for years. I went through a lot, but I will always be grateful for my auntie for doing the best she could for me. And I know taking care of me was a very big challenge for her. I worked more than 2 jobs whilst I went to school. Now, long story short, it was very difficult, but I made it. I have a good job that pays very well. My auntie and I are staying together at a better place, and she's not working anymore because I can take care of her now. So I received a call from a hospital last week in the city. My big sister sister is there and she's terminally ill. She needs a kidney transplant or she might die in a few weeks' time. She had listed me as her only living relative. She has been in the hospital for months and nothing was working. I cut the call immediately. I told my auntie about my big sister's condition and she begged and begged me to go visit her. She said I might regret it later on if I don't. I finally agreed to go, only for me to get there, for her to beg me to give her one of my kidneys. She didn't even beg for my forgiveness. I told her to fuck off and walked out of her room. Am I the asshole? This follower needs your advice, babes. Please drop some below.
Am I the asshole for wanting to evict my girlfriend and mother of my children from my home? Long story short, we have been together for close to 8 years and have 2 children together. We've been having relationship problems for the past year or so. Nothing ever got physical, just all verbally. Last month, she had enough and decided to file a restraining order on me as the only way to get out of the house. The house is mine. I bought it in 2018 while we were on one of our breaks. Our relationship is done, so I have no problem with that, but now I'm stuck out of my home and still have to make all the payments while she's living there. My attorney says the only way to get her out if she won't willingly leave is to evict her. I don't want to, but that's the only way. My mother-in-law is horribly persistent at feeding us spoiled food every time we visit. What can I do? So my mother-in-law is roughly 62. She's the type of person that'll always know better, so it's best to not discuss anything we do because she'll give us crappy advice and tell us we're doing everything wrong, which is incredibly frustrating. But that's not exactly the main issue in today's post. It's really just one of the reasons for why I think it happens. It's also important to add that we're struggling with being assertive and wants to avoid conflict at all costs. My mother-in-law is very devoted to saving every penny. I can respect that, but she goes beyond respectable. She will always buy tons of food that are on sale because they'll be going bad in a day. Later, she refuses to throw it out. She'll always try to mix spoiled food in whatever she cooks, so her food is always disgusting, and it hardly ever happens that it can be called edible. Often it'll give us stomach problems and make us nauseous. That's how disgusting it is. If she sees mold on something, she'll cut off the visible part and put the rest in whatever food she makes. She refuses to dispose of anything that goes bad, and as a last resort, she gives it to her dogs. But before that, she'll try to force every family member to eat it. And I do mean force. She won't just politely offer. She'll emotionally bully you into eating it. Throw back to a week ago, we visited her on Sunday because she was complaining for weeks that we don't spend time with her. Normally, for the sake of my mental health, my boyfriend will make excuses for why we can't come, but sometimes he'll just give in to get it over with. So now we let her know the day before that we have tons of leftovers at home and ask her not to cook. When we arrive, she's standing in the kitchen making soup. First thing she does is ask us if we want to eat. Yeah, like she cares if we actually want to. To which we respond that no, we don't. We just have eaten sandwiches and have leftover lasagna at home. She becomes agitated and asks us, "Why are you doing this to me? I told you I want to cook for you. Are you doing this on purpose?" We politely tell her that we just have too much at home and it'll go bad if we don't eat it. Of course, that doesn't seem to be a problem to her. She said that we could eat it in a couple of days because at worst, it'll grow a little bit of mold that we can easily cut off. My mother was found by a neighbor drunk on the sidewalk. When I arrived home from work today, a neighbor came up to me to tell me that she found my mom laying on the sidewalk of our apartment complex. My mother had fallen and couldn't get herself back up. She was very, very drunk. Bit of a backstory. My mom was addicted to drugs and crack when I was a kid through adulthood. It got out of control and she gave me to my grandparents when I was about 10. She was in and out of my life from that point on. I'm 33 now, she is 63. She's asked to live with me about 4 times in the last 14 years, 2010, 2012, 2016, and 2019. Each time I've accepted it. She's been living with me now since 2019, the longest she's ever gone clean from drugs. But she drinks. It wasn't bad until December of 2021 when I asked her to move because things were so bad between her and my oldest son. I've worked a lot through my trauma, but I still have a ways to go. Obviously, I'm pretty codependent. I've always wanted to save her. I really thought I could. I wish I didn't have so much trauma and could get over it all and let her in emotionally and help her bond with my children, ages 11 and 9, and help her have a good life with love and affection and all the things we all need to thrive in life. But I can't. I have my walls up with her, but I make sure I spend time with her. I'm a single working mom, my plate's full, so it's not a lot, but I try. We go to bingo, get pedicures, go to brunch. I feel like I'm drowning. I feel like I failed her. During our argument today, after I told her that I didn't want to talk about this tonight, she told me that I don't nurture her. I told her she wasn't my child. I feel awful. She is so alone and hurting. I can't help her anymore. I can't take care of her too when I also have 2 kids and a job and a stable, secure life to maintain with my children. I don't want to kick my mom out. She'll probably end up back on drugs, and this time she'll die.
This is the reason you should always pay attention to your dream. Spooky story time. So as I was growing up, it was always me and my dad against the world. Because of this, our relationship was super close. Now one morning I woke up and I was having breakfast with my dad as normal. He let me know that because of work he was going to be working really late and to not kind of worry if I wasn't home by the time I was going to bed. I said okay, I went to school, I came home, switched the TV on, I made myself some dinner, and my dad still wasn't home. So I just decided to put myself to bed, and I had the most bizarre dream. I had a dream that I was in the middle of a highway. I had these blazing cars driving next to me, all beams on, and I had no idea why I was here until I squinted my eyes and I saw my dad on the other side of the highway. Hands were cupped like he was trying to tell me something, yet I couldn't hear a word he was saying. As I tried to look closer and closer, it looked like he was mouthing to me, "Don't open the door." I woke up from my dream to a bizarre tapping noise, and I rushed, got up, and realised it was the doorbell ringing. I looked through the peephole and realised it was my dad. Obviously, I thought maybe he lost his keys or something. I go to open the door, and I decide to look through the peephole again. And I just noticed my dad is looking at me really weirdly. He's like staring at me. Obviously, I scream out to Dad, "Is that you? Are you okay? Why can't you get into the house?" Like I was asking him these questions and weren't getting a response. I ended up saying to my dad that I'm not going to open the door until you respond to me, so I just slumped up against the wall and waited for him to respond. Time went by, and without me realising it, I fell into this light sleep. I woke up and realised that everything had gone quiet, so I slowly walked towards the door. I looked through the peephole and realised my dad was still standing there smiling at me. I really carefully and slowly opened the door to a sight that will scar me forever. I opened the door to see my father's head against our wall with a note attached to it. And this note said, "Clever girl."
Am I wrong for refusing to pay for my sister's therapy after she ruined my wedding? Okay, so here's the deal. My wedding was supposed to be the best day of my life, right? Well, you know the drill. Months of planning, stress, money, all that stuff. My sister was my maid of honor, and I'll just say right now that she's always had a flair for being dramatic. But I figured she could keep it together for one day. Spoiler alert, she didn't. Flash forward to my big day, and everything is going smoothly so far. Well, at least it was until the reception. My sister gets wasted. Now I'm talking falling over, crying, making a scene, wasted. She starts ranting over how I always get everything and how my wedding is just another example of me being the golden child. And this is all happening in front of my guests, my in-laws. Did you think that was the worst part? It wasn't. She actually grabbed the mic during speeches and started going off about her struggles and how it's not fair that I'm happily married while she's still single. Please keep in mind, I'm 29, she's 25, and this is all happening at my wedding. The whole vibe of my wedding just got real awkward, and my husband's family was just shocked. People started leaving early, and I spent the rest of the night trying to put out fires instead of enjoying what was supposed to be our wedding. Now, weeks later, my parents say my sister is struggling with her mental health. No kidding. And they want me to pay for her therapy. That I should help out because it would show that I'm a good sister. But she ruined my wedding. And I don't think I should have to foot the bill for that. I'm still angry about the whole thing, and I honestly feel like she owes me an apology first. My parents think that I'm being cold-hearted and that it's my responsibility to support her. They're pressuring me hard, but I don't think it's fair that they're asking me to pay for something that she clearly needs to take accountability for. So am I wrong?
I just took a DNA test and it turns out I'm 23% related to my husband. I've always known my whole life that I was donor conceived, and my parents were always super open about it, so it was never some big secret. Beyond that, I really didn't think that much about it until a couple weeks ago. Me and my husband decided to take an ancestry DNA test. We just mainly took it because we thought that it would be fun. I would find out more about my family. Maybe I had some half siblings somewhere, and he would find out about his side of the family as well. Well, we got the results, and I matched with him, my husband, as a half sibling. At first, I thought that maybe it was just some big misunderstanding or something, but no. After looking into it, we realized that his dad was also a donor, but no one ever told him about this. And now here we are, married for years with 2 kids. And I just took a DNA test, and it turns out I'm 23% related to my husband. And we're still trying to figure out how to process the fact that we're siblings. I honestly don't even really know how to explain how I feel. I'm still processing it, which is why I'm speaking so normally about it. But I just feel overwhelmed because obviously I love my husband, but I just feel like this changes so much. We've already spoken to a genetic counselor and we're trying to move forward, but it just feels like everything that we knew about our family was just flipped completely upside down. To be honest, I just feel kind of lost, and I'm wondering if anyone else has gone through a similar situation. I would just really appreciate hearing from someone that maybe has gone through something similar, or honestly, just hearing anyone's opinions or thoughts about this situation. I'm definitely going to speak to my husband about getting into family therapy and sit on this information for just a little bit longer, but let me know your thoughts.
My little brother's girlfriend faked a seizure at my wedding. Yeah, you heard that right. The girl faked a seizure at my wedding. People are telling me that enough time has passed and I need to get over it, but I'm sorry. I'm going to tell y'all this story because I don't think I should get over it. Y'all are probably wondering for what crazy, ridiculous reason did this girl fake a seizure? She didn't want to go home. I mean, I get it. The wedding was fun. I put on a good party, but come on. Okay, let me give you the actual details about what happened. My wedding was a year ago, and I had an adults-only wedding, okay? It was 18 and over. Nobody was bringing their kids. The only exceptions I allowed were my 17-year-old brother and his girlfriend. I was being nice. I didn't know his girlfriend that well, but he really wanted her to come, and I was like, you know what? I think my little brother's a great guy. I assume his girlfriend is a very nice girl. Yeah, okay? If you're going to have an adults-only wedding, stick to the rules. Stick to the rules. I was holding my wedding a few hours from where we all lived, so at a certain point during the reception, my little brother's girlfriend gets a text from her mom saying, hey girlie, it's time to come home. You're 17, you have school in the morning, okay? And this girl was having a fun time. She did not want to go home. I mean, I get it. Like, it's my wedding. It was the best time ever. So she asks my mom if she can stay in the hotel that my entire family was staying in. And my mom said no. Not to be like rude or strict or anything like that. We just have a really big family and there was no room. Every single one of our hotel rooms was filled. So there was just no way that we were going to be able to fit her. Also, the girl is 17 and her mom wants her home. So my mom isn't going to step in and be a parent for this girl. Her mom said time to go home. It's time to go home. Right after my first dance, my maid of honor comes up to me and she looks panicked and she tells me that my brother's girlfriend just had a seizure. So now, obviously, I'm freaking out as well. And I run to grab 2 paramedics who I knew were at the wedding and was like, y'all, we got to do something. We have an emergency. I immediately run to where this girl is, and there were already 2 nurses who were attending the wedding that were there with her. And now the 2 paramedics, my brother, other members of my family, some of my bridal staff, everyone's just trying to figure out how they can help her. And the 2 people who were paramedics told me that I needed to call 911, which I did immediately. And an ambulance showed up, came in, took her out on a stretcher, was taking care of her. And this was a big ordeal. Like, they came through the entire reception. Everyone was, like, freaking out. And obviously, I did not care about this. The girl was having a seizure. Like, that is the priority here. My wedding, like, that's not what I care about. I care about this girl being okay. That's when one of the paramedics comes in and is looking at me really stressed out, which then is stressing me out. I'm like, okay, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, we're actually not going to have to take her to the hospital. And I was like, what do you mean you're not going to have to take her to the hospital? And he was like, yeah, she was faking the seizure. She was not having a seizure. Okay, you gotta be kidding me. We tried to continue the reception after that, but the vibes were just completely off. I mean, it was a very, very stressful event and everyone was so worried. And then obviously everyone's asking, like, okay, like, is she okay? What's happening? And we didn't want to expose her for lying, but also like everyone saw her. She was just still there. It's not like she left. She was just sitting at a table the rest of the time, which meant my brother, yeah, he missed the rest of the reception because she needed his attention. That's what he said. She needs my attention, so I just need to be with her completely for the rest of the reception. Not talking. We literally did not talk to anybody else the rest of the reception. He was just sitting with her, comforting her. Comforting her about what? She faked a seizure. Like, the wildest part to me is at the very end, when I'm cleaning up with my husband, everyone's left. She comes up to me and gives me this half apology as she's sobbing, like, I'm sorry, it's just like, I really didn't want to leave, so that felt like my only option. That felt like your only option? That felt like your only option was to fake a seizure. I also hope that you know that, like, we're not paying for those ambulance bills. My husband and I are just looking at her like, and I feel like this girl expected us, she's like, it's okay, no big deal. And I was like, girl, that was messed up. That's a super messed up thing. You faked a medical emergency. Like, doing that ever is messed up, but you did it at somebody's wedding? Like, what? Are you good? Like, are you good? I assumed, as anybody would, that my little brother would dump her. Like, what does she have to do to get you to dump her at this point? That is a wild thing to do at your sister's wedding. But nope, it's a year later and they are still together. Happy as could be. And listen, I have tried to forgive this girl, but I just cannot get over this grudge I'm holding for what she did. A lot of people in my family say that I just need to get over it. She's 17, still a kid, didn't know any better. But I'm like, I'm sorry, didn't know any better. She was 17 years old. That's not a baby. I'm hosting family Thanksgiving this year, and I've made it kind of clear that I don't want to invite her and I don't want her in my home. But people are saying that's an overreaction. I don't know. I think that I have every right to not invite her, but I do want to be a good person. It's Thanksgiving. It's family. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
Am I wrong for asking our babysitter to set alarms when she sleeps? I have no idea why, but when I try to stop and then film the audio again, it is not letting me do it. It just like there's no noise. So I'm going to do it the whole way through. My wife and I, 34, have 3 children, ages 7, 4, and a 9-month-old. I work a very demanding job in the medical field and work for many hours, but my wife not so much, although she does have night shifts often. We just got a new babysitter a few months ago after 2 years of having our old one because they had to move to college. But our new babysitter is only 16 and has been babysitting one of my coworkers' children for a while, and so I trust him. A few nights ago, my wife and I were both working nights, and I saw on the camera that our babysitter was asleep on the couch and the baby had woken up. Our baby was crying for almost 30 minutes while she slept, and that bothered me, so without talking to my wife when I got home, the next morning I told my babysitter maybe she could set some alarms while she slept.
Oh my god, I found out my best friend cheated on her boyfriend. Get ready with me. I was 15, I went to a new school and I became friends with this girl. Let's call her Lisa. Lisa had a boyfriend who wasn't in our school, but after 6 months of being friends with her, she told me she was talking to another guy on Snapchat. And I knew this guy because he was in our school. I assumed they were talking as friends, but then she told me they couldn't meet up because she was on her period. I was furious. I was like, how in the world is this possible? I said, how can you sleep with another guy and meet your boyfriend tomorrow and tell him you love him? I was basically friends with the guy she was talking to on Snapchat. Lisa told me that I couldn't talk to Brad or Brad's friends about everything that was going on because it had to be a secret. But I just didn't agree with what was happening. So I went to Brad and I told him, it's just not okay what you two are doing. Brad looked at me so confused. He said, I don't know what you're talking about, Selma. I don't talk to her, let alone meet up with her. I looked at Brad and I just knew he was telling the truth, which meant that Lisa had been lying to me about cheating on her boyfriend because she wasn't cheating on her boyfriend. Suddenly just something clicked and everything fell into place and I just knew she was psycho. You're not gonna believe what happened next. Let me know if you need a part 2.
Am I wrong for refusing to let my sister-in-law keep my jewelry that she wore for her wedding, even though she's having a daughter? My sister-in-law is actually married to my half-brother, but for the sake of this, I'm just going to refer to him as my brother. We have the same mother, just different fathers. My brother is from my mom's first marriage, and there's a 16-year age gap between us, so we don't have a sibling relationship. I would say we're more like cousins. We see each other a few times a year, and we have a good relationship. We're just not really close. My mom passed away when I was 6, so I don't really have a lot of memories of her, but she did leave me all of her jewelry with a handwritten note about the significance of each piece. My paternal family is somewhat wealthy, so a lot of the jewelry are really gifts from my dad or my grandparents or paternal heirlooms that were passed down to her. Since I have so few memories of my mom, I really treasure her jewelry. Going through life knowing that she's missing so many of my milestones is honestly devastating to me. So I like to wear her jewelry during big events to me, and it feels like she's there with me. My brother and sister-in-law got married last year. They're upper middle class, but my sister-in-law wanted a really lavish wedding. They couldn't really afford that, so my paternal family gifted them a large sum of money, and I even offered to let my sister-in-law borrow some of my jewelry. She accepted right away and tossed her costume jewelry to the side. It was honestly a nice way to integrate my mom's memory into the wedding, and it was also her something borrowed. She was super excited and ended up picking out a pearl jewelry set that were actually gift from my paternal grandparents when my mom and dad got married. She also chose a diamond hairpiece that my mom and paternal grandma actually designed together. They used diamonds from the earrings that my grandma wore to my parents' wedding, as well as both of my grandma's engagement rings and some other paternal heirloom diamonds. They both designed this for me to wear, and they did this after I was born. After the wedding, my sister-in-law tried to keep the jewelry set. She claimed that it was more sentimental to her now. I mean, I obviously told them no, but my brother said that I should give it to her since those were pieces from his mom too. But I honestly don't think that's fair because they have no significance to him from the paternal side. Even though I already told them no, they still keep pestering me about it, especially now that my sister-in-law is pregnant with a girl. She even messaged me with a list of jewelry that she wants from me because she's claiming that these are jewelry pieces that she wants my niece to have. The list includes all of the jewelry that I mentioned, as well as some other jewelry that my mom left me, and some jewelry pieces from my own personal collection. My brother and sister-in-law think that I need to give my niece the jewelry since she's the girl of the family. If my niece ever wanted to borrow the same jewelry that her mom wore to her wedding, which honestly wouldn't be for at least another 20 years, I would have no problem. But I don't want to give away these important mementos of my mom. Now they're calling me selfish since my niece won't have any inherited jewelry from her paternal family. I can definitely afford to give the jewelry away or buy more, but I don't want to, and I don't want to do something that I don't want to do. So am I wrong?
I accidentally sent inappropriate pictures of myself to my family group chat. Story time. Let me get this clear. I am a single 29-year-old girl. I don't live with my parents, and to be honest, I don't see them very often. And what makes this worse is that my family, especially my dad, I'm like an angel from the sky. Hand on heart, I think he still thought I was a virgin, which actually couldn't be further from the truth. My reputation within my friendship group is one to stay off the internet. I like being single. I don't want a relationship. I never have wanted a relationship. Obviously, I like boys. I like a good night. I need to send some pics. So this one particular night, I was actually sending pictures to a boy I regularly sleep with, and he happened to be away. However, we were both feeling you know? So we decided to have a little fun over text. Now, just annoyingly, at this exact same time, family group chat was having a little bit of a crisis. We're meant to be going on holiday. My sister currently doesn't have her passport. My brother was just found cheating on his girlfriend. We went out for dinner the other day and my mum and dad had this huge argument inside of the restaurant. There's a lot going on, okay? Same time I was having fun with this guy. My family group chat was popping off so much. And I think I just got a little bit confused between messaging them and messaging the guy. And I accidentally sent some pictures to the group chat. I wish I never did. Not only were there pictures in this, there was a 20-second video. You can all use your imaginations as to what exactly these videos and photos were. And now my dad has just cancelled the holiday because he can't stand to be in the same room as me currently.
I overheard my sister and her friends talking about how I'm not good enough for my boyfriend, and they don't know that I overheard them and I don't know what to do. Firstly, my sister and this group of friends are what I consider my closest friends. I love these girls to death. I mean, I literally tried to donate a kidney for one of them, so I'm 100% heartbroken. My boyfriend is such an amazing guy. He is a total catch. He's so smart. He's so funny, and he's honestly like a model, but he's also asexual, and this has never really been an issue for me. We've made it work. He's also super open about it, and everyone knows, which I entirely support. About a week ago, we were supposed to hang out, and after like an hour and a half of spending time together, his job called him, and he ended up having to go into work. This really didn't bother me because I had a killer headache, and I ended up just going home anyways. My sister and I share an apartment to save money, and we have a year-long lease together, so I guess I'm kind of screwed, honestly. Long story short, I went home, I closed my door, and I took a nap, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up, I'm hearing my sister's voice and a group of her friends, which I also considered my friends. What I know, they were getting ready to go to a club, so they were pre-gaming together. I heard them start talking about me, and I'm not proud about it, but I was curious, so I started listening. They were talking about how they couldn't believe that my boyfriend was dating me, how I was not good enough for him, and I was too ugly to date someone like him. And then my sister started talking about how him being asexual is just an excuse for him not to sleep with me. I overheard my sister and her friends talking about how I'm not good enough for my boyfriend, and they don't know that I overheard them, and I don't know what to do. I'm very insecure, but I also know that I have really great characteristics, but honestly, it was really hard to hear all that. They continued making fun of me, like every aspect of my life, saying that I'm not financially stable, saying that I have to beg to be effed. All of my friends were laughing and they were all shit-talking me. I was crying pretty hard at this point, and then they ended up leaving for the club, and I just did not know what to do at all. I just went to bed after that and made myself scarce this week. I would get up early, come home late, or just end up staying at my boyfriend's, and I have responded to their messages, but I've been pretty short and kind of cold. I know that I have to talk to them about it, even if it's just to cut off contact with them, but I just cannot seem to get myself to. My boyfriend is also worried, but I just can't get what they said out of my head. Like, I know it's not true about him, but I still feel like maybe I really don't deserve to be dating him. My sister is literally my best friend, and I've opened up to her about my insecurities before, and I've gotten really deep with her about my relationship with my boyfriend, and I just can't believe that she was saying those things behind my back. I just don't know what to do. I mean, I guess I could break my lease, but that would be really expensive. I just don't know what to say or how to face them about this situation, and I don't know how to tell my boyfriend about it either. Any advice would be greatly appreciated.
Am I crazy for kicking off at my dad because he bought the house next to mine, just so he knows I'm not sleeping with anyone? Story time. But my dad has always been extremely protective over me, and because of this, I have never had a boyfriend. I couldn't even sneak a boy into the house when I was younger if I tried. My dad also chose what uni I went to. He didn't want me moving far away, so I ended up just going to like my community university, so I still lived at home. So he basically knew I was getting up to nothing bad. And to be 100% honest with you, I never saw this as an issue until I started talking to my uni friends. They literally told me straight. They were like, girl, your dad is so controlling. It is not normal. Like, get out of there, basically. So I started seriously saving for a house with my first big girl job, and I ended up buying within the year, which I actually am really proud of, considering I've lived with my dad my whole entire life. Now, as you can probably imagine, my dad flipped when he found out I finally got a house. I did not tell him I was looking, saving, or even thinking about it, so I understand it was quite a shock, me saying, hi, I've got a house and I'm moving out in a month. He objectified me so much. He was like, can I tell you, I can't say half the stuff he said on camera because that man wouldn't have a job or a reputation left. Basically making out that I was going to be sleeping with everybody under the sun, and also said that I was probably going to be pregnant within a month. Really good, really handy. So he's a very sane person, and what does sane... Next thing I know, he buys the house next to me. Like, he literally just packed my mum up. He didn't even ask my mum. So shocked. I generally cannot believe it.
Am I wrong for telling my mom never to touch my stuff again after she lost my Louis Vuitton bag? Okay, so I've always wanted a Louis Vuitton bag, and I know they're expensive, so I got a job and I started saving for one. Got a job at a local restaurant, and while I was working, I started looking at purses to see which one was going to be the one I really wanted. So I decided on this little bag. It was really expensive, but after a few months of saving, I finally got it. When I got home, I didn't even let my family touch it. My first week having it, I honestly didn't even use it myself. I was so scared that I was gonna get it dirty or ruin it. Well, one day when I came home, I went to go just stare at my bag, and I noticed it was gone. I looked all around the room and I couldn't find it. Honestly, I was driving myself crazy because I was trying to talk myself into believing that I had possibly moved it when I know for a fact I didn't. I even went out and asked my family if they had touched it. My sisters had said no. Well, when I went to ask my mom if she had touched it, she said that she had shown the bag to a friend of hers and that her friend liked it and asked if she could borrow it. And my mom said yes, because I never use it anyways. I mean, I obviously wasn't pleased by this news, so I blew up on my mom. I told her that it wasn't okay and she's not allowed to touch my stuff. She told me I was being dramatic and that her friend was okay to borrow the bag because she would take care of it. Well, I got grounded and was told to stay in my room because I was acting like a child over a bag. Well, the next day I asked my mom about the bag and she started to look very uncomfortable about it. I obviously knew something was wrong at that moment. Well, she finally admitted that her friend lost the bag and they didn't have any plans of replacing it. I was furious and I obviously exploded again on my mom. I ended up saying some not so nice things that I don't want to repeat. And when my sisters heard my mom crying, they ended up coming in and started yelling at me because it was just a bag and I was being dramatic. My sisters are saying that I'm wrong because it's just a bag and that I'm being dramatic. So was I wrong?
Get ready with me as I tell how I found out that my best friend was my biggest hater on TikTok. So it started with things like her telling me that the guys in her class thought I was ugly, and those things made me super insecure. It didn't stop with that, it only got worse. A car from my dad, which I was very happy with, but it wasn't a new one, it was secondhand. She started commenting on my car because she thought it was ridiculous. Sally, are you really gonna drive in a car like that? Not even Bluetooth in this car. But she didn't even have her driver's license yet. She started commenting on my clothes. You can't match those two together. Silly. Need a new bag. Like, this bag is just so ugly. My car wasn't good. My clothing style wasn't good. My bag wasn't good. She literally commented on everything that I had. The worst thing was that I agreed with her on everything because I also thought that I wasn't good enough in that moment. Always wanted pictures of everything and everything always had to be perfect, but she knew that wasn't good for me in that period in my life. But I accepted it all until I started doing TikTok. Gonna believe what she did. Let me know if you need a part 3.
Am I wrong for not praising my husband for doing the bare minimum? I, 28 female, was asleep earlier, while my husband, 31 male, was looking after a 3-week-old child. Later, when I woke up, my husband told me he changed her and fed her while I was sleeping. I think I said something like, oh, okay, cool, and then went to go get my food. Well, he followed me and repeated himself again, and I just looked at him because, like, okay. He then started complaining that I don't appreciate him helping out, and I just laughed because I thought he was joking. But when I realized he wasn't, I told him he is literally doing the bare minimum. I love him, obviously, and I love raising our daughter together, but why should I praise him for looking after his baby? Like, that's his job as a dad, and I'd be worried if he didn't look after the baby while I was sleeping. So I told him he's being childish, and he got really annoyed, telling me that he wants me to acknowledge him helping out more. I reassured him that he is a good dad, but I reminded him that this was his first time looking after our baby while I was sleeping, and every time I stayed awake while he slept, and he never once praised me. Because why? Because looking after our child is the bare minimum. But he told me I was overreacting and asked me to apologize. And after I refused, he told me he was going to stay at his parents' for the night and left.
Am I the asshole for wearing my engagement ring to my sister-in-law's wedding? Story time. So about a year ago, my brother and sister-in-law got engaged. They're about 3 years older than me and my boyfriend. However, as couples, we're in very, very different situations. So me and my boyfriend actually ended up getting engaged 6 months after. Now, when my in-laws announced that they were engaged, we were so happy for them. They're the first ones of the family to kind of be engaged. And I don't know, we were just so excited for like the first family wedding. However, mine and my boyfriend's engagement or fiance didn't receive the same response. He obviously said congratulations and we're kind of like acting happy, but you could just tell it was an act. But they've both always been very, very competitive, so we kind of just ignored them. A little while ago, my sister-in-law invited me over really randomly, and she asked me to be her maid of honor. Not even just a bridesmaid, but the maid of honor. I was so excited and just honored that she picked me out of all of her friends. Obviously, I said yes. I was so excited, and we got to wedding planning. Now, me and my sister-in-law are a little bit different. Like, her ring is quite dainty. I don't know, it's just a smaller ring. That's what she wanted. That's what she's happy with. Whereas mine is quite a big ring. Kind of gives off like Hailey Bieber vibes because that's just what suits me better and what I wanted. But I will say it looks like a rock and a half on my hand. It's absolutely huge and I'm just so grateful for it. Now, every single time we go out and about, my ring gets noticed by people. They're like, oh my god, it's so beautiful. Like, you're so lucky, and like wholeheartedly agree. And I don't know, I just feel like she gets a little bit jealous that people notice mine and not hers. She pulled me aside yesterday and said, I don't want you wearing your engagement ring at my wedding in a week's time. I think that's weird. I didn't cause a scene straight away. I kind of just asked her, like, is there a reason why? Like, kind of what's happened? Like, I don't know. I just was a bit confused. Her response is that she didn't want me getting all of the attention from people, especially within the photos. My wedding ring just causes so much attention. She just doesn't want that on her wedding day, and she doesn't think it's fair for her to not be center of attention. And I just think it's really strange. Obviously, I told her that unfortunately I will be wearing my engagement ring. Like, that is not coming off my hand. I said to her, I can even hide my hand if you want me to, but I'm wearing my engagement ring.
Am I wrong for taking back a gift after I learned the birthday person would not be the one using it? My daughter Jenny is 13 and she has a best friend, Morgan, who is nearly 13. The two of them spend a lot of time together at our place. I do not know Morgan's mother very well, as Jenny does not really go over to their house. This is mainly because Morgan's house is a little chaotic. Morgan has 4 siblings while Jenny is an only child, and Morgan has said she likes the quiet. Morgan has done a lot of stuff with us. I occasionally enter online and radio competitions, and I'll win tickets to certain local events. When I won 4 tickets to a concert last year, Jenny brought Morgan along with one other friend, and we all had a blast. Recently, I won another pair of tickets that I had planned on attending with Jenny. A few days after, I was told about a work trip that would fall on that same weekend. And Jenny usually comes with me on these trips, so Jenny suggested that we give the tickets to Morgan for her birthday. I checked with Morgan's mom before we mentioned this to Morgan, and she said it was fine. Last night, Morgan was at our house and she seemed upset. When I asked her why, she said that her mother was taking her brother to the concert because her brother had never been to a concert before. I asked if Morgan's brother even liked the band, and Morgan said no, that it was just the principle of the matter. Morgan and her 3 other siblings had been to concerts. He hadn't, and since they can't afford stuff like this, he's the one that gets to go. I found this unfair and honestly a waste of tickets. I called Morgan's mom to double check the story, and she confirmed it all, including her 11-year-old son barely knowing anything about the band. I said I'm sorry, but I don't feel right giving these away as a birthday gift anymore, as these were supposed to be for Morgan. I said we'd give them to Jenny and Morgan's other friend, who I know likes the band, and that we'll get Morgan something else for her birthday. Morgan is fine with this. Morgan's mom, on the other hand, is pissed and says I'm trying to tell her how to parent. I don't think I am though, because if a different friend gave Morgan the tickets and it was the same result, as shitty as I'd find her mom for doing this, I wouldn't say anything as it's none of my business. As I am the one giving the tickets, I want them to go to Morgan. I also maybe feel different if the brother loved the band too, but as he doesn't, I don't want to give it to them. So I'm left wondering if I'm being an ass here.
My friend and her husband are homeless and I told her that they can't stay with me. Am I the asshole? I bought a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house that I own alone, and my friend and her husband decided that they wanted to move a few states away. They had been talking about it for like a year or two, and I kept on telling them that they really needed to plan this financially and have some type of support system before they decided to actually move. A few years later, they tell me and the rest of their family that they're moving in less than 3 months. At the time, they had a 3-year-old and then they also had another baby on the way. They sustained themselves for like a month or two right after they moved, but then that's when the baby came. The mom didn't work at all, and then her husband went on FMLA, and that put them way behind on rent. I flew to where they moved to help them pack and move everything back, and when I got there, their apartment was absolutely disgusting. Like, I cannot even explain it. Every single time they changed their child's diaper, they would just leave the diaper wherever they changed the diaper, and food, they would leave it out even if it was perishable. My friend and her husband are homeless, and I told her that they can't stay with me. Am I the asshole? Spills? Never cleaned up, just spills everywhere that no one ever cleaned. If the kids vomited or a diaper leaked, they would pick up like a majority of the vomit, but that's as far as it went. They had terrible ant problem because of this, and then they eventually got evicted because of this after only being there for like 5 months. The last month that they lived there, my friend ended up getting a full-time job, and in passing, I kind of just asked her if she was able to transfer her job to where we're gonna live. She responded and said no, and she was scheduled to work a few days ago and she just didn't show up. And she has a long history of doing this, and she just laughs about it. Like, she thinks it's so funny. Fast forward, they move back and they move in with their family member, and their family member gets evicted, so obviously they did too. Now they have nowhere to live, and they asked me if all 4 of them could live with me because I have 2 unused bedrooms, and I told them no. And I'm just wondering if I'm the asshole here. Like, what do you guys think?
I'm in love with my late brother's wife. Story time. Throughout all of my life, I thought I was straight. Like, I am quite literally married to a man currently. However, there has always been something about my late brother's wife that has intrigued me. Wait, let's call my brother's wife Natalie. So when my brother passed away, Natalie and him hadn't been going out for too long. But that couple that moved very quickly. I think my brother proposed literally like 6 weeks in. They were so in love, and such a shame they only got 2 years together. However, they met through like a really bizarre way. It was when they were having a fun night with another girl together, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? Now, when we did lose my brother, I stayed in contact and quite close contact with Natalie just to make sure she was okay. I think it's quite a tricky one because as a family, we had each other to kind of lean on, whereas Natalie was on her own with this grief. I just couldn't stomach that thought, so I stayed very much in contact with her, and it was with pure intentions to begin with. As I said, Natalie always intrigued me. I didn't know if maybe I was getting confused with like a really close female friendship, or that maybe I was by and didn't know. But a bit of time went by, my brother's passing became a little bit easier and more natural to us. But I was able to bring this up to Natalie and be like, I don't know why I have these feelings towards you. So me and Natalie get talking and she said, 1, have you ever felt like this about a girl before? And I replied, no. And to be honest, this conversation was really long. She asked me, do I find women attractive or do I just find her attractive? And we got in depth. She was like, can you imagine sleeping with me? Like, she was not holding back the question and I was not holding back answering them. Anyway, we had this super long conversation over a few weeks and I realized that I am in love with her. She feels very similar towards me. So that leads us to today where I am yet to tell my husband that I'm in love with a woman. I honestly don't know how he's going to take this. And to be honest, I think I'm going to leave out the part that I slept with her and cheated on him. I think that just might be too much to handle in one situation.
Get ready with me as I tell how my teacher told me that Allah is not God and Islam is not a real religion. I was in a Christian high school, so we were taught religion. But in some kind of way, I always knew that my religion teacher didn't approve of Islam. One day, my teacher wrote a list on the board of the 5 biggest religions in the world. At the top of the list, he put Judaism and Christianity, then he drew a line, and at the bottom of the list, he put Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism. Then he said the religions above the line are the loving religions, and the religions underneath the line are hateful religions. I was like, what? I was so angry. I was feeling it in my entire body. I rose my hand, and after a while of ignoring me, he said, yes, Selma? I said, I think it's very weird and not up to you to call these religions hateful. He said, I'm not going to argue with you, Selma. I'm just telling facts. Excuse me? Facts? I said, I'm sorry to tell you, but Muslims and Christians believe in the same God. He said, oh, no, that's not true. So I asked him, then how does an Arabic Christian call God? This video is taking way too long and the story hasn't even really started yet, so let me know if you need a part 2.
I'm gonna make sure my dad regrets ever cheating on me. Story time. So me and my dad have a complicated relationship. I have never seen him as a dad and he's never seen me as a daughter. We didn't have contact for the longest time. I don't know, we just never built that father-daughter relationship. However, we did build a relationship. So let's call my dad Mark so I can stop calling him my dad. So me and Mark actually met when I was 16 years old. I tell you, I had no contact with this man, I mean it. And we hit it off straight away. Still to this day, he will not tell me if he knew I was his daughter when he approached me. Now, considering I was 16, we may or may not have met inside of a club. However, literally the day after we met, we went for lunch, we went for breakfast, we went for dinners, like things just kept on progressing between us. A few months in, I bring him home to meet my mum and obviously she gasps, yells at him and chucks him out the house because that was in fact my dad. Now, I personally could look past this because I didn't see him as my dad and he felt the same, so me and him continued seeing each other in secret. And to be honest, things were going really well. That was until he cheated on me. So when my mum kicked my dad out the house, she did tell me that Mark in fact has a wife. I have a stepmom that I don't know about and they have children together and all of this stuff, and I thought she was lying because when I asked Mark about this, he denied everything. But obviously I believed him and not my bitter mum. However, I thought I would surprise Mark for his birthday, so I went over to his house, which I'd never been at before, and my stepmom opens the door. So my mum wasn't lying, she was telling the truth, and my dad had been cheating on me or cheating on my stepmom with me this whole entire time. Now, I don't quite know how, but I'm gonna get the best revenge ever. And I tell you, my stepmom was so excited to open the door to me because she thought I was reconnecting with my dad. So in fact, this whole time my dad did know who I was. He's literally been talking about me to his wife. I've literally just thought of the best revenge plan ever.
So I need advice. What do I do about the upcoming family dinner regarding my sisters? Brace yourselves because this one is a little out there. So my sisters have been best friends forever. I'm talking best friends in childhood, best friends during public school. My oldest sister, Kat, actually waited a year for my younger sister, Sherry, to finish high school so they could both go to college at the same time. So they go through college and end up meeting 2 guys that they would both marry shortly after. I'm talking like a month apart. Kat has a kid and Sherry has 2. Anyways, they live in the same town and are still best friends. Sherry is a stay-at-home mom and Kat is an accountant, and both of their husbands work at an office position. Now, our family, both immediate and extended, love emails. We use them for various things, but especially to send pictures. And Sherry loves to send pictures of her kids through emails. And we all have a family group for mass emails specifically. Now on to where I need advice. Yesterday, Sherry sent out a mass email to the family group. The email was titled, "Great evening, can't wait to do it again." It had a folder attachment with pictures, and I'm not gonna lie, kids kind of bore me, so I ignored it. About 10 minutes later, I got a text from my cousin, who's in my same social group, that said, "Holy shit." I asked him what, and he asked me if I looked at Sherry's email. I told him no, and he told me to go look. And when I tell you this was the shock of a lifetime, my heart nearly stopped. It turns out Kat and Sherry are swingers with their respective husbands, and they're also into group intimacy. They're also into pictures, like a lot of pictures. And I looked. I know, I messed up, but morbid fascination took over. They have threesomes with their husbands. They really just like all forms of intimacy. I will say it was incredibly graphic. So after the shock of all of this, I realized Sherry sent this to our entire family. We're having a family dinner on Saturday, and I've talked to no one except my cousin. And it has been deathly quiet among our family. And I really don't want to be there on Saturday. How do I handle this? What do I say to my sisters, my parents? Honestly, drinks are going to be heavily consumed this Saturday. Bye.
I broke up with a guy because his best friend is a female. Well, I started seeing this new guy named Beck a few weeks ago, and I had known him for a while before we actually officially started dating. He's really sweet and so awesome, and the first 3 dates that we went on went so well, and I really enjoyed spending time with him. But here's the problem. He has a really close friend, a girl named Kim, and she just constantly seems to be in the picture. During date number 4, he talked about her a lot. Like, a lot. Like, he literally would bring her up in every single scenario, and whenever I would try to change the subject, he would find some way to bring it back to them two, or like a memory that they shared together. I mean, granted, they did grow up together, so it makes sense that they would share a lot of memories together. They also dated, but he was also telling me about a trip that they were planning to take together. They were gonna drive in her car together and stay with her family, etc. At first, I tried to ignore it and just let it go because I also have a close friend of the opposite sex, but we never do anything like what they do together. Relationship has always been platonic, and the most we ever do together is play Xbox. I asked him to be my date since I had a +1 to my brother's wedding. This was like 2 weeks into dating, and he declined because he said that he already had plans that day to go bowling with some friends. So after I spoke to a mutual friend of ours, I found out that Kim was going to be there, and they actually set these plans up together. And the more I thought about it, the more and more it bugged me. On our last date together, I told him that I didn't want to pursue a relationship together anymore, and he was really confused because I was acting normal up until this day. I broke up with a guy because his best friend is a female. Obviously, he asked me why I was ending things, and I told him that I was really sorry, but how close he is with his best friend Kim just makes me really uncomfortable. It seems like they're extremely close, and she's a really big part of his life, and since we're not official and I would never tell him what to do, I'm just gonna make the choice to walk away. He did not take this well at all. He said that I was giving him an ultimatum and that I was trying to make him choose and that I was being manipulative. I insisted that I just wasn't okay with it, and I just didn't want to date someone that had that close of a relationship with a girl that isn't his girlfriend. So I ended up getting an Uber home because I did not want him to drive me home because he was absolutely fuming. And then later that evening, I get a text from a number that I don't recognize. Can you guess who it was from? Yep, It was Kim. She texted me this long paragraph about how Beck is crazy for me and how I am stupid for judging her before I even met her and how I was being manipulative by ending things with him. I responded telling her that I did not judge her at all. I just was not comfortable with the nature of their relationship, and she said that I need to give Beck another chance, and then maybe I also need to meet her to see that she's not a threat at all to our relationship. I didn't respond to her, and a couple hours later I got a text message from his mom saying that I overreacted, and now I feel like this is just way bigger than I thought it was going to be. Like, it's a way bigger deal. I just thought that I would end it and we would go on and move on. I just really want to know, am I wrong for this? Like, should I really give him another chance? Because I have no idea.
I've just accidentally slept with my teacher. Story time. So my schools are one of them schools that you literally join at reception and don't leave until you're 18. It's the same school throughout. Primary, secondary, college, it's all part of the same block and campus. And to be fair, I've loved it. I've loved every second. This also means you kind of have the same teacher throughout. Your teaching assistant follows you up from the day you start to the day you leave. And obviously your teacher changes throughout the course of the years. So let's just call my teaching assistant Mr. Mark. Mark was only 22 when I started the school. Obviously, I never paid any attention to Mark until about, I would say maybe like year 6, year 7, where I got this like huge crush on him. It really was just like a schoolgirl crush, and because we spent so much time with the same person. To be fair, a few of my friends also had a crush on him. Like, he is a good looking guy. See, we're both normal. Nothing ever happened whilst I was underage. Like, that's just strange. As I got older and I started to have boyfriends and other crushes, for some reason nothing stuck for me. Okay, time moved on and my college prom came around, which was our final one. And oh my god, turning up to that prom and seeing Mr. Mark, he looked so good. I was like, honestly, yes, that is what I'm looking for. Anyway, the night is about to come to a close. It has been a few hours. I've been speaking to everyone, including Mark. And next thing I know, me and Mark sleep together. I honestly really never saw this come in, but I love it. I love this ending so much. Yay me.
Am I wrong for refusing to help my brother after his wife blabbed about my financial situation? A few years ago, I won a lottery and became set for many lives over. Even though my name and winnings were public record, I worked really hard to keep it a secret, and for the most part, it worked. After verifying my winnings and setting up a trust, I told my family. My plan was to basically help each of my 3 brothers and my parents, depending on their needs. My brother Chris and his wife Alice had 3 kids, and I offered to pay for the down payment on whatever house they wanted. As crazy as it sounds, I was more broke the first year of winning than the year before I won, due to me helping my family out. I had one rule for anyone who took money from me, and that was don't tell anyone about my money. Well, Chris and Alice did for clout, and that unleashed a whole lot of people bombarding me with money requests. These were friends of theirs, friends of friends of theirs. Like my brother's brother-in-law, he asked me to pay for a wedding in St. Lucia because his fiance wanted one. And I only met this guy twice in like 9 years. Even though this happened in 2021, people still bother me constantly for money. I was pissed and cut my brother off. This led to a rift in the family, and I largely became estranged from them. And it was unfortunate because I was really close with my nephews and I wanted to spoil them. Last week, my other brother emailed me and let me know that Chris had been sick all year and was bedridden and gets specialized care, something to do with breathing. I let him know that was sad, and he told me that Chris hadn't been working and they were on the verge of losing their house. They have 4 kids from the ages of 4 to 15. I told him if he had something to say, to just say it. He asked me if I'd help them out by paying their outstanding bills until they can get back on their feet. I said no, the money wasn't the issue, it was my privacy. I have no idea if they will keep their mouth shut about me helping them. I get painted as a nice rich guy, and then I have 10 people bothering me with their problems. If you help them once, they'll keep coming back. It's funny how people have financial emergencies when you're helping others out. My other problem is that if my brother does pass, I don't want Alice to get a house that I paid 20% for. She and I don't get along, and she is the one that put my business out there. She was so certain that I'd take care of them that she didn't even bother to say thanks for the down payment on our dream home. How bad is their financial situation, you might ask? It's bad, and I'd offer to help in any other way that I can, but beggars want to be choosers and negotiate their charity. I'm not setting up any sort of loan settlement with my brother and his wife. They don't have the means to pay me back, and they would see it as a sign of weakness. Ironically, the only other person who's against giving them money is my financial advisor. I gave them $420,000 to buy a house, and they still managed to fuck that up. They live in a nicer house than I do. I don't live fancy, I don't own a Rolex, and the majority of the clothes that I have holes in them. I even bought my furniture from Big Lots. My other reason for not helping is that I know if the situations were reversed, my sister-in-law would not help me. She would be a lot less nice about it. I love my nephews, but I won't be blackmailed over them. When they come of age and reach out to me, then I'll be there for them. So am I wrong for not helping out?
Here's why I called the police over a post-it note. Spooky story time. So one day I come home from school and I find a post-it note on the kitchen table. It's from my mum, who's basically telling me that my dad was working late that night, that she had gone shopping, both of my brothers had gone to football practice. So basically I was home alone. Because of this, I made sure to lock the door, popped my phone down on the sideboard in the hallway, then went upstairs to get changed. As I was getting undressed, I noticed a little sticky note on my bed. So I picked it up and read it, thinking that it would be another little message from my mum, but no. It said, there is someone in the house. I was not concerned at all. I assumed it was my younger brothers playing a trick on me. And I'm like, haha guys, very funny. You're not scaring me. So I just carry on my evening and I go downstairs to get a snack from the fridge. And inside the fridge, there's another note that says, there's no one here, just you and me. So I'm like, right, this is obviously a prank that's going too far. I said, right guys, stop it. No answer. At that point, I was like, fuck this, I'm out. Ran to the front door, tried to unlock it. The door would not open. Turned round to grab my keys from off the hook where I'd left them, and my keys had disappeared. My phone was also no longer on the table. So I picked up the phone to call the police. There was no dial tone. Picked up the phone box, and to my absolute horror, realised that the line had been cut. There was another note left by the phone that said no phone, no police, no way out. So I'm like, right, I can't get out the front door, I'll go out the back door. This door was also locked. There was another note. The note read, look up. I would be looking down. Hanging from the ceiling was our family cat. You can fuck with me, but you don't fuck with the cat, okay? At this point, I was panicking. I couldn't find my phone anywhere, but I found my laptop. So I emailed my best friend and I said, someone is in my house, call the police. I'm thinking I need to defend myself. So I went over to the knife drawer to grab the biggest one I could find. Guess what? There was no knives, but a note read, children shouldn't play with sharp objects. At that point, I ran upstairs, I checked under my bed and inside my closet and there was no one in there. This is where I would stay until the police arrived. The TV in my room turned on all of a sudden with just static on the screen. Then all of a sudden on the TV, a post-it note appeared that said, now I have you where I want you. Minutes later, I heard the sound of sirens coming to my house. The police arrived and they broke down the front door. Police literally searched the entire house, top to bottom, and it was empty. As the officers were interviewing me, one of them spotted something. There was a sticky note attached to my bag. He pulled it off and handed it to me. And on the sticky note, it read, I was this close.
So I thought I'd give you guys an update on telling the Fair Baby's grandparents to either come get the kid or I was gonna call CPS. Well, I'm no longer divorcing Roger. He had some complications after his heart attack and he has passed away. And I'm conflicted because he was the love of my life, but he was also a cheating piece of trash. And to the best of my knowledge, the mother will not be returning from Europe. The child is still currently with her parents, but they are asking me what I want to do. I recommended to them adoption Not that I wanted to adopt the child, but that we put the child up for adoption. They did not like that suggestion, and neither did my children. They say that I'm being cold and cruel, but I suggested to them, since the child is related to them, but not to me, that they step up. And neither of them have accepted that suggestion either. I am the sole beneficiary of Roger's estate, so I imagine lawyers will be involved to get the child some form of support. I will pay whatever is ordered by the court for support. I will not pay 1 cent from my money. And that's really all I have to say on this matter. Bye.
My best friend punched me, so I slept with her boyfriend. Story time. So me and my best friend, let's call her Natalie. I can't remember not being friends with her, like it has been that long. Now Natalie has been going through it. And over the past maybe like year prior to this, she suffered with a lot of mental health issues. Honestly, I was trying to be there for her as much as possible. However, I work in a very demanding job, so I didn't always have time to worship her. Now, obviously, Natalie took this as me not caring about her. And basically, long story short, we went on a night out and a few words were exchanged from both sides and she ended up punching me. Now, I'm not a violent person, so this took me by shock. Natalie has actually been in a few fights, whereas I've been in none. So obviously, I was a bit shocked when this happened and I took a step back. However, the more I thought about what she did, the more annoyed I got. So I just knew I had to get the ultimate revenge so she wouldn't get one up on me. So I decided to sleep with her boyfriend. To be honest, this was very, very easy. Natalie is very, very protective of her boyfriend. Let's call him Mark. However, when Mark is away from Natalie, loose cannon. Like, he is literally a different person. Just made sure to go on the same night out as him. It was very easy. See, this sent her into this huge spiral. And obviously we're not talking because I wouldn't want to. Just had to get revenge.
Am I wrong for giving CPR to my friend when his wife said I don't have consent? I, 26 male, have been trained for CPR through almost every period of my life. Unfortunately, never had to use it until now. I learned CPR through Boy Scouts, high school health class, personal trainer class, and previous work training. I work at a convenience store and experience many regulars. This regular, for example, is a man that we will call Jerry. Jerry is roughly in his late 40s and early 50s. It happens to always have 10 to 15 conversations on random stuff we bond over. He's also an Eagle Scout, a father, and has a daughter who is about to get married and is over the moon about it. Star Wars fan and loves sports, so there's something we will always talk about. I love Jerry. He's an awesome guy who doesn't talk about work a lot, which I completely understand and respect. 1 week ago, Jerry came into the store with his wife that I have met on occasion of him shopping. Not really a social person, which my wife isn't either, so I understand. I was on the other aisle when I started to hear heavy breathing at the counter, then following a loud crash and panicking scream. I rush over to see that it's Jerry on the floor unconscious. I quickly run over and get down to assess him. He wasn't breathing or responding to me. I look over at my boss, who we will call Misty, to call 911 and to grab the AED. I began to unbutton Jerry's shirt to start compressions and getting him ready for if we need to use the AED. During this, his wife looks at me and says, "Are you really going to perform CPR? I'd rather have a medical professional than you." I didn't even comprehend this comment and just kept continuing. What seemed like 5 minutes of doing compression was only 1 minute. The wife keeps on yelling at me saying, I don't have the right to touch him without permission or her consent. I ignore her and keep doing compressions in mouth to mouth. That's when we started to hear sirens in the distance, and since we lived in a super small town, I was fortunate to have a hospital close by. The sirens were getting closer, and then suddenly the ambulance was right at our door, and rushing in with the stretcher, one of the paramedics asked if he could take over my round of compressions. Of course, I agree, and we had a smooth transfer of compressions. That's when my boss with the AED in hand comes over, and that's when she's escorted away from the situation to calm her down while the wife was staring daggers into my soul. I was put into a room to calm down. After 10 or so minutes, I hear the wife yell, "I'm going to press charges against that guy. He could have killed my husband." My boss tells me to go home after writing a report and to take a break for a while. Right now, I'm at home scared and waiting for that phone call from a lawyer or someone. I know what I did was right, but I feel like I actually did do something wrong with going against the wife's consent. So, am I the asshole? CPR certified. Unconscious victim. Consent is implied. We have laws specifically designed to protect citizens in these type of situations. And I hope people understand, right? When you're down like that, those seconds count. Every second counts. When you're doing CPR, you're waiting for them to get transferred to a hospital. Every second counts. Keeping oxygen flow to the brain. People don't understand. People don't understand. Unless you're CPR certified, then you would know. Or if you're taking a science class, you would know.
Am I the asshole for still going to my daughter's wedding, even though my other daughter isn't invited due to her panic attacks? I have 2 daughters. They are 27 and 24. The issue is my younger daughter got into a bad situation when she was in high school. She now has panic attacks and is on meds for almost 8 years now. My oldest is not close to her younger sibling. It boils down to celebrations usually getting interrupted by a panic attack. I know my youngest isn't doing it on purpose, but it really sucks when you are at a graduation and a panic attack happens. Sometimes she can get away and calm down, but sometimes she pushes herself too hard and it results in an attack. Now on to the issue. My oldest is getting married. Everyone was invited to her engagement party, and during the event, the youngest had an attack. The event ended soon after, since the whole incident ruined the vibe. My oldest was really upset and kept going on about how she shouldn't have invited her. Invitations were sent out for the wedding, and my oldest didn't invite her younger sibling. I asked her about it, and she informed me that she wants her wedding to go smoothly, unlike all her other events that have been interrupted by panic attacks. I asked her to reconsider, and she said no. She wants one day where it is about her. My youngest is really upset and asked me to skip the wedding. I informed her I will not. I don't want to miss my daughter getting married. This resulted in an argument, and she called me a jerk. I'm looking for opinions. My youngest gets attacks at all types of events, not just her sister's. So this isn't I am trying to ruin my sister's event situation. She has been seeing a therapist. The main issue with the panic attacks is that they come on suddenly. She could be doing fine all night and something pushes her over the edge. She is a million times better than when she was a teenager and getting attacks twice a day. Please help.
I don't think you're the asshole at all. Like, I here's the thing. It's like, I'm sorry to say this, but if she's had attacks at her older sister's graduation and even at the engagement party.
Yeah, that was a good trial run.
Here's the thing. I'm sure her older sister sympathizes and empathizes and is like, I can't imagine what that must be like. But at the same time, it's like, I would want my wedding to be about me too. And if I knew, especially because the panic attacks are sudden, they come out of nowhere. Like there isn't like controlling them or like figuring out when it's going to happen. They just happen. It's like, I don't want to have that risk at my wedding. To be fair, I know they're not close, but they're sisters. And I feel like your youngest should understand. I would understand.
Well, it's also to the point, you need to recognize your own boundaries. If you're having these panic attacks, they're not enjoyable for you. So I feel like you kind of need to take more autonomy and not put yourself in those situations or force yourself to do it. Like, don't push yourself over the edge. Don't try so hard that you then trigger an attack. Like, that's not healthy or fun for you, and you don't have to go through that. Don't push yourself.
This is your sister's day. If that is to happen and something goes wrong, it's no longer your sister's day, it's your day. And that's not fair to her.
I also think by not looking out for yourself and like pushing and going to these events, it's also probably strained their relationship more. Like, I think if our OP would have maybe said like, hey, sweetie, you know, if you have an attack, let's leave right away. We're not going to disturb the event. I feel like the relationship would be better. Like, they're only 3 years apart. It is kind of odd that they're not close, but it's probably given this history of the sister, the older ones, events being taken out by the younger.
Which it shouldn't be like that either. Like, I feel like if there was an issue, like, I know panic attacks are sudden, but like if I was the parent, I would try to handle it as discreetly as I could.
I know. I don't get how the engagement party got so hijacked that it was then over after this panic attack. Like, and I take mental health so seriously. It's something I really try to advocate for in all areas. But like, you also have to, at a certain point, you're the one that's also responsible for your mental health and your triggers. If you feel it coming on, you need to like remove yourself and find a safe space. It is hard. I think the sister is totally justified. And at the same time, that other daughter deserves to feel supported by her mom and have her mom at her wedding. And so like for the sister to be like, you shouldn't go. I'm not invited. That's not fair.
It also feels very like territorial. Like now, like it's like, oh, if I'm not invited, you shouldn't go either. Like your mom favors you. See, this is why I feel like even that mentality of like, oh, if I'm not going, my mom shouldn't go. That means in your head that like you should be set as a priority over your sister. You both should be a priority.
It's equal.
And I'm sorry if you have panic attacks, but it's like you shouldn't be like this. Oh, well, if I'm not going, my mom shouldn't go. Like this sounded.
It's not about you.
It's not about you.
This is the day that it's actually not about you.
At all.
This is about her.
I maxed out my husband's $10,000 credit card. My husband gave me one of his credit cards a few months back. He told me that the card was for emergencies, that the card had a $250 limit and to not go crazy. So I used it here and there for gas, some emergency groceries to get us between payday, and very recently I used it to buy some of the things my daughter needed for her spirit week. Well, when I got home, I mentioned to my husband that I may have gone a little feral when I was getting things for our daughter's spirit week and spent over the limit to get our daughter her clothes. He asked me how much I had spent and I told him I spent about $150, but that I had also used it for gas earlier in the week. And because I don't know when the payment is due, I don't know if the balance had been reset yet. He laughed and told me that I was good because the limit was actually $10,000. I won't lie, I was pissed that he lied to me about the limit. All this time, he had me stressing when I was using that card and putting off getting things that we actually needed. So the next day, I went out and got everything that we needed. I restocked the pantry, got our daughter some actual trendy clothes. I got myself a new pair of shoes, and because it was on sale, I got myself a book. Well, after all of that excitement wore off, I started adding up all of the receipts and I realized that I spent about $9,000. And now I'm freaking out because my husband is going to flip and I don't blame him. I just need advice on how to approach him. What do I do?
Just left my husband at the altar. Story time. So this is something I generally just couldn't help, and not one ounce of me feels bad about it because I've got to do what's best for me. So me and my husband, we met a little later in life, not too late, but maybe a little bit later than normal people. I met him literally when I was 29, and I met him a little bit later because I had been in a long-term relationship beforehand. Let's just call my ex-boyfriend Mark. So me and Mark were dating for a long time, however it was very toxic. So when I met my husband, like a breath of fresh air. I didn't believe non-problematic relationships existed until I met my husband. Thoughtful, like even the way he proposed to me, the way he was with my family, like, you know, he really was the man of my dreams. So when me and my husband first started dating, Mark didn't like it. It was hard enough getting out of that old relationship, let alone when I got in this new one and Mark was still in my ear telling me stuff. Anyway, it really didn't stop mine and my husband's relationship at all. I just like completely blocked Mark out of everything. However, Mark worked at a hospital. He still does work at a hospital. Me and my husband had a little issue when it came to having a baby. Because we met a little later in life, we were just going to kind of have a baby and then get married. Because we had so many issues at these appointments, I ended up just going on my own because I didn't want my husband to keep taking time out of work. On the second time I went on my own, guess who I see at the hospital? Mark. I really honestly didn't want to see him. I was obviously really annoyed that he kept on trying to reach out and ruin this relationship. I said hi, I was friendly. We actually ended up getting coffee and sitting down and talking about stuff. He completely apologized for the way he was a few years ago, and I was really surprised to see him in this sort of light. I've never seen him this mature. We actually exchanged numbers again, not in that sort of way. Got a new number and obviously I blocked his old one, and it really was as simple as that. When I tell you this man was grafting me, and I know it was sneaky and that should have been a red flag to me, however I had never seen him this grown up and mature before. It really made me see him in like a completely different light. So the day of mine and my husband's wedding came, we were really struggling to conceive, so we just decided to get married. At this point I was getting very close again to Mark. To be honest, it really didn't hit me until my wedding day that wedding just wasn't right for me, clearly. Otherwise I wouldn't have even entertained Mark at the beginning. So I know this is quite bad, however the day of my wedding I just didn't show up. I just left my husband at the altar. And in no way am I saying me and Mark are going to get married and live happily ever after. Definitely isn't getting a second chance that easy. However, I just know it wouldn't be fair to marry my husband when I'm entertaining.
Today I fucked up by telling my friend that I don't think she would be faithful in a relationship. Bit of a backstory. Me, male 25, and this girl, female 23, dated briefly early last year while at university. We weren't right for each other and she called it off, but I still had feelings for her. It was tough because she is quite open about her previous relationships and would talk about them often, which hurt while having feelings for her. We ended up good friends, but every now and then we would get drunk and sleep together. But she was sometimes prompt after saying it didn't mean anything and we were just friends. Over the summer break, she went back home and I started to have feelings for her again, but was too afraid to talk to her about it. Fast forward till today, I've been sick with COVID and have been isolating at home for over a week, and we called tonight. She was 2 bottles down on wine, so quite drunk. We chat for a bit and confess my feelings, and she takes it really well. She appreciated that I thought well of her. She's attractive, really comfortable to be around, and really intelligent. She was flattered, but very nicely said she didn't feel the same way, which was nice, reassuring me that I can gently let go of her. Cool, that went well, but then for whatever reason, I wanted to be honest about how in our times drinking together, she would become quite flirty and would hit on other guys regularly and would often share details about her many one-night stands over the year. She started getting uncomfortable and said, "What's your point? What are you trying to say?" I started to feel like this was a bad idea, but in my sick, foggy haze, I stupidly kept going and said something along the lines of, hypothetically speaking, if we did get together, I'm not sure if you would be faithful, and proceeded to share an anecdote about how she dared to take her pants off at a party and took a photo of her pants around her ankles and shared it in our group chat. As you can imagine, she was speechless and abruptly ended the call, and it struck me how much of an asshole I had just been. I quickly messaged her saying I was really sorry and that what I had said was cruel. A few moments later, she had called back and swore at me and said she couldn't believe what I had said and that it was so sexist to assume when a woman does flirt, she's a slut. She said she didn't want to talk to me for a while, and I said I was sorry, at a loss of what to say, and she hung up again. So now I feel like shit that I could treat a friend so horrible. I obviously will respect her wishes for space, but also want to give her a sincere apology.
Am I the asshole for sabotaging my husband's tournament after he refused to help with our newborn? Update. First, I want to say that I initially posted just to find out if I was wrong for sabotaging my husband's tournament. I ended up sharing a lot of context, and I never expected to receive such an outpouring of advice on other issues. But oh my God, your responses have been the best thing that's happened to me lately. Your words have a profound impact on me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much to all the mamas, dads, and everyone who offered their wonderful advice and educated me on postpartum depression. After reading everything, I immediately booked an appointment for the next day. It turns out I do have PPD. I'll be starting therapy soon, and my doctor also suggested joining a support group. I'm still considering it. I never thought I'd be saying this to random strangers, but I love you all so much. You've turned my life around. Thank you so much to everyone who informed me about tongue ties. I went to see a doctor for this as well. Turns out my baby has a minor unnoticeable tongue tie that was causing all of the latching issues. I've scheduled an appointment later this week to get it corrected. Without your advice, I would have never known, and it would have continued to be a struggle. This is why I do what I do. Even if it weren't my words directly, that had an impact on her, because I knew nothing about any of this stuff to give advice on any of this. But this is why I do, because people, they're so grateful, and people on the internet were able to suggest things to her that she did not even know existed, that she had no idea about, and they were right, and it's helping her make things easier despite the other things that she's struggling. This is why, regardless of how much these stories affect my mental, I still continue to record them, because it's helping somebody somewhere. Yesterday, I was feeling so depressed, crying all day, but today, everything feels so much better. Each one of your comments made a difference. I've read almost all of your advice. Although I couldn't reply to every comment, I spent a lot of time reading, and each one touched my heart deeply. Again, thank you so much, everyone. You are all incredible. To everyone who DM'd me with their advice and resources like books, other subreddits, and websites, I'm eternally grateful. I promise I'll reply whenever I get a chance. I saved a lot of comments because the advice is so invaluable. I'm amazed that so many people took the time to give me and my baby detailed, thoughtful replies. I'll try to respond to you guys whenever I can. I hope you all understand. About the intimacy thing, thank you to everyone who made me aware that this isn't normal. I've been feeling guilty this whole time, thinking because it's already been 6 weeks and wondering why I didn't want to be intimate. Jake was gaslighting me into believing that my sex drive should have been normal after 6 weeks. That's not true. And he was guilting me for not wanting to be intimate with him. Each of the 4 times we did, I felt very uncomfortable, but I thought maybe it was just me. Now that everyone has shared how long their partners waited, and husbands have told me how long they waited for their wives to be comfortable, it made me realize how much I've been pressured unfairly. Also, there were a few gamer people who trolled me heavily for what I did. They need to go outside, get some sunlight, touch some grass, and then go upstairs and wash their ass because they've probably been sitting behind a computer for about 12 hours now. But most of the gamer parents, especially gamer dads, came forward and shared how wonderful they are as parents and how gaming comes after their child. The first hour after I posted this, I was harassed badly, especially by this one person. His account has now been deleted by the moderators. Good shit. Because I was about to say, drop the name. Drop the name, because I got some not so nice but nice things to say to him too. But after that horrific hour, most people were so supportive and nice. I was thinking of just deleting my post after all the backlash from some gamers and a lot of men agreeing with Jake. Baby girl, those aren't men. Those are boys. Those are boys, and we don't listen to anything that little boys have to say because it's not helpful to us at all. They were saying that just because I was on maternity leave and I do nothing all day, I shouldn't expect Jake to help because he's working, and that I was being unreasonable for wanting him to help out more. These boys live with their parents. They do. Or they live with a woman that is just like their mother. Point blank period. We don't listen to them. But thank God I didn't delete it. It would have been the worst mistake ever. Trust me, you guys, it's not just about the advice, but the emotional support that you gave me in a day, sitting miles away from me. My husband couldn't even give me that in 3 months, being under the same roof as me. This made me feel so much better, realizing how much I needed this support. Again, thank you so much to everyone. I still cry a lot, and I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt, like a heavy weight pressing down on my heart. There's moments when I feel like I'm failing as a mother and a wife, and the pain of those thoughts is unbearable. But thanks to all of you, I feel so much better than before. Your words have been like a lifeline, pulling me out of the darkest depths of despair. Every comment, every message has been a reminder that I'm not alone in this struggle. I can't describe the relief of knowing that there are people who understand and care. It's like a warm embrace that I desperately needed. For that, I'm very grateful. You've given me the strength to keep going, to fight for myself and my baby. And for that, I will never be able to thank you enough. Baby girl, I love this so much. Like, she doesn't state the one thing we all want to hear, that she's leaving, but we do know that that shit takes time. That if she decides that that's what she wants to do, it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. So that, of course, I wanted to hear that she's packed her shit. Her and Emma are gone. But there are more pressing things that we got to worry about first. She must take care of herself in order to take care of her baby. So she's got to wait. She's got to bide her time. And I'm not upset by it. I love that she was able to get so much support. You guys are dope. I have some answers to some questions that were asked a lot. How long have we been together? Jake and I dated for 1 year and 5 months before getting married. We've been married for about 1 year and 4 months. So in total, 2 years, 9 months. Also, was the pregnancy planned? Yes, it was planned, and it was actually his idea. I wanted to wait at least 1 year after getting married, but he made everything sound so good. Like we would be such great parents and how we would do stuff together and how happy everything would be. I didn't need much convincing. I got very excited hearing all of this, and I had butterflies in my stomach. But now that I think about it, while we were dating, I remember him saying multiple times that it's his goal to get married and have a kid before turning 30. Emma was born a month before he turned 30, so maybe he was just trying to achieve his goal. Does he help with other chores? No, he very rarely does. I do all the chores like laundry, dishes, vacuuming. Once I threatened him that he must at least do his own dishes because I wasn't going to do it anymore. After that, he got a huge stack of disposable plates, spoons, glasses, etc. Honestly, I use those too from his stock sometimes because I'm just so exhausted. This man sucks. You don't clean, you don't cook, you don't take care of your file, but you want to crawl up in it whenever the want. And if I don't want it, it's my goddamn fault. I told you, you need to at least clean up your own dishes. You couldn't even fucking do that, and instead bought disposable ones because you're so lazy. And I'm positive OP probably got to take out the trash as well. Girl, He boils eggs at the most, and that's like maybe 2 or 3 times a week. About 3 weeks ago, I was really mad at him because I asked him to change Emma's diapers if she poops while I was at my gynecologist for a follow-up. He didn't change Emma's diapers, so I didn't make food for him for 3 days. He ordered DoorDash for all meals. That's sad. That's the reason why, even though a lot of people are asking me to leave him with Emma for 8 hours, I don't know in what condition I'll find my baby when I come back. I was only gone for an hour and a half, and I came home to her crying and soiled while my husband had headphones on. That's why I did not make that suggestion. Because in my last video, I thought about it. Leave him with his daughter and make him take care of her. But he's a gamer. He's going to pop those headphones on and nothing's going to exist. And he's going to leave your child there hungry, wet, uncomfortable, and fucking scared. That is why I did not make that suggestion. He claimed that he didn't hear her crying. And God knows how long my baby had been upset. I felt awful that night and I cried myself to sleep, thinking, did she start crying as soon as I left and cry for the whole hour and a half? Also, I have no idea what I'll do after I resume my job. I barely have 10 weeks to figure everything out. I haven't thought about what to do with Jake as of now, but I'll definitely let you know. Okay, so I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to give you guys the Cliff Notes version. You're more than welcome to go back to the account and read it all yourself. Okay, so OP goes on to talk about how a lot of people suggested that she go to her mother-in-law or to her parents, but she doesn't want to do that because she's an only child. She's the only sister girl in the family. So her brothers, her cousins, and her dad are extremely overprotective, and she's afraid of what's going to happen to Jake if she tells on it. Also, that a lot of people that reached out to her in the DMs were men who were just like Jake, and they told her to run as fast and as far as she fucking can because they themselves admitted to being abusive to their children while they were gaming because they were frustrated. OP stated at the end that when Emma grows up, she's 100% going to make sure that she is aware of all the beautiful and nice people in the world that gave her mom such great advice and helped her in such a difficult time, and that if there's any updates, she's going to let us know.
Am I the asshole for defending a bride who left her husband at the altar? Okay, so basically me and my husband attended a wedding and it was his niece slash cousins. I don't know how to really explain who she is, but they were really close growing up and it was her wedding. The wedding was a bit unique. There was a brunch before the actual ceremony with the bride and the groom. And then after the brunch, the whole wedding party left to get ready for the wedding for about an hour. All the guests were still at the brunch and then the wedding ceremony and the reception was supposed to happen after. I thought everything was normal because at the brunch, the couple looked happy and super excited, maybe a little bit nervous, but my husband told me that there had been a little bit of drama before the ceremony because the groom's family wanted his ex to attend their wedding because they had a good relationship, I guess. The ex apparently is an EMT and she saved the mother-in-law's life once, I guess, and the bride did not want her to come, but then she ended up caving and agreeing that she could come. At the actual ceremony, which I think you can guess by the title, the bride never showed. After a few awkward minutes while the music was playing, the bride's father came in and announced that she left. The groom was crying, the mother-in-law was screaming. It was a hot mess. At the reception, they basically just told everyone to take to-go boxes of the food so nothing went to waste. Since a lot of the family was in town for the wedding, the bride's side of the family were having a reunion. So the bride said at this family reunion that the reason she left her husband at the altar was because at the brunch, am I the asshole for defending a bride who left her husband at the altar? The bride said at this family reunion that the reason she left her husband at the altar was because at the brunch, the ex told her that she had slept with the groom and showed her a tape of it. So obviously the bride was distraught and she left because she didn't want to marry a cheater, which power to you because me neither. The groom side of the family was slandering the bride on every social media platform possible. So the bride's side of the family decided to fire back and was accusing the groom of being a cheater, and it was just a crazy hot mess. The groom comes to the bride's house to try to clear things up. I guess the groom didn't actually cheat on the bride and that tape was from years and years ago. But I guess the groom's appearance haven't changed much over the years, so that's why the bride just believed that it was recent. Ex was just trying to break them up and she even confessed that she was trying to do so. To my surprise, instead of everyone being angry at the ex, everyone turned on the bride. Her family was pissed for wasting everybody's time, wasting money, being gullible, and not letting the groom explain himself first. Everyone was yelling at her, so I spoke up in her defense. I mean, I would have believed it too if there was video evidence and the fact that she was practically forced into letting the ex attend the wedding. Now the whole family is against me and the bride, and it's so awkward and everybody's just acting so cold. My husband is also upset now because he feels like if someone accused him of cheating on me that I would just believe them, but that is so unfair. So I would love to know what you guys think about this whole situation and if you think that I'm the asshole.
Am I the asshole for deleting my friends' wedding photos in front of them? I'm not really a photographer, I'm a dog groomer. I take lots of photos of dogs all day to put on my Facebook and Instagram. It's my thing, if that makes sense. A cut in a photo with every appointment. I very seldom shoot things other than dogs, even if I have a nice setup. A friend got married a few days ago and wanted to save money, asked if I shoot it for them. I told him it's not really my forte, but he convinced me by saying he didn't care if they were perfect. They were on a shoestring budget, and I agreed to shoot it for $250, which is nothing for a 10-hour event. On the day of, I'm driving around following the bride as she goes from appointment to appointment before the ceremony, taking photos along the way. I shoot the ceremony itself, and during the reception, I'm shooting speeches and people mingling. I started around 11 a.m. and was due to finish around 7:30 p.m. Around 5 p.m., food is being served, and I was told I cannot stop to eat because I need to be a photographer. In fact, they didn't save me a spot at any table. I'm getting tired and at this point kind of regretting doing this for next to nothing. It's also unbelievably hot. The venue is at an old Veterans Legion, and it's like 110 degrees and there's no AC. I told the groom I need to take off for 20 minutes to get something to eat and drink. There's no open bar or anything. I can't even get water, and my 2 water bottles are long empty. He tells me I need to either be a photographer or leave without pay. With the heat, being hungry, being generally annoyed at the circumstances, I asked if he was sure, and he said yes. So I deleted all the photos I took in front of him and took off saying, I'm not his photographer anymore. If I was to be paid $250, honestly at that point I would have paid $250 for just a glass of cold water and somewhere to sit for 5 minutes. Was I the asshole? They went right on their honeymoon and they've been all off of social media, but a lot of people have been posting on their wall asking about the photos with 0 responses.
I just ran over my boyfriend so I can get with his brother. Story time. So I generally think this is absolutely hilarious, and I truly believe he deserved it. Me and my boyfriend had been dating for about 4.5 years, and I thought I was going to marry this boy. Like, I know everyone says that and thinks it in a relationship. However, it weren't like a, oh my god, I'm so in love with him, like I'm going to marry him. Like, we were fully planning our future together. And like, I'm not going to bore you with the details, but like, our families got on, I got on with his, he got on with mine, our mums got on, our dads got on. Everyone was really, really close, and everyone else also kind of knew both marry each other. And everything was so smooth sailing until homeboy decided to cheat on me. For nearly 5 years, he thought, let me dip my toe in a different pond. And to be completely honest, I wasn't even heartbroken. I was just so angry. And what makes this worse, he didn't just choose to cheat on me in like a club with a random girl. And to be honest, that would have been easier because I would have been angry at him more. He decided to cheat on me with my sister. I was so angry at both of them and also at my parents. And I tell you, they responded by saying, oh, it happens in life, let's just move on and get over it. See, I kind of broke things off like straight away. I didn't fully close that book because I wanted revenge. However, we definitely weren't officially together. So after literal weeks of plotting my revenge, I always found my boyfriend's brother hot. I was always so attracted to this boy. However, I did always find my boyfriend more attractive, obviously. What a better way than to try and get with his brother? Let's just call his brother Mark. It was in my head I was going to get with Mark. There was nothing that was going to stop me. Harder than I anticipated. I tried to get with Mark for weeks. So long I was trying to get with him. And then one night we got so close to getting together. And he kind of said to me basically that as long as he's around and living in the same house, it's never going to get with me basically. That meant one thing to me, and that was to find a way to get my ex-boyfriend out of Mark's house for a little while. Now obviously I was still very angry at my ex-boyfriend. What better way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone than to hit him with my car so I get my physical revenge. And that also puts him in hospital for a little bit. I get to get with his brother. And that's exactly what I did, and it worked. Obviously, I didn't break anything to put him in there for about a day. You know, a bit of bruising. And I also ended up getting my marks. It was a win-win.
Am I wrong for calling off the wedding since my fiance doesn't want to sign a prenup? Okay, so my fiance proposed about 2 months ago, and we've recently started planning the wedding. I told him that I wanted to create a prenup to protect my premarital assets, as well as the capital and assets I'd receive from my inheritance. For some context, my parents are wealthy, and upon their passing, I'd receive an inheritance in the low mid 8 figures. So when I brought this up to him, he flat out refused. And he got really defensive about it. I tried to explain that I wasn't about to risk the generational wealth that my parents and grandparents worked away for on a coin toss, that this was something that was absolutely mandatory for me. He tried to claim that I was trying to start our marriage with one foot already out of the door. So I told him that until we came to an agreement, this marriage was off the table, and that this was something I was not going to change my mind on. So was I wrong?
Am I the asshole for firing an employee after his parents died? I'm the VP of sales at a software company, and one of our sales development reps' parents passed away at the beginning of April. Sadly, they were involved in a car crash and both lost their lives. Now the employee in question is a very young 22-year-old guy and has been with us for about 10 months now. He's a great employee, and we were thinking about promotions in the next 6 months for him. His job is a high-paying one for a new grad, around $90,000 with commission and base, so we expect a lot from this position. Because of the accident, we let him take 1 month paid leave of absence from work, and he's returned a few weeks ago, and his performance is severely lacking. He's super unmotivated, not cold calling, out reaching out to prospects for the last 2 to 3 weeks enough since he's come back. Our whole management team has noticed this, and we decided to let him go because we feel like he'd need months and months to be able to produce again, and we can't just wait that long. We called him into a meeting on Friday afternoon and gave him the bad news. He was very calm and rude about it, told us to go fuck ourselves, and got up and went to his desk, grabbed his few things, and left. I thought this was very, very unprofessional and extremely rude. I told my boyfriend about all of this, and he said myself and my management team are a bunch of asses and pricks with no hearts.
Am I the asshole for adopting my brother's affair baby? I, 26 female, am in a long-term committed relationship with another woman, 23 female. Both of us have always known that we wanted children, and we've had a lot of discussions about just how that might happen. My brother, Roy, 34 male, cheated on his wife, 32 female, with a younger woman, Mary, 21 female. He had been carrying on an affair with her for about 2 years. Mary says that nothing started until after she was 18, for what it's worth. However, all of this came to light when she got pregnant and came to our family. Roy wanted her to abort, but she wasn't comfortable with that, and he convinced her to go with the adoption instead. Obviously, this caused major trouble in his marriage. Our family all came to know about Mary, and my partner and I actually ended up offering her a lot of support. We genuinely became friends with her as well. Mary is not in a position to be raising a child, and she's really not interested in motherhood. However, my partner has a little bit of baby fever, and she asked if we could be the ones to adopt Mary's kid. Our state actually makes private adoptions pretty straightforward, so we made the arrangements through an attorney. Mary was happy about this, and we told her that we'd be glad to have her in the baby's life, as it fits her ability to be around. Mary gave birth to our beautiful daughter, Sabrina, and Sabrina has been living with my partner and I ever since. Legally, I'm her mother. My parents have been thrilled about this because they love the idea of having their grandkid around. They've been a great help and are constantly helping us look after our daughter. Roy, however, is severely unhappy about this, to say the least. He didn't want us to adopt Sabrina, and he says that her being around at family functions and in everyone's lives is so upsetting to his wife. They've reconciled more or less, and she's kind of stuck with him. She's been his stay-at-home partner since she was 20, and there are reasons why a divorce might not go well for her, but he says that Sabrina is a constant sore point. Both Roy and his wife are absolutely child-free, and his wife had literally threatened to divorce him if he attempted to gain custody over Sabrina. Roy says that there were a million other ways that my partner or I could have gotten a baby, and that it was selfish and asshole-ish to force his mistress' baby back into his life after he was trying to repair things. He's repeatedly pointed out that my partner still thinks she might
want to get pregnant at some point soon, and the fact that I haven't denied that I might be pregnant someday as reasons why we should have let Sabrina go to some other family where she won't automatically cause trouble. Am I the asshole for adopting my brother's affair baby? He is also not only upset about Sabrina being in the family, but about Mary being around too. He really hates her because he feels like she tried to baby trap him. This couldn't be further from the truth, as she never wanted to keep the baby one way or another. As to how she got pregnant, they were using condoms, and he thought that she was also on birth control. Mary has admitted that she lied about being on birth control because she didn't like the side effects and he was using condoms anyway. She admits this was dumb. She's pretty sure that she got pregnant when Roy got kind of lazy and impatient and used the same condom for a second round. Roy is absolutely furious at her and thinks that she did it on purpose, but she didn't. And besides that, she was like 19 or something and obviously not the one at fault here. He's upset about the fact that we don't plan on keeping his paternity a secret when Sabrina is old enough to ask questions, and he has repeatedly said that his problem was solved and we unsolved it. Roy used to be our parents' favorite. He was a very prestigious, very high-paying job. He's their firstborn son, and until they accepted that he and his wife were truly serious about being child-free, they figured he was their best chance at grandkids. I, on the other hand, was always kind of the family weirdo, and my parents have never really understood my personality. And while they haven't been homophobic or anything, I sometimes have gotten the vibe that they were a little bit disappointed I was mostly dating women and settled down with another woman, and that they might have been hoping my sexuality was just a phase and that I'd eventually settle down with a man. Now, however, Roy has gotten tons of flack from them, and they've been practically showering my partner and me with love and support. He is clearly very, very jealous. Roy has said that I brought Sabrina into an effed up family situation and that I should have let her have a chance at going to a normal household. And he has come dangerously close to implying that it's wrong of me to be raising her in a non-married, semi-open relationship between two women rather than in a traditional, married, heterosexual household. I've told him that he can shove his implications and that any part of this that's a problem for him is his own damn fault. Everyone loves Sabrina, and as far as I'm concerned, if that causes problems for Roy and his wife, then that's on him. Some of my friends/acquaintances have expressed limited sympathy for Roy, said that they can understand how I'm fucking up his life though, but I disagree. The affair happened, and I don't feel like he should be relying on his wife forgetting about it by just keeping it out of sight and out of mind like she's a goldfish or something. Am I the asshole for adopting my brother's affair daughter?
Am I the asshole for sending my coworker into anaphylactic shock? I'm at a loss here, guys. Realistically, I know I'm in the clear. Legally, I'm in the clear. But I'm being vilified by my coworkers, and I'm genuinely considering quitting my job because of this mess. So I work a pretty standard day job, and at night, I help my friend at her restaurant, where serves an assortment of Thai cuisine. To be honest, I'm insanely picky, but I fell in love with this peanut sauce the main chef makes, and he showed me how to make it, so about once a week, I take it on either noodles or stir fry for my day job to lunch. People know this, and a handful have tried it. It smells nutty, and it tastes nutty. It's white girl pad thai, basically. Lately, my lunches have been disappearing, or I'll open my lunchbox to find that half the food is missing. I've tried addressing it, but nothing has been changing, and I was pretty sure it was one of the new hires that was doing it, but had no proof until now. Thursday, I took my noodles, and my entire Tupperware was missing, which hasn't happened before. I'm pissed, but what can I do? A coworker shared her pizza with me, and that was that, until today. My boss confronted me and accused me of poisoning my noodles because his daughter, one of the new girls, borrowed my lunch and had to be hospitalized. Turns out she's severely allergic to nuts, ate some, and boom, anaphylaxis. She used an EpiPen, had to be hospitalized, and now her dad is trying to hold me accountable for her bills and condition, but I don't see it. Why should I pay? I don't mark my food as an allergen because I'm not allergic to it. She was just dumb enough to steal from me and eat something she can't have. But he's being hateful, and some of my older coworkers are icing me out because I warned him I'd report any harassment to HR if he tried anything funny. Brown nosers, I guess. My friend is aware and offered me a full-time job, but I just can't help feel that it's unfair. At the same time, I could have killed his daughter, though. So am I the asshole?
Would y'all consider this cheating? If you're a regular from my story times, you already know about Mr. 5'3", my 3-year on and off situation shit. We were never like officially together, but our whole thing was like, we're seeing each other, we're not seeing anybody else. And we made that very clear to each other. I actually had feelings for this man. He did not want me, okay? And honestly, we both did a really, really good job at staying loyal to each other. Until one day, he decided to change up the rules. And basically, I am not allowed to see anybody else. I'm not allowed to do anything with anybody else. I'm not allowed to flirt with anybody else. But if it just so happens that he slips up and slides in somebody else, then oh well, it happens. And I wasn't allowed to do anything about it. I just had to sit there and take it. If you're not gonna wife me up, motherfucker, then this needs to be even. This needs to be fair. Then all of a sudden, you know, his opinion changed. He's like, oh, it's okay. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You're single. Like, don't let me hold you back. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, bet. I'm lying. I stayed loyal for the most part until this one time I had a little slip up with one of our mutual friends. Nothing like crazy happened, you know, we just made out a little bit and then, you know, that was it. That was it. I swear to God, that was it. Literally right after it happened, I felt really bad about it. So I went in and told him about it, which I was thinking it was gonna be okay because, you know, I rule, but no, he did not like that. And he like basically got really upset with me. He didn't yell at me or anything, but he was like basically telling me that he felt like I was cheating on him and how that's not okay and he didn't go do anything with anybody else and blah 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 blah, making me feel bad for it. Let's fast forward to my second slip up. So obviously like I'm thinking we're still on the terms we were on. So one night he comes to me and he proceeds to tell me that his friend that I know, that I've seen around, thinks that I'm cute and, you know, wants to get my Snapchat and wants to talk to me. And I keep telling him, like, no, I'm loyal to you. I don't want to see your friend. Like, I don't want anything to do with that. And he's just so persistent on me getting with his friend. Honestly, yo, I thought his friend was cute as fuck. So eventually I gave in. This pisses him off. And obviously he starts going off on me this time. Like, he's yelling at me. Bitch, I'm baffled because weren't you just trying to get me with him? And now that I'm saying yes, you're mad at me? Obviously I don't go through with it, right? Until I find out that Mr. 5'3" had actually gotten back together with his ex. And then at that point I was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna give it to your friend. So fast forward like a year later. This time our conditions are, you know what, you can do whatever the fuck you want, just don't tell me about it. Eventually we do ask each other like, hey, have you done anything with anybody else? And he said no, but me on the other hand, I was honest and I was like, yeah, my ex hit me up and he wants to, you know, do some stuff and honestly I'm gonna go do it. And once again, he did not like that. At that point I was just over the bullshit, so I was just gonna go do whatever the fuck I wanted anyways. But as I was on my way to go do what I was gonna do with my ex, I turned around and I told him I had a flat tire because I felt too bad. I couldn't do it. Yeah, I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. Was I wrong? Did I cheat? Let me know. Here's the look today.
I just found out my son is my brother. Story time. So let's backtrack just a little bit. My parents were super young when they decided to have me. I am, or thought I was, the only child. I had honestly an amazing childhood growing up. Even though my parents were super young, they were super hardworking. As soon as they knew they were pregnant with me, they moved out, they got their own place. My dad is extremely hardworking and my mum did an amazing job raising me. They were really, really great parents. However, because they got pregnant so young, they did decide to not have any more kids. So obviously this is what I thought the situation was in my head and I was perfectly okay with this. Now, as I got older, I met my amazing husband, Mark. Our relationship has felt like a fairy tale as well. Like, to be honest, I just feel very, very privileged in terms of how well my life has gone. However, after a little while, me and Mark decided to get married. We had an amazing wedding. Obviously, we got our own place. We were kind of like moving forward with our life. And it got to a time where we decided we both wanted kids. Obviously, we had the talk with each other and we decided to start actively trying. But it turns out we were struggling to get pregnant. So obviously we decided to get a little bit of help. We had a few tests done. It turns out we cannot get pregnant, both of us, surprisingly. Obviously we still wanted kids so bad. We decided to go down the adoption route. So that is exactly what we did. We got the go ahead, so we started obviously looking into kids, you know, the whole drill. But oh my god, so quickly we found the, like, oh my god, it was a perfect match. Okay, this kid was a tiny bit older, so he was 6 years old. So when we started having a few visits with this little boy, he liked us just as much as we loved him. Don't know, everything was just falling into place so quickly. And long story short, we thought this is the kid, this is our son, like we're going to adopt him. So we started going through that whole official process and we were so close. Like we literally had like a moving in date type of thing. And then we got a call from our like person that kind of sets this all up, and she was like, you need to come in because we need to discuss something and this is like quite urgent. It's not good basically, and hurry up and get your ass in here. She basically called us in and she was saying, you cannot adopt this kid. And we were so confused, and she basically said that he is your brother. And I I had to take a step back. I was like, I don't have any siblings. Like, my parents are still together. No one's ever cheated. Like, definitely got this wrong. It turns out my parents were secretly pregnant. No idea about it. And apparently they were thinking of keeping the kid this whole time until my mum gave birth and they just decided they couldn't handle another like baby and doing that whole thing again. Now I feel the most heartbroken in the world, not just because I thought he was the one, but I got given such a good childhood from my parents. Another kid couldn't get that.
My girlfriend wants to move to another country to forget the previous guy she was in love with and wants me to come with her because she cannot live without me. I've been in a relationship with my girlfriend since May of 2022. At the time, she was in a relationship with a guy who was treating her like shit. I came into her life supposedly and eased that pain, and in that process, I began to like her company as well. She said to me that she will forget the guy in some time and just be happy with me. Cut to the present, I recently came to know that she had a miscarriage some time ago. She did it with a guy in April 22, prior to the formulation of our relationship in May of 2022. One day, she didn't answer my calls properly and later revealed that she actually went to a hospital to get the treatment and aftercare for the miscarriage. Now the issue is she is telling me that she wants to move abroad to forget the guy and start afresh with me. My take on this is that if we have to move abroad, we can't just do it impulsively and plan things. Nobody offers you a ready job when you are moving abroad, and settling there is a chore, especially in the beginning. She's always been this impulsive, although she did tell me many times that she wants to go abroad. I don't. I feel that going abroad just to forget a guy is a bit too much and honestly very selfish. I have to leave everything behind and go abroad to swim in uncertainty and struggle just so she can forget the guy? I told her that it is in her mind that she should just sort out things and a change of place will not solve the issue. She tells me that I didn't know her all her life, so I'm being oblivious to what works with her. I am game for the abroad idea, but not for this reason. Since she is impulsive after moving abroad, also if she doesn't forget the guy, wouldn't it be a colossal failure? It's like the entire foundation of this logic is built on I will forget him if I go there, which is wrong in my opinion. She is telling me that if I don't do this, I'm not loving her unconditionally and that I'm being selfish. I want to get an outside perspective on this.
My sister is blowing up my phone to keep my mouth shut. I just single-handedly witnessed my older sister destroying her entire family, and now she is blowing up my phone to keep me quiet. A bit of context, growing up we were never really that close due to a very messy divorce and an age gap, and I was 10 and she was 16 when our parents got divorced. Our dad cheated on our mom, and we were the ones to find out when we came home from school early one day. I really wanted to tell my mom, but my sister begged me not to. I remember telling my mom like it was yesterday, and I just remember my sister really never forgave me for that. After the divorce, our lives blew up. We had to move a couple cities away and pretty much start brand new. It was especially hard for my sister because she had to leave all of her friends right before she started her senior year. As we've aged, she's slowly gotten over it. She even asked me to be a bridesmaid in her wedding, and obviously I said yes. My brother-in-law is the epitome of a golden retriever boy. He is so nice and so caring, although he doesn't really have a lot going on up there. He works a 9-to-5 job while my sister stays home. A couple of months ago, my sister was in a really low and depressive state, saying that she's bored and unhappy in her relationship. My sister is blowing up my phone to keep my mouth shut, but now she is as happy and chipper as ever, chalking it all up to be seasonal depression. I was in the city for work this week where my sister lives, and so I decided that I should go visit her. I decided that I wanted to surprise her with a little sister brunch, and when I got there, I saw a big truck in the driveway that was not my brother-in-law's, but I really just thought nothing of it because she has been having a lot of construction by her house lately. The door was unlocked, and I don't even want to describe what I walked in on, but my sister was scrambling to find something to cover up, while a random man just stared at me, butt naked, in complete shock. I was honestly distraught about this. I could already feel the tears streaming down my face as I walked out of the door. My sister has been calling and texting me nonstop ever since this happened to beg me to talk to her. I don't even know who she is at this point, to be honest. I really thought that our dad cheating taught her how infidelity can ruin people's lives. I just cannot support her, and I don't think I can forgive what she's done. I'm truly disgusted with the whole situation, and I would love some opinions and some outside perspective on this situation.
I completely ruined my mother's life. Story time. So before my dad passed away, my mum and dad did have quite a happy marriage. And it really set the tone as to what I expected when I finally met my now husband. However, like I said, my dad did sadly pass away. I was so surprised at how well my mum actually managed this. I will say that obviously she was upset, however, she knows things happen in life, and instead of letting it ruin her day in life, she's just gonna kind of live on with his life motto and kind of get on with life. It's kind of helped with my mum's grieving, and me and my husband decided to move her into our ranch house. So we have a huge, it's this countryside house. We live basically in the middle of nowhere. My husband is a farmer, hence why we live in the middle of nowhere. We just kind of said to my mum, like, come and stay with us, like, even if you're not grieving horrendously, like, it will still help a bit. We all miss dad, that sort of vibe. And she actually stayed with us for years to come, which I didn't mind at all because the house was so big. So a good amount of years went by at this point. Me and my husband Mark had 3 kids together. My mum was such a good help during this time, and I don't know, things were just moving so smoothly. Now with my job, I do have to go on work trips quite often. I did stop this whilst I started having kids, but as we were done, 3 was well enough. Decided that it was finally time for me to start these trips up again. Literally just before Easter, I decided to go on my first work trip again. I was nervous, however, I knew Mark and my mum kind of had everything covered. Whilst I was on this work trip, I was really suspicious because Mark was really weird at replying to me. I'd obviously want to FaceTime my babies, FaceTime Mark and speak to him a bit. I was definitely getting a bit homesick, and he just weren't really replying to me, which is just weird. We've always had quite an open relationship. I just thought it was really weird, so I was really anxious coming back from this work trip. So as I come home from this work trip, I open our front door to see my mum and husband together on our front sofa. I feel like shocked wasn't even a word at this point. I didn't even know what to do at this point. I was so shocked. But I didn't panic. Okay, I didn't run from this situation. And I knew we had security cameras inside of our house, which is kind of stupid from their side really when I think about it. I went into our home office and I decided to take some screenshots. You can imagine what these screenshots were. And I printed them out, and my mum is a teacher, so I posted them all around the school pickup area. My husband surrendered the house. He said me and my family can have the house. Obviously, I am not going to let my mum stay there.
My husband asked me for an open marriage because he wasn't attracted to me anymore. About 1 year ago, my husband, female 39, male 48, told me he wasn't sexually attracted to me anymore. I kind of understood that because since our second child, male 4, was born, he hasn't had sex with me. He said he loved me more than anything in the world and that the rest of the relationship was perfect, but he needed to have sex or he would go crazy. I was taken aback, but I started asking him about the definition of open marriage, and we discussed it over a few weeks. To be honest, I was feeling sexually deprived and the idea started to grow on me. I said yes and asked if there were any rules, and he said usually every couple had their own rules. So, our rules is no bringing them home and use protection. My husband was very clear that he also wanted to know who the other person or people were and when. Then what he said was to plan our days. He was meeting new women within a week. He told me everything, showed me pictures, and was gone most of the nights. Not gonna lie, I felt like shit, but I thought I needed to give it time. I was more careful, however, because I needed to know the people I had sex with and at least had some kind of feelings. But I started to relax more and flirt back with guys. One of them is a client, male 36, at the bank I work for. Not my client, but he sees me often and he always has been pleasant and extra chatty with me. Now I started flirting about a month ago. I finally decided that I was ready to start sleeping with others. I told Jay about my arrangement. He was disappointed at first, but then he said he was in. I went home to my husband and asked him if he was going to do anything that Friday, and he said no. I told him that it was good because I needed him to be with the children. I showed him Jay and told him I was meeting him Friday. He was silent. Friday came and my husband texted me that he was stuck at work, that he later was going to meet a girl so he couldn't watch the children. This continued every time I fixed a date with Jay. He would do the same and leave me with the children. I don't mind spending time with the children, but I was getting annoyed anyway. Last Monday, I had no meetings at work after lunch, which often means that I don't need to stay in place. I texted Jay if he wanted to meet, and he was at home. My children are in daycare. I went to his place and it was amazing. I have missed this so much. The feeling that I'm desired and someone's eyes on me filled with lust for me, my body. When I got home to my husband, I told him and he was livid because I didn't tell him beforehand. I broke a rule. I told him that I didn't. He knew that I was seeing this guy and that I'd been trying to make time. Anyway, he didn't speak to me the rest of the evening. He woke me up in the middle of the night with gentle kisses and touches, and we had sex 3 times. First time in almost 5 years. We have had sex every night since. Now he's saying that he is attracted to me again, and that's why we need to close the marriage again. But I don't want to. I like having other options, and we're not hurting anyone.
Am I the asshole for secretly eating takeout food my pregnant wife cannot eat because she has gestational diabetes? My wife, 34 female, and I, 35 male, have been married for 10 years and have been together for 15. She is 7 months pregnant and has gestational diabetes, which has been very hard on her, and by extension, very hard on me too, and our relationship. Her doctor has strictly recommended she follows a strict diet, and that means no sugar or high-calorie foods, such as Alfredo sauce or pizza and the likes. Naturally, she has been very, very upset because she has cravings, but there's no way she can indulge. She has gotten sick of the alternatives suggested to her and would start sobbing sometimes when we go outside because she will see all of these food places only to realize she cannot eat what she wants. I feel for her. I really do. Our relationship started to break down a little when she started taking her anger out at me. My offense? Ordering the things I like to eat, such as cookies, cheese, frozen snacks. We get groceries delivered to us, by the way. She was extremely mad at me for being able to enjoy eating these things and made me feel guilty for eating stuff she craves. My breaking point was one time she angry cried over the fact I brought home a box of donuts I received from office on my birthday. I was sick of her behavior and the constant policing of my food intake in our home that I, in no uncertain terms, made it very clear that she cannot punish me for a health problem she has, and that this is my house too, and I will eat and drink whatever and whenever I please. We had a bad argument that day, and I uttered divorce. That seemed to shake us both, and we did a few sessions of marital counseling. To keep it short, our therapist held her accountable and shared that it was unfair to me to be at the receiving end of her emotional distress. However, she also emphasized that my wife is probably feeling unsupported too, and I could try to be a little bit more discreet and stick to making healthier meals together, which would be great for both of us. Since my wife cannot make up for excess blood sugar she has by working out a lot, she is chubby and has bad knees, I can see why she feels helpless. As a solution, we decided to stock up the forbidden foods in the second fridge we have in the drawing room of our home that we use to store drinks and guest snacks. It's better when reminders of the things she craves but can't eat are not there in the common fridge. This also means I can almost never order takeout at home, and sometimes I miss doing that while watching Netflix. I still missed having the occasional pasta dish at the Cheesecake Factory or McDonald's, so sometimes when I drive home from work, I eat in my car, keeping the therapist reminder triggers in mind, because I know that my wife, knowing that I ate stuff she can't, will make her mad. Yesterday, though, I took my wife on a long drive, and she found a receipt for the Cheesecake Factory on the floor of my car. At the moment she found it, she started sobbing and wouldn't talk to me.
Okay, that's a little much.
She is now pissed at me and feels like I have betrayed her. I think she is overreacting, and I don't think I'm wrong, since 80% of the meals I have in a week are with her. I try to have takeouts without her on Fridays mostly. I do not think I'm an asshole because my wife and I have an agreement that I will be discreet when I want to indulge in food I want to eat, so that she does not feel triggered every time. Am I the asshole?
No matter what it is, for 9 months you can suck it up.
My dad's wife forgave him for getting my mom pregnant on the condition that she and their kids never have to see me or even hear about me, and he couldn't even see my mom. Damn, you can't see your brothers or sisters? Even so, my dad was involved in my life right up until he died, and we were very close. Okay. After he died, I contacted some of his family members, not his wife or kids. I didn't want to upset them, to ask if it would be okay for me to go to the funeral, and that I didn't get any replies. I ended up deciding that since I've never met his wife or kids and most of his family, they wouldn't even recognize me, so I could just quietly be there in the back and not bother anyone. Turns out his wife did recognize me. I didn't know how, and she interrupted the service to drag me out of the building and yell at me for being there. Oh my goodness. And when I tried to leave, she followed me to my mom's car to yell at her. Now I'm embarrassed and guilty that I upset her and caused drama at my dad's funeral and brought my mom into it. My mom says I didn't do anything wrong because you didn't, because I couldn't have known my dad's wife would know what I looked like, but I'm sure she's just trying to make me feel better. I just wanted to say bye to my dad. I wasn't trying to cause any trouble. Am I the asshole? Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Girl. I'm saying girl talking to the wife now, because ma'am, you knew that he had a whole nother child out here. For you to just think that they could erase, because I don't know if this is a woman or a man, for you to just think that he could just erase his child out of his life just in totality, that is very selfish and it's disgusting. Because what? No, you're not the asshole for going to your dad's funeral. I'm glad that you went, and I hope that it brought you some type of peace, and I'm sorry that it was drama because you still lost your father too. At the end of the day, she lost her husband and her kids lost their dad, but that's still your dad. Period. So, what do y'all think in the comments? It's a hell nah for me. The hell? I'm so mad at this wife. What the fuck?
I do not want to be with my husband anymore, but I'm not strong enough to tell him. My female 31 husband, male 40, have been together for almost 9 years, married for 3. When we were first together, everything was great. We were always doing something, always together. We were happy. Ever since we have been married, and if I'm being honest, even before that, I've not been happy. We are complete opposites, and that used to be okay. Over the years, though, I've started to resent him for how he is. We went from spending all of our time together to no time at all. You see, he's very much into video games. If he is not at work, then he is gaming. When he first started gaming, I was okay with it, as I do know everybody needs a hobby or an outlet. Pretty soon, though, it became an obsession. I solely take care of all things related to our home and his child. I pay all bills excluding our car insurance. I pay all expenses related to his daughter, who does live with us full time until she graduates. I've tried time and time again to get him to see that I cannot do everything alone, that I should not have to. He tells me he will do better, and he does for a week or so, and then we are back into the routine where we were before. I'm so mentally exhausted that I feel I cannot be in this relationship any longer. I did try and leave 2 years ago because I did hit a breaking point like I am now. He did not take it well and stated that he was going to harm himself. His manipulation worked, and I stayed. I've regretted that every day. Friends and family have been telling me for a long time that I need to leave. I'm still young and can start over. I just do not think that I'm strong enough. How does one get the strength to do something they know they need to do? My stepdaughter, female 16, is one of my best friends. She's an amazing kid, and I really can't imagine her not in my life. She knows I have been unhappy. She makes comments to me constantly about her father's behavior. She's always telling him he needs to do better. It does not make a difference. I wish it did. My husband is not a bad person. He is not mean, he does not yell, he is not rude. I do love him, but not the way one is supposed to when they are married. I do not want to resent him any longer, but that is all I feel when I look at him. It makes me feel so horrible having those feelings. I know if I try and leave again, he will threaten to harm himself once more, and I just do not think I'm strong enough to not put that blame on myself. I wish I was. I wish that more than anything. How does one get the strength to do what in their heart they know they need to do? My estranged sister wants to talk to me months after almost ruining my wedding day. How should I respond? My sister, 23 female, and I, 26 female, have a complicated relationship. Our parents divorced when we were young, and we lived with our narcissistic mother until I left to stay with my dad at age 16. Her staying with her mom, whom I'm now no contact with. We went through a lot together in childhood, and were there for each other when our mom was abusive. However, as we grew up, we bickered like normal sisters do throughout our teenage years, except it would get intense at times, and we would yell at each other and get into some nasty fights. It goes without saying that we had trauma, and I was our mom's scapegoat while she was the golden child. In our adult life over the past 5 to 6 years, I've shown only compassion and kindness towards her, even when I wouldn't agree with a lot of her bad decisions and lifestyle choices, and has done morally questionable things for money. She's been arrested, had DUIs, is a dancer at a club, has OnlyFans, dates married sugar daddies, etc. I can see that our childhood trauma has a negative impact on her, and she very clearly has mental illness, which I believe she's at least aware of. Our relationship hasn't been super close, as we are complete opposites, but in general it's been okay. I've always invited her to my boyfriend's family's events, etc., but have always walked on eggshells around her because that's how short-tempered and unstable she is. Fast forward to my wedding this April, she arrives very late, completely missing the ceremony, and almost misses photos. Seems out of it, and my first instinct is she's already drunk or something, but I let it slide. I don't even show my frustration towards her. Later in the evening during the reception, someone lets me know that my now mother-in-law and other family members saw my sister snorting some drug right next to the bar. Obviously embarrassed, I try to not let it bother me and continue on with my big day. Then, an hour or so later, I found out she's had a mental breakdown in the bathroom and our other sister has to take her home. Our half-sister has to take her home. Later that evening, once my now husband and I arrive at our cabin for the night, I see multiple texts from her consisting of very hateful, toxic things, such as, I've always tried to look better than her ever since we were kids, I've always put her down, and she doesn't want to be in my life anymore because it feels wrong. It upset me deeply that night and never texted her back. She texted me last night for the first time since April saying, "Can we talk soon? Hope you're doing okay." Truthfully, I don't know if I want to talk to her. I simply don't know what to say. I don't know if I want to reconnect with her. She's very toxic, and while I know she has mental illness and have felt bad for her over the past few years, I want to protect myself too. I'm leaving my boyfriend over a prank. I, 18 female, have been with my boyfriend, 20 male, for almost 2 years. I moved in with him last August, and things have been pretty rocky. My whole life I've struggled with my mental health, specifically depression, anxiety, and self-harm. I've been clean for a while though. I also have a history of trauma, but I don't need to get into that. I made sure my boyfriend knew this when we started dating, because I wanted him to be able to nope out of the relationship if that was too much for him to do. He assured me it wasn't an issue. He never seemed to really get the whole mental health thing though. He would make comments saying stuff like depression is just spicy sad, and people with trauma should just get over it. He also thinks that only veterans can get PTSD. I've tried explaining things to him, but he just brushes me off, so I do the best to ignore him. Recently, he started watching a couple of prank channels on YouTube, and he started pranking. At first, it was just small things like putting way too much flavor in my water, or salt in a bite of my food. I laughed it off, it really didn't bother me. But then, he started jumping out and scaring me. That kind of stuff really affects me sometimes because of my PTSD, and I try to explain that. He would apologize, but do it again the next day. I was getting annoyed and frustrated, but I tried to let it be. Things escalated last week when he put some noisemakers under the toilet seat in the middle of the night. I woke up to go to the bathroom and sat down. Boom. It being late at night, me being half awake, and the loud noise all mixed together gave me a full-blown panic attack. I was on the bathroom floor crying and having flashbacks. After I don't know how long, I stopped crying and was just staring into space, having flashbacks. He came in because I guess he noticed I was gone for a while. When he saw me sitting on the floor, he remembered his little prank and started laughing. I just stared at him for a second, got up, and called him an ass. I slept in the living room the rest of the night. The next day I sat him down and I told him he cannot keep scaring me like this. No more jumping out at me, no more loud noises. He pretty much sighed and rolled his eyes, but said he would stop. Everything was fine for a week. I thought his whole prank was finally over. Yesterday I got home from being out with a friend, actually feeling better for the first time in a while. When I walked in the house, all the lights were off, so I assumed he was still at work, which isn't abnormal because sometimes he works late. I plugged my phone in because it died on my way back home, and when it powered on, I get a notification that he sent me a text. It just read, "So sorry, I love you." I replied saying, "It's okay, I'll see you when you get home. Love you." And I heard his phone ding in the bathroom. That was weird, I thought. I got up to go get his phone, and when I got into the bathroom, I saw him laying in the bathtub. The bath was full of water. There was an empty bottle of pills on the sink, and he was covered. His wrists were, and there was just so much. My heart just sank. I started having a panic attack. I was hyperventilating, crying, and I was just frozen. After a minute, I ran to the living room to get my phone and call 911. And I hear splashing and then laughter. I turned around to see him standing in the hallway just laughing. He said he got me, and I should have seen the look on my face. I don't even know how to describe the feelings I was experiencing. I was so mad, sad, and scared. I didn't even say anything. I just walked out of the house. I just kept walking, and eventually I figured I need to call my friend to come get me. At first, I didn't tell her what happened. I just told her I needed her to come get me, and it was an emergency. She came and took me back to her house where I'm at now. My boyfriend keeps calling me, and he sent me some texts saying he was sorry and it was just a joke. And I'm overreacting and I need to come home. I'm not answering. I don't even know what I would say to him. My friend is going over to his house tomorrow to get my things when he's at work. She said I can stay with her however long I need to. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just feel.
Am I the asshole for watching and doing nothing to help my husband when he was extremely ill? My 27 female husband, Tim, 36 male, has a serious dairy allergy. I'm talking about an actual immune system reaction, not intolerance. I work full time and also have some seasonal work this holiday season because Tim has been without work and money has been very tight. As a result, I barely get to rest. The holidays are especially hard and I found myself getting just one day off every 2 weeks for almost 2 months straight.
Damn.
As you can imagine, that day off means the universe to me. Now, Tim loves dairy and will sometimes intentionally eat things which trigger his allergy. Lately, it's gotten out of hand. In fact, it always seemed to coincidentally line up with my time off, and I found myself spending my one day taking care of him. Last week, I finally asked him if he was intentionally timing it to line up with my day off. I fully expected him to say no, but he admitted that he was doing it to make sure that he'd have a nurse, and so he'd have someone close by in case he had an especially adverse reaction and needed a hospital. I was livid. I said that if he made himself sick again, I wouldn't take care of him. He didn't say much, so I thought he'd heard me. Fast forward to Friday night. I get home from work, and a few minutes in, Tim gets a pizza delivered. I ask him why when I'm making dinner, and he shrugs. I ask if a large garlic Alfredo pizza is worth the pain, and remind him that I won't be giving up my rest day again. He smirks and eats an entire slice while grinning at me. I left it at that and went back to my dinner. Predictably, he got sick, profusely vomiting, retching, and groaning from the intense cramping and diarrhea. I slept in the guest room to get away from the sound and smell. He called for me several times, and I repeatedly told him no. Hours later, he was still sick and woke me up at the crack of dawn to go get him Pedialyte and meds because he was so dehydrated and still in pain. I told him to order it in and asked him to get out and let me sleep. He was still whimpering when I eventually got up to shower and eat. Again, I did nothing to help or comfort him. By morning, when I had to go to work, he was enraged. He yelled, and by the end of the day, he told our friends and family that he nearly died, and I neglected him. His family accused me of passively trying to kill him. His mom called, shouting that he could have had a life-threatening reaction due to my petty actions, and that I'm a shit wife for not minding his health. I'm starting to feel guilty because she's right, and he could have been seriously hurt. Am I the asshole?
What the fuck? You're gonna stare and grin and eat the piece of... Come on, dude.
That right there. The fact that she directly asked him, are you timing this for my day off? I would have smacked that pizza out of his little hand, his grimy, greasy little hands. I would have just on the floor. Am I the asshole for refusing to stop having girls' nights in just because my boyfriend thinks it's wrong? Hi. I know, it's off to a solid start. Yeah. Hi, so I've been seeing this guy, Will, 27 male, for months now. He's so sweet and funny and creative. We don't live together, but we do meet at my place every weekend. He called and asked what we will be doing on Friday, and I said I wanted to host a girls' night in, since it was my turn. He asked what the heck a girls' night in was, and he got quiet, then asked if I was being serious. I was confused, as he started talking about how outdated and so 1950s these events are, and said that I should stop promoting and advocating for those events as they're so toxic and flat out reek of misogyny.
Okay.
I was shocked by his long rant, but he said that that was his honest opinion. I told him regardless, I still plan to host the event after he tried talking me out of it and suggested we go out together. He threw a fit after he suggested bringing his guy friends to join us, and I refused, since this is not how GNIs work. He called me a sexist and misogynistic for having a girls' night in and making it so obvious instead of being ashamed of myself. He said that my mentality will cause me issues in the future, especially if I behave like that in a professional work setting. Let me tell you, I was blown away by how he got so worked up like that over me just missing my girls and wanting to spend time with them. We argued some more and he hung up on me after I said I will not stop hosting or being a part of girls' night ins. I tried to call and apologize for lashing out later, but he sent a text saying he was hurt by how I handled our small disagreement and needs time to process what he just found out about my personality. Am I the asshole for making this my hill to die on?
There's a lot to unpack here. Fuck your boyfriend, girl. Like, that's my advice to you. But also, misogyny, like, you don't even know the definition of that term.
No.
There's
He
no
is
way.
so confused.
Yeah, he's like, what are some big words that will confuse her? And also the gaslighting, too, at the end, where he's like, you really hurt me. You deciding to have a girls' night in with your girlfriends, that really hurt me. Because you clearly hate me. What a weird reaction to girls' night in.
It's girls' night in.
She doesn't even want to go out.
They're not even going out.
Yeah, she's like, we're gonna stay inside and talk shit. Like, that's pretty much all we're gonna do. So, what's the problem?
Is he confused? Like, is he, like, genuinely confused about what this entertains? Like, what does he think happens at girls' night in?
Am I the asshole for getting mad at my girlfriend because her periods ruin our bed sheets? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My girlfriend has PCOS, which from my understanding can mean that she gets irregular periods, and when she does get periods, they can be very heavy. She also forgets her birth control frequently, which makes her more prone to getting her period. Her most recent period has been going on for about 3 weeks with no signs of stopping. She's non-binary, uses she, her pronouns, so I'm not misgendering her, and having periods is something she really doesn't like. On the occasion she does get her period, she always at some point bleeds through her pads and onto our bed sheets. I've tried to be patient about it, but this has been going on for 5 years and it hasn't gotten any better. I'm a very perfectionist cleaner and I hate sleeping on soiled sheets. She never tries to clean up when she bleeds through the sheets either. Of the two of us, I'm the only one who cleans. So I don't always have the time or energy to clean the sheets when her period gets on them. I do my best to get the stains out, but once they're set in for a few days, there's really no getting them out from my experience. When I went to climb into bed today, I noticed a huge blood stain that had gotten over to my side of the bed. I had a very bad day at work, and because of that, I snapped at her, saying that I didn't want to sleep on bloody sheets and telling her to wash the sheets or change them. She immediately started crying and told me that it's just a part of having a body that has periods and she can't control where the blood goes. And that I'm making her feel worse about having a period and I wouldn't understand because I'm a trans woman. She then locked herself in our bedroom. I think I might be the asshole because I made her cry, but this happens every time. And she doesn't do anything about it when she's home literally all the time, and it's frustrating. Am I the asshole for not wanting my fiance's kids at our wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 28 female, and my fiance, 34 male, are extremely close. We've been dating for 3 years and engaged for 1. The main part of this post is about my relationship with the kids and why I really don't want them to attend. I've been planning this wedding since I was 15. I saw it in a big oak barn, which luckily his family owns, covered in a modern yet rustic type look. When we got engaged, we basically decided it would be quite a drunk wedding for after the ceremony, because neither of us ever really get to let loose. My future father-in-law offered to pay for all the drinks. My biggest problem is the kids. I wanted to marry a man regardless if he had kids or not, and I've actually grown close with his children. He has a 14 female, 10 male, 7 male, and 6 female. My bond with the oldest is mostly a sisterly type relationship. With the wedding being in 5 months, we were discussing our guest list. When he asked me where his kids would be, I asked him if he would be okay with having them at the after party and ceremony. His 7-year-old has ADHD and isn't great at staying quiet. His youngest is also going through a clingy stage where she needs to be held by a parent or she'll start whining. I suggested having a kid-free wedding and he told me if it made me uncomfortable, only his oldest kid would be at the ceremony, and his other kids could go hang with their mom. I agreed, but we called his ex over and she hated the idea. She said this would be her only break because she takes care of the kids all day, but that she would look after them if she could come to the wedding. I told her no, then she said she wouldn't take care of them. My fiancé agreed that she could come, but I told him no. He said to stop being petty and he would actually like to have all his kids at his wedding. I told him they were all pathetic and rude and that the day wasn't about his ex or his kids. It led to a big fight and now his ex and all their family are against me.
Let's get into it. My boyfriend cried in front of me when he apologized. Let's see. Long story short, I was upset with him because he made a nasty comment about me and compared me to one of his previous sex partners. He said that I was loose and that how his previous sex partner was tighter. He made this comment after I opened up to him about how I told him that I was human trafficked in the past. Oh my God. And I told him that I was upset and how it made me feel, and he ended up apologizing and crying. Was this a manipulative tactic in order to get me to forgive him? Damn. My boyfriend's 20 and I'm 18. We've been together for a year. I realize I left a lot of key factors out. My apologies. Edit. This is the first time he's made a comment like this before. He takes steroids and has a tendency to take his anger out and on me, yell, even when his anger wasn't directed towards me. He since stopped this, however, as he realized that him taking it out on me was wrong. First of all, I am so sorry that you went through that. Second of all, I don't... Was it a manipulative tactic? I couldn't really say. Like, honestly, maybe he genuinely just felt bad for what he was doing. Maybe it was a manipulative tactic. I really don't know. But at the end of the day, how do you feel about that? And are you able to forgive this and move forward? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, like, you have to live with this comment that he made about you. And people do make dumb mistakes and say dumb shit, you know? But that's very insensitive regardless. That was very insensitive, in my opinion. Because especially if you open up about your traumatic past, a lot of things are unforgivable for me. So, like, I know that I probably couldn't get past that. But it's really up to you, boo. What do y'all think in the comments, though? This is crazy. This is very crazy. And my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry that you dealt with that. And I pray that, you know, you get the love and healing that you need to get through that situation, because that's tough. Am I the asshole for deleting my friends' wedding photos in front of them? I'm not really a photographer. I'm a dog groomer. I take lots of photos of dogs all day to put on my Facebook and Instagram. It's my thing, if that makes sense. A cut in a photo with every appointment. I very seldom shoot things other than dogs, even if I have a nice setup. A friend got married a few days ago and, wanting to save money, asked if I shoot for them. I told him it's not really my forte, but he convinced me by saying he didn't care if they were perfect. They were on a shoestring budget, and I agreed to shoot it for $250, which is nothing for a 10-hour event. 10 hours! On the day of, I'm driving around following the bride as she goes from appointment to appointment before the ceremony, taking photos along the way. I shoot the ceremony itself. During the reception, I'm shooting speeches and people mingling. I started around 11 a.m., and was due to finish around 7:30 p.m. That's a whole job. Around 5 p.m., food is being served, and I was told I cannot stop to eat because I need to be a photographer. In fact, they didn't save me a spot at any table. I'm getting tired at this point, kind of regretting doing this for next to nothing, and it's also unbelievably hot. The venue is in an old Veterans Legion, and it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and there's no AC. I know nobody was comfortable in there. Like, what? I told the groom to hold up. I told the groom I need to take off for 20 minutes to get something to eat and drink. There's no open bar or anything. I can't even get water, and 2 of my water bottles were long empty. He tells me that I need to either be the photographer or leave without pay. With the heat being... Okay. With the heat, being hungry, being generally annoyed at the circumstances, I asked if he was sure, and he said yes. So I deleted all the photos in front of them and took off. Sorry, I keep needing breaks because this is wild. I deleted all the photos in front of them and took off, saying that I'm not the photographer anymore. If I was to be paid $250, honestly, at that point, I would have paid $250 just for a glass of cold water. Exactly. And to sit somewhere for 5 minutes because it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, what are y'all doing? Ugh. Was I the asshole? No. They went right on their honeymoon and they've been off social media, but a lot of people have been posting on their wall asking about photos with 0 responses. They embarrassed because they was bad friends. Like, what? That is not okay. What y'all think about that? Let me know in the comments, because I'm sorry. Like, no. This is weird and seems kind of pointless. Wasn't sure what to title it. So my husband works from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and I've always woken him up after I make his breakfast and pack his lunch. But today I didn't because I was told to come into work at 6:30. My husband doesn't like to wake up till 7, and I told him yesterday that I wouldn't be able to wake him up since I'd be leaving an hour before he gets up. So I got up at 4, did what I had to do, and woke him up at 5:30, but he didn't get up. Tried again at 5:45. He asked for the time, and I said it was 5:45. He said, not till 7. I said I wouldn't be here then, and he told me, but told him that I had ironed and laid out his uniform, packed his lunch, put it in the fridge, and had his oatmeal ready on the stove, and he said okay. Turns out, he didn't wake up until almost 8 and ended up being 40 minutes late. He was really upset about it, but I tried. I really did. But I feel like maybe I should have just called to make sure he was up. And I think the fact that I didn't call or make 100% sure that he got up before I left, I may have been a mistake on my part. But I didn't mean it, and I wasn't thinking. First of all, girl, he don't got an alarm on his phone. He don't know how to get an alarm clock. He can't wake himself up for once. If you always wake him up and that's just y'all thing, look, I'm not here to speak on y'all's household dynamics because it already seems like she does a lot for him on top of going to work her damn self. But that is not that is not your fault. And I hope whoever this user is, I feel for her, but I hope she doesn't feel too guilty about this for too long because that's dumb as hell to me. What do y'all think though? Tell me what y'all opinions are in the comments. I would love to hear them.
I don't think it's weird, but let me explain. Story time. So me and my brother have always had a very, very close relationship and weren't just going to stop when I got a husband. All my life, everyone around have always kind of just said they think it's so insane how close me and my brother are. So let's call my brother Mark. He's actually 10 years older than me and we have different dads. However, we grew up in the same household and I always thought like go to him about stuff because he just knew way more than I did. Like all of my life, he hated me getting boyfriends because he just thought it would ruin the relationship between me and him. And to be fair, when he found out I was dating my husband, he was angry. Obviously, I always reassured him that this would never ever affect our relationship, and it never did until recently. But one thing that has always made my husband quite uncomfortable is the fact me and my brother cuddle and we kiss. Now this actually started as my brother's idea, and it started when I was really young. To be fair, I was about 6 or 7 when we first started doing this. So me and my husband have actually only been together for about 2 years. We decided to get married after only knowing each other for 6 months. It's moved very, very quickly, and he brought up to me the other night over dinner that the way you are with your brother makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Can you stop? Now, no one has ever said that the relationship's weird, so I was really, really taken back at husband asking this because obviously I'd never ever viewed it in that way. Now, this led to a conversation where he said he thinks my brother has slightly had wrong intentions the whole of my life. Now, this got me thinking, and it's made me see things maybe slightly differently. I still don't think it's weird because it's my brother. I don't think anything of it. However, it's now got me thinking, does my brother think anything of it?
Look at that age gap.
That is wild. Whoa. Am I the asshole? ... Who am I kidding? I am definitely the asshole for sleeping with my ex-fiance's affair baby 23 years later. I am a 45-year-old guy, single, no kids, all names are fake. Okay, here's the short version. About 24 years ago, my then fiance, Ella, then 20, told me she was pregnant. I was over the moon. We did not set a wedding date yet, but now we wanted to wait till the child was 2 to 3 to be a part of the wedding party. When she was about 7 months pregnant, my world shattered. A friend, let's call him Luke, told me that the child was his and not mine. This led to a physical fight, and Ella took his side. We were done. I broke up with her then and there. She moved in with Luke. I did demand a paternity test. If the child was mine, I demanded to be in its life. After the birth of the girl, the test was done twice by a clinic I chose and one she chose. Turned out she was not mine. I was destroyed and left town. She could have her life. I didn't want to witness it. And now to the present. A month ago, my work brought me back to my hometown temporarily for 2 weeks. I ran into Ella and her daughter Nikki, 23, at an impromptu school reunion. Ella wanted to catch up. I wasn't angry anymore, but also did not see the point of being friends. I declined and mingled. After a while, I sat at a table nursing a drink. Ella had already left, and Nikki sat down at my table. She asked for 10 minutes to talk. She knew about my history with her mother, and it was clear that she resented her mother because ... Luke was also not her bio dad. Ella cheated on me with at least two people. 23andMe revealed the real bio dad. He had passed away already.
Damn.
When Nikki was 7, Luke found out and kicked them out, and it became the scandal. Nikki was bullied her whole life for being the affair baby. Luke's family disowned her. All of the cousins she was close with were gone all of a sudden. She blamed her mother. I asked her why she told me all of this. She said that I am someone who would understand this betrayal, and she is a product of that betrayal. She does not expect anything from me. She just needed someone to talk to that would understand. I felt for this kid. So we kept talking. We exchanged contact info and went our own ways. Next day, she wanted to talk more, to vent more. So we met in the bar of the hotel I was staying in. We had drinks and she ranted about her life. We talked until late, and when the bar closed, Nikki was too drunk to drive home. And since I didn't know where she lived, I couldn't even get her an Uber. So I took her to my room. I have the habit of always getting a room with twin beds. So she slept in one bed and I slept in the other. Nothing happened. The next morning, we had breakfast and she left while I went to work. A few nights later, I met Nikki in the bar because she had a lot to rant about. We also talked about her future, and she expressed interest to move out of town to escape the stigma of being the affair baby. Here is where I am the asshole. I made a move on her one night. At first, she walked away. I thought I blew it, so I went up to my room. An hour later, she sent me a text asking if I was in my room. As soon as I answered with yes, she knocked on the door. I was sober. She was sober. I had time to think. I could have sent her away, but I didn't. This is the daughter of my ex-fiance. If I had never found out Ella cheated, I would have raised Nikki as my own daughter. But I found out, and Nikki is not my daughter. I never saw her as a baby, never saw her grow up. I never saw her as a daughter. The first time I saw her was a week ago. So yes, I slept with her, and then again.
And then again. And then again.
Nikki is more vengeful than I am. She said she wanted to let her mother know, but she wasn't going to do it if I didn't want to. I was okay with letting her know. It took a little convincing in how we would let her know. We took a picture together, clearly in bed, clearly naked, but covered by sheets. Oh my God! And she said it as a one-time view pictured her mother via Instagram message with the caption, "I can finally call him daddy." No. Ella called and they got in a fight. Then she got in a fight with me, still over the phone. I thought I was over the betrayal, but it seems like I had bottled up everything and now it finally came out. I had 4 more days there, and Nikki stayed in my hotel room those 4 days. Now I'm back home. Nikki is currently packing everything. She's going to move to another country to be away from her toxic environment. She will stay with me for a week, maybe more, before she flies away. She is going no contact with her mother. I have also blocked Ella on everything. Yes, Nikki and I are both broken. I refused therapy for years, but after that one outburst where I told Ella everything that was bottled up, I've decided that I do need therapy. I have suggested it to Nikki. She said that when she is settled, she will. I'm not even going to ask if I'm the asshole. I know I am.
Am I wrong for selling my house to get rid of my stepchildren? My husband passed away in November of 2022, and he left me 3 adult stepchildren. They have all been very clear that I am not their parent, despite having been in their lives for over 10 years. Their mother has retired to the Philippines. They are 21, 22, and 25. Their father and I have been helping them out with a place to live because the area that we live in is very high cost of living. The youngest is still in school, but the other 2 are employed. After their mother passed away, they stopped doing anything around the house. We had been charging no rent so they could save up their own money. The older 2 were responsible for their own bills. Other than that, I paid for power, water, internet, all of the utilities. We even provided the youngest with food. Now, they do absolutely nothing to help around the house. I've actually had to hire a cleaning lady to come and help. It's so stupid. So I put the house up for sale. The price has gone up so much since I bought it that I could retire to the Philippines if that was my thing. Well, it took no time to sell. And now I'm moving out to my cabin. I gave each kid $10,000 and told them that the house was sold. They aren't idiots, and they'd seen the for sale signs, and they had been around for the open houses. And now they're getting upset with me for throwing them out of their home. I guess they did some of their growing up there, but they never treated it like much more than a place to sleep. I think that their mom would be disgusted with how they treat me in our home. They pulled their money and got an apartment together. But if they count on only the money that I gave them, they will have nothing a year from now. So was I wrong?
I had a scary encounter with a creepy man in a poncho. This happened to me and my mom a few months back in October. It happened in a very rural part of New Hampshire, like a side road on a side road type of neighborhood. It was pouring out, and it had been raining for pretty much the whole day. My mom had just gotten back from down the street in my sister's car, and I was on the couch in the living room when suddenly I heard the doorbell ring. Our front door has a big glass pane in the front, so we can look out from the inside, and someone can look in from the outside. Through this window pane, I see a man. I didn't get a great look at him, as I didn't have my long-distance glasses on. The man noticed that I had seen him and waved as if trying to be friendly. For the rest of this post, I'll refer to him as Poncho Man. I got up and thought about opening the front door for Poncho Man, but relented. As I couldn't properly see who it was, I didn't want to let a stranger into the house. Instead, I went down the hall to my parents' bedroom, where my mom was getting ready for work. She asked what was up, and I explained to her that a man in a poncho was outside our door and wanted to talk to us. She went white as a ghost. Immediately, she stopped getting ready, closed and locked the bedroom door, and started checking the windows to make sure that they were locked. I asked her what was going on. My mom explained that as she was driving home, she had seen the Poncho Man. He had been standing motionless on the side of the main street. As soon as my mom turned down our road, he started to walk, presumably to follow her. She said the encounter was weird, but thought nothing more of it. Why would someone be out in the pouring rain down a back road in the afternoon? It was like he was waiting for something. I started to panic as well. My mom called my aunt, the two are like best friends, and asked what she should do. My aunt told her to call the police immediately, and so we did. We proceeded to pace around the bedroom, frantically looking out the window to see if we could see the Poncho Man. From where the bedroom was angled, it was impossible to look at the front porch and see if he was still there, but we were desperate for anything. In what felt like hours, we finally saw the police cap pull up. We carefully unlocked the door and went down to let the officer in. We explained what we saw, and he agreed to do a scan around the neighborhood. As he left, I noticed there was something on the doorknob. I took it off, and it was a political ad for a candidate that was running for office. It's possible Poncho Man was just campaigning for the candidate, but why are there a lot of holes in that story? It was pouring out, so why do you go door to door? And why would you go that route in such a rural neighborhood? The houses are so far apart, you barely make a dent on foot. The time doesn't make sense either. Sure, my mom and I were at home, but it was about 4 in the afternoon. Most people would still be at work, and you'd probably get no response from knocking anyway. Eventually, the officer returned. He had found the guy down the road and had questioned him. Poncho Man was able to ID himself, and he claimed that he was a political campaigner and was just knocking on doors for that reason. When probed further, conveniently enough, Poncho Man could not provide any other door signs, as the one he had left on our house was the last one. That makes the campaign story even more absurd. Our house is in the middle of the street. It's not like we were the last by any means, so why wouldn't you bring enough for the whole street? Even the officer pointed this out to us and said that it was unusual behavior. Although the officer was suspicious of him, there wasn't anything he could do about it, as there was no way to prove intent. He told us to be alert and do not hesitate to call if Poncho Man returns. Fast forward a few weeks, and I start noticing that a police car seems to be permanently stationed down the road from us, about a 3-minute drive. I got curious and asked my mom about it. She said that there were multiple break-ins into the houses down the road, and the police were doing a sort of sting operation. The Poncho Man encounter and break-ins may be unrelated, but considering how Poncho Man acted, I was feeling that they are connected. Thankfully, for the past few months, we haven't heard and seen nothing of Poncho Man. We got a new doorbell system with a camera, and the police left the area when they were doing the sting. I hope that this whole situation is over and done with, and I never have to meet Poncho Man again.
My boss just fired me, and here's why. Story time. So my job can be quite intense. I'm a sales girl, and it's quite intense because we're trying to sell a horrendous product. Or were. I don't work there anymore. As you can tell, I never fully loved my job at all. Now, my boss had An ego. I'm not gonna hold back. He had such an ego. I've never met a person that genuinely think every single person he comes across wants to jump on him when they do not. I'll tell you the two people everyone did fancy. One, my boss's wife. I'm straight, but she could turn anyone. Number two, our tech guy. And our boss could like genuinely see that everyone would throw themselves over the tech guy and not over him, and it used to drive him crazy. And he would say like really cringy stuff, like say we were flirting with the tech guy, boss would suddenly come over. He would highlight the fact, he'd be like, right girls, off the tech guy, and then he'd follow it by saying stuff like, and now on to me. My boss is quite hard on me. He always seems to set me the most impossible KPIs. So we have like an annual summer party where everyone in the team can finally get together and just speak without speaking about work. Now my mission at this summer party was to get with the tech guy. I had enough of just observing. I stupidly got very drunk and told my boss my plan of action, and he didn't like this because it wasn't him, and he got very annoyed, and all of a sudden him and the tech guy decided to go to the pub. One thing I didn't mention about my boss is that he is very protective over his wife. So when I received a text from my boss saying, this isn't a sign that you should have picked me, I don't know what is, I had enough of this guy's, you can guess what. So his wife was still at this summer party, and we both consumed a lot of beverages in this time. I thought, why not make a harmless drink influence move? But not only did I make this move, obviously I was doing this in spite, so I had my phone out whilst doing it. And as you can kind of guess, I sent this to my boss. As you can kind of guess, my boss didn't like this and actually fired me on the spot at the summer party. Good news, I went home with the tech guy.
Here's an update on if I'm wrong for calling my coworker my work brother after he called me his work wife in front of everyone. As I was sitting in office the next day, I knew things were bound to be awkward between Mark and I. And Mark ignored me the whole morning. Initially, I was planning on going to apologize to him, but after the post, I kind of stopped myself. I decided that I didn't need to do that as I was the one who should be offended. While everyone in office could see that we were starting to act weird. And I heard some people gossiping about us. One of them even came up to me and asked if I wanted to talk about Mark to them. At around 3 in the afternoon, I was sitting in my office working, and Mark came in and he closed the door behind him. He was angry with me and started saying I needed to stop being an ass and to stop ignoring him. I told him to sit and to talk about what was going on. He told me that he feels humiliated and that everyone has been staring at him this whole morning because of what I did. I also stood my ground and told him that I was okay with him making fun of me, but I was not okay with him referring to me as his work wife, and that hugging me for a long time made the situation awkward. He told me to get over myself and that I should know exactly what he meant. Mark said that I made a huge deal out of what was supposed to have been a joke, and that I'm the one who made it awkward for everyone. He said calling someone a work wife is a normal thing, and it just means that he knows me intimately like a spouse would. He said that because we spend so much time traveling together, he knows all of the intimate details of how I behave outside of work. I stopped him and told him that I felt offended by the term work wife because I have a husband and I do not want people to use that term to describe our relationship. I told him he would not understand as he is single. And as a married woman, I really don't want anyone to describe me as a wife in any capacity. He said that I again am misinterpreting everything that he just said. He felt that as we have known each other more time than I have been married, that he knows me more intimately than even my husband. I have no idea why he feels that way, and that I also behave like his wife when we travel. He went on about how we go to dinners together after work and how I always insist on having breakfast together in the mornings to plan our actions for the day, and that I walk around in my underwear around him in the mornings. He's referring to my gym attire. He also explained how we spend hours talking to each other during the road trips and how I'm the only woman he can trust with secrets in his life. He said that I am the definition of a work wife and that I'm just in denial. I was a bit angry at this point and told him that I do all of that because I considered him my friend, and that he is delusional if he feels that he knows me more intimately than my husband. I told him that I didn't want to hear that term again as it is extremely disrespectful to my marriage, that only one man gets to call me his wife, and that is my husband. Moreover, that if my actions are giving him that idea, that maybe we need to stop being friends. He became apologetic afterwards and told me that he did not mean to disrespect my husband and that that was not his intention. He apologized to me and told me to just let it go. He said that he loves traveling with me and he doesn't want anything to change between us. He again said that I am misinterpreting his statement and he just wants to move on. He came to hug me again, but I just told him that it was okay and I took a step back. I also talked to my husband about it, and as expected, he was angry at Mark and told me that he hates the term work wife. He asked me if Mark had ever flirted with me during our trips or had a crush on me. I truthfully told him that I had truly never felt that way and that he may have just said that because he was intoxicated. And now he's being stubborn about it. My husband said that he feels a bit uncomfortable about Mark now, and says that it's strike one for Mark, and that I need to try and put more distance between us when traveling with Mark, and that if he ever repeated the same behavior again, I should report him to HR. I promised my husband that I would try to reduce my interactions with Mark outside of work hours, and that I would be more guarded around him. Bye.
Am I the asshole for refusing to change my last name? My mother passed away before I was 10. My uncle, mother's elder brother, took me in and raised me because my father by then had already started a new life and a new family. My uncle treated me very well, though I'm not sure if my aunt feels the same about me as he did. My uncle and aunt had only one son who's around my age, and what he had, I had it too. For example, if my uncle got my cousin a laptop, he would get me one too, and it would be the same work. My uncle even got me a car for my 18th birthday. My cousin also treated me just like his own brother. Needless to say, I'm very grateful to have them in my life. Everything I have that I am is owed to them. However, my relationship with my uncle has hit a slight snag recently. My culture is usually the parents who will help with purchasing a home for their sons until they get married. The reason is because people in my culture tend to marry young, but most of the time we would not have worked long enough to save up for the entire down payment. For a man not to have a marital home is considered a disadvantage, and the woman's family may not accept the proposed union, so a man having a marital home is very important. In my case, because my mother has passed away and my father is an absent parent, my uncle and aunt are my de facto parents. Indeed, my uncle said he would buy me a marital home. However, he has set a condition for that. I have to change my last name to his. Last names are a big deal in my culture, so this is not something that is taken lightly. My uncle said since he's been like a father to me rather than my own father, and also as a remembrance to my mother, I should change my last name to his, which is also my mother's. So basically, no change in last name equals no marital home. I expressed to him that this is an unfair demand because, like I said, last names are a huge deal in my culture, and change could trigger uncomfortable questions for people. The group of close friends whom I've confided in told me that I'm the asshole. I'm surprised by their reaction because other than this, I've never gone against my uncle. I'm also very grateful to my uncle and what he has done for me, and I would gladly take up the responsibility alongside my cousin to take care of him in his old age. It's just that I really don't think I should be forced into making a fundamental identity change and be punished for not doing it. Am I the asshole?
Two coworkers, 25 female and 35 male, are having an affair. How can I inform the wife? I, 25 female, work as a receptionist. 4 months ago, I made the stupid decision to recommend my, now former, best friend, Jane, 25 female, for an open position after someone had left. It's a prestigious hotel, so they are very selective about their hiring process. Jane had little to no experience, so I took a risk by vouching for her. Looking back, it was dumb, but I knew she was a hard worker, and I could have never guessed what was to come. I trained her during her first month, and she picked things up quickly. After that, we began working separate shifts. It was around this time that I started noticing a weird dynamic between her and John, 35 male, our chief receptionist. One night when I arrived for my shift, I found them acting all giggly, and their body language just seemed off. They didn't notice me at first, but when they did, they tried a little too much to act cool, which raised some red flags. There have been too many similar situations over the months, but I tried to just deny it. John just had a baby, and his wife comes in at least 4 to 5 times a week, sometimes with the baby too. Jane sees this as well, and I just couldn't think she would do something like that. But the awkward tension, quick glances, and giggles just wouldn't quit. So I brought it up 2 weeks ago when we were out for drinks. I was floored by her response. She confessed in a playful manner, almost like sharing a dirty secret. She said they couldn't keep their hands off each other and that she had wanted to spill the tea but didn't want to involve me in their drama. When I brought up his wife and their newborn child, she said that she didn't care. Apparently, John told her they had been sleeping in separate beds and his wife stopped caring about the marriage after the pregnancy and some other bullshit like that. I was disgusted and we had a major fight. She stormed off and cut all contact with me. Since then, going to work has been hell. John is in charge of our shifts, and ever since our fight, he's been giving me the worst shifts and making sure we're not scheduled together. I've considered telling the wife since day one, but I don't have any proof. Same with our manager and HR. I texted Jane saying, quote, tell your boyfriend to stop giving me the worst shifts, hoping for a response that could serve as evidence, but she didn't reply. 1 week ago, someone got sick, and I had to work with the two evil fucks. Close to our lunch break, John's wife came in to bring him lunch. She looked tired as hell too, and my heart broke for her. Then I noticed something on John's wrist. He had Jane's scrunchie on his wrist. He also has long hair, but I know for a fact it's hers. He held and kissed the baby with the fucking scrunchie on his wrist. I legitimately thought I was gonna throw up. I had a panic attack, I think, at the smoking area. I was crying and couldn't breathe. I come from a divorced family because of my father's infidelity, so this hits too close to home. I'm losing sleep. Please tell me what I should do in this situation. Should I send the wife an anonymous message? I only have her Instagram. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Oh my God. First of all, I love workplace tea, but not when you're the one that's like directly involved. That's like, no. Oh my God.
I feel like you could go to HR automatically. You guys work at a hotel. He's married with a wife and baby at home. There's gonna be some proof on camera at the hotel.
Yeah.
They're not behaving totally at work. Like, there's no way. There's cameras everywhere now.
Everywhere.
Parking garages, they're on camera somewhere. But my schedules from the previous 6 months, look at my schedules now. I arguably have the worst shifts because I found out about their affair. You know, this could be a retaliation lawsuit. Like, she could get a lawyer, and maybe that's the advice before you go to HR, talk to a lawyer and see what they say.
Dang. I mean, and then also run it back, run the cameras back. And if the cameras aren't working, then turn that shit on because they're going to keep on doing their thing for a little bit, probably.
Yeah.
Out in the open so you can catch them.
They're going to get brazen.
Yeah.
They're going to get confident and they're going to get caught on something.
100%, especially if they're doing the same shifts and God knows what else.
Yeah.
I feel like the wife has a right to know. Now, does that have to come from you or is it going to come from one of them? Probably not one of them. Is this going to make you feel better to tell them? I know that's like a selfish way of looking at it, but
I think it would make me feel better.
It would make me. I think I would say something too.
I think if it were me, I'd create a Finsta, like I'd create a fake Instagram account because that's all she has is like the wife's Instagram account. And I'd like create a fake one to then message her and be like, hey girl.
Yeah.
Like, just, you know, that what that feels like getting one of those hey girls.
Yeah.
And just like you can just feel the pit fall to your stomach. Your stomach, like, it's almost like your stomach falls through your ass. Like, you're just like, he's not going to tell her. And
your friend doesn't give two flying fucks.
No. And she deserves to know.
She just had a newborn baby and she's going to come out of her way to give you food. Sir?
A saint.
While you cheat on her? I don't know.
A saint.
Am I the asshole for telling my dad, who left, that I don't remember him? I'm 15 female and my father is 46 male. My dad left the family when I was 7 without any explanation. He just vanished one day and I've never seen him since. He left because of relationship issues with my mom. She was heartbroken and waited 5 years for him to return, but in the end filed for divorce. Thankfully, she's over him now. To be honest now, 8 years after he left, I barely have any memory of him. Only some resentment for the years of suffering he put my mom and sister, 19 female, through. They tried to contact him, but he'd never respond. I can't remember his voice, personality, or even face much. Last week, he texted my mother and said he wanted to meet after 8 years of disappearance. My mom agreed. We arranged a meetup at a nearby restaurant. My sister was so nervous and excited, but I realized I felt nearly nothing. He arrived, and my mom and sister started crying. He cried too, at the sight of his beloved daughters. He saw that I looked quite emotionless and said, "Don't you miss your dad?" I replied honestly that I didn't even remember him. He left so long, it's like I barely knew him. He was so shocked and hurt. Eventually, he cut off our meetup early, claiming he had to work. My mom and sister were so mad, they blamed it on me. My mom said that my sister's been waiting to see her dad for so long, but I had to make a stupid remark and make him leave a second time. Asking how I could behave like this towards my dad, telling me that I'm a selfish bitch and an asshole. I'm sorry that he cut the meeting short, because I knew my sister missed him so damn much, but to be honest, I don't feel bad for saying the truth.
I proudly cheat on my husband every single day with my boss. Story time. So I've been planning like the ultimate revenge on my husband for the longest time, and I had no idea it was right in front of me. My husband has always been jealous of my boss because he is sexy, he is older, he is more mature, and he's basically just 10 times the version of my husband. I feel like this story gets 10 times crazier the more we dive into it, and I really don't know what to share with you guys. And I feel like I should just tell you